Hello everybody, welcome to Silverstone, and yes, I can declare officially the season is now open. Yes, welcome everybody. As you can see, it is very loud down here. It's also a bit cold as well. It's also very windy. We had rain a little bit earlier, and now we have thunder. Yes, that's right. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club is back. We've got thunder. We've got Boss, which is your Blue Oval Saloons, your Fords, and your Jaguars all lining up right beside me. Here is Mr. Andy Robinson on pole position in the thunder. I wonder, is he round there? Let me just go have a quick word. He was just revving it up literally just before you came to us as well. I do know he's not feeling particularly well. Mr. Robinson, we're not feeling too well, but you were just revving it in, though. Is it good to be back?
It's bloody great. I'm allowed to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you just did, but that's all right. Look, you're on pole position. Looked fairly comfortably on pole. Are we going to get the job done?
Hope so, but you cannot underestimate a BMW. They just keep coming and coming and coming. So we'll see how Jason does.
Now, is this car suited then to the Silverstone GP circuit? Because it's big, it's wide, it's long. A bit like this car, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is the circuit for it, but I don't know why. I seem to make it pedal around circuits like Cadwell Park. It goes okay. So some circuits I'm good at. Brands I'm no good at it. So just different circuits, different cars.
Would you ever trust me to take it out?
Nah.
Wise man. Good luck. He's a wise man indeed. We'll go round over here if you keep coming down with me. Over here we've got Mike Manning. Fortier. Let's see if we can grab a word of him. He's actually on pole position for the Blue Oval Saloons. Let's go over and have a quick chat with him. Here he is. Mr. Manning, how are we doing? It's good to see you again.
Bad, yes, good. Nice to be here, you know.
It certainly is, isn't it? Qualifying went well for you. Congratulations.
Well, it was all right. Didn't get a proper lap in, but here to do.
Now, conditions a little bit different. It was a little bit greasy, a little bit moist this morning, but it looks dead dry now. Are you happy about that?
Yes, it's to suit the car now, so should be able to get some power down for this one. So, yeah, we'll see.
Now, I keep asking everybody if they're going to let me... would you trust me to drive this car? That's the question.
Oh, no.
That's 2 no's out of 2 now. Right, thank you. I've just heard, my producer just said he wouldn't trust me as a passenger. Thank you so much. AJ, here he is, AJ Owen. Right, it's good to see you again. The season is back. How are you feeling?
All right, ready?
Ready?
Ready and waiting.
Now, I've got a question for you. How much work goes in over the winter? Do you, at the end of the last race, you just put this in the garage, leave it, or do you go testing? Do you do all bits and bobs to it?
I very naughtily this year after Donington put it in the garage and forgot about it, much to my dad's disappointment. So no, it's sat there since Donington. We put some fiberglass doors on the car for this year, and that's about it. It was literally probably about 2 weeks ago. I took the covers off and thought I'll have a look at that. We've done a lot of work with one of our other cars that we've got that hopefully will be at the brand Super Touring meeting.
Yeah.
And we've had to put another engine in Dad's car because that blew up at Donington. So we've been busy.
Yeah.
This little car's been not neglected, but not had as much TLC as it probably should have. But it is going away to have some bits done to it by Vic Hope of Barwell Garage. So just some maintenance stuff, nothing major.
Well, you qualified down this end, which is good. How does Silverstone GP, how's it going to cope in the latter half of the race, do you think?
Well, the latter half of the race you should be all right. I think the start's going to be a bit interesting because looking back down the grid, I think the plan is stick to one side down the straight and let all the quick boys go and then see where we are at the end of the lap. So, no, I mean, the wet round here, it's good. I've done quite a lot round here because I'm quite local to here. So, yeah, done a fair bit. So, I like the rain. The car's good in the rain. You know, I haven't been in the car since Donington, and after the first lap, I was back into it and loving it. So, I prayed for rain, didn't get it, so we'll see. We'll just see how it goes. But it's great to be on this grid with the Classic Tour cars and the Thunder Championship. Great bunch of people throughout the whole club, and yeah, we'll see how we get on.
You're a bit of a veteran of this series now, despite being such a young man, aren't you? Very quick question for you. I've been asking a couple of drivers so far. Would you trust me to take this out for a spin around here?
Yes, and spin being the operative word, because you'd probably have a spin.
I'd have a few, I think. Into the wall, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Best of luck, AJ. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go over here. I want to chat to Nick Vaughan, aka Nick the Prawn Vaughan. And Nick, it's great to see you again.
Good to be back, mate.
Good to be back. That's the one.
To be back.
Qualifying, you must be happy.
Yeah, reasonably happy. The car's relatively untried and tested, so we had new engine, new gearbox, new pedal box. Everything's been new over winter.
So you've been a busy boy, because I just spoke to AJ. I don't know if I should say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. He's done no work at all.
No. Well, it's great. It's great when you've got such a legend as AJ's dad doing your car. Why do you need to?
What's the expectation for this racing?
Hopefully, whole position, try and move forward. We've had a last-minute entry from a bunch of very quick-looking BMWs, which is very exciting.
Well, we've got BMW, Ford.
It feels like a last-minute onslaught. I was looking at the entry list. I thought that looks pretty good, and then suddenly, wow, where these guys come from?
Yeah.
But no, really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to getting back out there after such a long winter and having a bit of fun.
Right, I spoke to 3 drivers so far. I keep asking them, would you trust me to take the car out? 2 have said no, 1 said yes. Would you trust me to take this for a spin around Silverstone? Not literally.
Yeah, it's road legal. I drove it to work on Thursday. Would you? Yeah, you can take it out.
I bet you get a few looks, don't you?
Yeah, you might need a cushion in the back, but.
What do you do with the lights? So, like, if somebody pulls up next to you, do you like put the foot down a little bit, give it a bit? Come on, you must do.
I rev it and then just trundle off really slowly.
Nick, best of luck with the race. Thanks for talking to us. I really appreciate it. Let's keep going down. As we mentioned before, we've got BMW, we've got an Audi there, we've got BMW. Jason West lines up second alongside the Ford of Andy Robinson. A little bit further down, of course, what we don't want to do is ignore the fact that we've got the Jaguars involved as well. They are a little bit further down the grid. Let's keep going there. Let's have a quick chat with, let's go over here actually, because another one of the BMWs here. Here we go. How are we doing, guy? How are we doing? We're feeling good for this one.
We are looking forward to it. First race of the season.
It is.
Sun's shining. Can't be better.
Any nerves?
Always a few nerves here. Once you get out on the track, it's fine.
So those lights go out straight
That's
off,
it.
yeah.
We get on with it then.
Now this car must be quite good around Silverstone. It must suit the circuit. Is it power
yeah,
circuit,
it's nice to be back on the slicks after the wets this morning. So yeah, it's a power circuit, so it should be good. Looking forward to it.
Now, would you trust me to take this out in a race?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course I would. Yeah.
I'm doing all right out of this thing. Best of luck for it. I don't. These drivers are far too trusting, because I wouldn't trust myself. Actually, let's just turn the camera around a little bit as well. Look at this as well. Look at this car here. If we put the camera on it, oh my word, this is going to be a spectacle for you watching this. Let's keep going down a little bit further. I think we've still got time. I don't know if you can see on the camera how far it goes. 23 grid rows, I believe it is. They're actually having to snake round the back. That's how many cars are going to be on track. We've got essentially 3 categories in this as well. Don't forget your Thunder, your Boss, which is your Blue Oval Saloons, which is basically Ford, and your Jaguars as well. So it's going to be a jam-packed grid. Let's just have a quick word in here as well. This has got to be one of the nicest cars in Mitsubishi as well. It's quite unique, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not many of these about anymore competing. I think I'm the only one that's doing it at the moment.
How did you come to acquire it?
Don't know really. I believe it or not, many years ago I had a Sierra Cosworth and 3-door, and I discovered quite early on it was quite expensive to keep it going.
Yeah.
So I decided at the time these were very cheap in comparison.
I bet they're not now, though.
No, they're not now. No, you can't find them now. No, so that's why I jumped to this. It's a similar type of idea, 2-litre turbo, rear-wheel drive.
Wow.
So that because I love the Cosworth drive.
Yeah.
Just can't afford to keep one. So we got one of these instead.
Would you trust me to take this out in a race?
How big's,
You can be honest.
how big's your bank account?
Not very.
I'll be a no then.
Best of luck for the race. That's about 4 no's and maybe about 4 yeses. Who knows? Let's keep on going down. We've still got a bit of time before we're going to head on out as well, shall we? We've got a bit of time, yeah. I just want to have a quick look at some of the Jags down here. Those of you who regularly watch BARC TV, you probably know that I'm a bit of a fan of a Jaguar as well. Let's keep on going down, shall we? And this is Ricky Can's car. Look at this, by the way, coming through the number 20. Oh my word, jeez. There's so much nice stuff going on, isn't it? Right, here we go. Mr. Robinson on pole position in the Jags. Let's go have a quick chat here. Right, I finally made it down to the Jaguars. This is a fine machine, isn't it? What is it like to drive?
Yeah, it's a good bit of fun. I mean, it's a second time out in it really, so it's all a bit new. So still trying to get to sort of grips with the car a little bit. So especially in the wet as well. In qualifying was a bit interesting.
Yeah, completely different conditions now. Your helmet looks very new. Is it brand new?
No, I've had it about a season now. So this is my second season racing. So yeah, we built this one, like I say, the car for this year. So we kind of gone all out really, yeah.
Can I just want to bring the camera around and have a little look here at the look at where we change gears and everything. Look at that inside there. I mean, that looks like we're going proper GT racing out there, doesn't it? You're going to do some power slides around Silverstone, right? Can we expect that?
Yeah, definitely. We'll give it a go.
Now, one final question. Would you trust me to take this out during a race?
Yeah, I reckon you can take it out, couldn't you?
I could probably take it out into the wall, yeah. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. We really do appreciate it. Still a little bit of time. Let's just have a quick look at some more of the Jags down here as well, shall we? Well, we've got Mr. Dunkley over here, good friend of ours. We always have a good chat with him. We have to go talk to him, don't we? But he's got the number 1 on the bonnet there as well. I'm coming round.
Hello, mate.
Mr. Dunkley, it's great to see you again.
And you good?
Yeah, I'm good. How's your winter been?
Yeah, I bought a number 1 sticker. Went all out and stuck it on the car.
Yeah.
They cost £3.20 now, so I better win it again this year,
Really?
so I don't have to buy any more numbers for next year.
Blimey. Right, I'm actually hearing the engines firing up. I'm going to let you go, but we'll catch up, no doubt, over the course of the weekend. The cars are firing up. Mr. Dunkley's about to fire up. Let's see if we can listen to this. Well, let's fire it up. Let's get it fired up. Are we going to go? Here we go. Yeah, right, there we go. Time for your Thunder Boss and Jags to get going on track. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through the action. Enjoy this.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian. Yes, good afternoon from me, race fans, and welcome to the home of British motorsport here at Silverstone. It is time to go racing in 2023. Yes, we're back on BARC TV for another season. Sunny conditions here at Silverstone on the full Grand Prix circuit here today, no less, and 4 races coming up for you here this afternoon. My name's Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action here on BARC TV for the 2023 season. A quartet of races coming up then. We start with the cars we've just seen. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Blue Oval Saloon Series, Classic Thunder and Jaguars. The Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Series for the most powerful cars on the schedule. They're now out on the grid. It will be a rolling start for this race as they go round on their rolling lap. We will take you through the grid in full. Also out there we've got the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons for everything Ford and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. 1 or 2 of the front runners are missing from the Jaguars this weekend, so it's going to be a very open field for them. This race is followed by the feature race of the day. The British Endurance Championship opens its season with a 3-hour spectacular. Some very special GT cars in that race, some TCR touring cars as well, among others. Then we'll have the other Classic Touring Car Racing Club formulas. We've got the Prix 93, Prix 03, and the Super Touring cars are back as well, including Super Touring legend Anthony Reid is here racing this weekend in his Nissan Primera. And then we round out the first day of action with the older cars from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Orange Aero Prix 83 touring cars, and also the Prix 66 touring cars as well, sponsored by Pultec, the oldest machines we will see here today. Joining us tomorrow, we'll have the Britcar Trophy Championship for a pair of 50-minute pit stop races, and also the all-new Britcar Prototype Cup, featuring the Pragas and a couple of others as well, a new initiative for the 2023 season. This huge grid forming up then, we should have 45 cars out there, all being well, a great variety of super saloons of all shapes and sizes. So let's take you through the grid in full then. In pole position, we spoke to him earlier, number 100, Andy Robinson, with his awesome Ford Falcon V8 supercar from Australia, liveried in the colours of V8 supercar legend Craig Lowndes. Alongside him, number 76, which is Jason West in his BMW M3. A lot of BMW M3s on this grid. Another of them on row 2, number 126, Brian Bransom, alongside the number 20, the Ricky Can owned Aston Martin. I'm told that it is Sam Wilson driving the car this weekend. So Ricky Can's car out there, but it's Sam Wilson driving the big Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Row 3, number 240, that's Jasvier Sapra with his BMW M3, alongside a man we spoke to earlier, Nick Vaughan, in the turbocharged Audi A3. Row 4, 123, AJ Owen with his Honda Civic Type R, the former Prix 03 touring car champion, alongside number 35, the first of the Blue Oval Saloons, that's Mike Manning with his gorgeous Texaco liveried Sierra Cosworth, the experienced Welshman. Row 5, number 17, Simon Light, in that amazing V8 engined Ford Capri that we saw in the assembly area. That's one of the most extreme cars I think we've got out there, alongside number 30, Gavin Dunn, with his BMW. Another few BMWs next on row 6. We've got 96 Ian Craig alongside 85 Paul Wood. Row 7 is 128 of David Jefferson, and 191 Kirk Armitage, the North Yorkshireman. Row 8, we've got W Series competitor of years gone by, Abby Eaton, in her father Paul's Holden Commodore, starting alongside number 74. We heard from Neil Philpotts in the rare Mitsubishi Starion. Row 9, number 9, Craig Owen, father of AJ, he's in a Sierra Cosworth, and number 4 alongside him is James Everard. We've seen him out in recent years in a classic Alfa Romeo. He's in a BMW E30 M3 today, so look out for that car. Behind them, row 10, 223 Joe Collier, a newcomer in his Peugeot 206cc. That's actually a space frame National Hot Rod style car that Joe's at the wheel of. Alongside him, number 91, which is Oliver Owen. He's in a BMW. Row 11, number 70, Will Hunt with his Ford Fiesta ST, and 151 Vic Hope. He's in a Honda Civic. Row 12, 26 Paul Cook. I didn't see him in the assembly area though, so hopefully Paul's BMW is there. Starting alongside the first of the Jags, Jack Robinson we spoke to. He's in a newly built Jaguar XK8, heading up the big cats further back in the lineup. Jack is the brother of last year's champion Tom Robinson. Tom not racing this weekend. We'll hopefully see him back out later in the season. Row 13 is the second of the Jags, number 44 Guy Connew with his XJS. Alongside him is number 15, should have been number 15, Tony Davies, but we're told his Vauxhall Firenze had problems in qualifying and he's a non-starter. Row 14 is the number 1. We heard from James Dunkley, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, with his Fiesta XR2. Alongside him at number 58, Mike Seaborn. Now normally we see him in a Jaguar XJS, but he's racing Derek Pierce's XK8 this weekend with Derek unable to race. So Mike Seaborn, who suffered an engine failure in the XJS last year, it's the season closer at Donington, has taken over the number 58 car. Row 15, 156 Andrew Harper. He's in a new car. Third in the championship last year for the Jaguars. He's not in his diesel-powered XJ today. He's in an S-Type. Alongside him, number 228 Jason Rudge in a Ford Fiesta XR2. Row 16, 54 Rick Walker with his green XJS. We can see it there. The lean green racing machine as it's known. He starts alongside number 2 Sam Daffin with his Ford Fiesta. Row 17, number 65 Simon Lewis with his Jaguar XJ6 alongside 77 of Tom Lenthal, also in an XJS. Then on row 18, 188, which is Tim Evers. And he starts alongside number 75 Michael Rudge in his Ford Fiesta. Tim Evers in a BMW. Row 19, 81, which is Matthew Skidmore. He's in a modified Mini in the Blue Oval, in the Classic Thunder Saloons, I should say. 62, Tim Morant with his Jaguar starts alongside. That's actually a Daimler Series 1. Row 20, number 45, David Ringham in his Jaguar XJS starts alongside 63, Andrew Maynard in the ex-Mike Seaborn Jaguar XJ40. Row 21, 88 Damien Gray, he's also in a Jaguar XJ40 alongside treble 4 of Chris McGinley. He's in a BMW E36 GTR. It's the red car there towards the back. Penultimate row of the grid, number 3, which is Joe Osborne, newcomer to Jaguar Racing, and another Jag XJ40 alongside number 7 Saad Qayyum in his Ford Fiesta, and another Fiesta, that of Harry Naga, starts at the back. A massive and very impressive grid of cars indeed. The onboard camera is in Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon V8 supercar on pole position, the likeable Geordie. As he follows the pace car around. He's actually got 2 of these cars from Australia. This silver one in the colours of Craig Lowndes, and one in the old Shell Helix colours as well, made famous by Dick Johnson and John Bowe in the 1990s. This will be a 20-minute race. Pace car heading them up towards the red lights. When the lights go out, we'll be underway, heading along the Wellington Straits at the moment. Andy Robinson almost up with the pace car there on this green flag lap, showing just how much power this massive V8 supercar has got. A 5-litre V8 under the bonnet. Jason West starts alongside him in the first of many BMWs on this grid. This is going to be something very special indeed to kick off the 2023 BARC racing season. To the right-hander at Luffield, then it's round Woodcut, and then the pack will be unleashed. It is time to go racing in 2023 with BARC TV here at Silverstone. The pace car pulls into pit lane. Andy Robinson and Jason West lead them up towards the green flag. Red lights are on the gantry. When they go out, we will be underway. There's Abby Eaton in that beautiful Holden Commodore. Great to have Abby racing here. The red lights are on the gantry. The pack about to be unleashed. And away they go. Down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Robinson and West lead them away. Jasper Sapper in the turquoise BMW trying to get up the inside. This massive grid files its way into the first right-hander. To keep our eye on the leaders of the other classes further back as well. Number 2 of Sam Daffin in the Fiesta there, going round the outside up towards the Beckett's complex for the first time. Robinson leads, West in second place. Oh, Robinson's locked up, he's gone wide, and Jason West says thanks very much, I'll take up the lead. Robinson all over the place, cold tyres I think the problem there possibly. Behind him Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin, then Jasper Sapra side by side with Brian Branson, the 2 BMWs as they roar their way towards the Hanger Straights for the first time. What a magnificent sight they make here on the full Grand Prix layout here at Silverstone. Jason West in the clear, everybody else fighting to be second. Nick Vaughan's come through in the Audi into third place. Watch for Simon Light in that awesome Ford Capri V8, the bewinged Capri as well. He had a win here at Silverstone last weekend in the modified Ford series, so he's had a chance to get the car dialed in for this year as everybody heads down towards Stowe Corner for the first time. We're on board with Andy Robinson. There's a sideways Nick Vaughan ahead of us in the Audi A3 as they head round towards the wing up the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights. Robinson down to third after that mistake at Beckett's for the first time. Very difficult to get the power of the big V8 down onto the tarmac on relatively cold tyres. Through the right-hander at Abbey and up towards Farm and Village before heading through the loop and towards the Wellington straights, past the various constructions going on at Silverstone at the moment, and round the outside goes one of the BMWs. That's Brian Branson in the orange car up into third place. Sam Wilson next, then Simon Light, Jasper Sapra. Mike Manning leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series splits. In there you can see the number 4, James Everard, in that beautiful DTM lookalike BMW E30 M3, one of the ultimate touring cars, on board with Robinson once again, chasing after Sam Wilson, who's got the Aston Martin ahead of him now. So Robinson is down to 5th position. Andy Robinson said feeling a little bit under the weather here at Silverstone today, but he's trying his hardest. There's Jason West out in the lead in the underscore BMW. Flashes across the line to complete his opening lap. Let's see what his lead is. Just over 4.5 seconds at the moment. We've got a notification on the TSL timing screen that the safety car is being deployed. Yes, there's yellow flags out. Looks like we have a safety car. We'll try and pick up the reason why in a moment. Yellow lights flashing around the circuit, so the first safety car of the season. Unfortunately, we don't know where the hazard is at the moment. We'll pick that up as and when we can. Leaders slow the field down. It is Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra, the Steve Soper lookalike, who's leading the Blue Oval Saloons. Who's leading the Jaguars? Looks like it's Mike Seaborn. Yes, the grey XK8 further back. So the field will form up in single file. The leader will be picked up by the safety car. There's our Jaguar leader, Mike Seaborn, in a borrowed car this weekend. His own XJS gave up the ghost in the season closer at Donington. There's the problem. Great cloud of smoke from the car of Joe Collier, number 223, the Peugeot 206cc space frame. Looks like that may be on fire, unfortunately. That's a great shame, because I believe it's Joe's first race to date. Waiting for the fire marshals to attend down there. Here they come. A smoky end for Joe Collier. I believe he's the son of Simon Collier, who we saw racing a similar space frame hot rod style car last season. Thankfully Joe is out and okay. Fire extinguishers into action. Well done to the marshals. Trying frantically to get the door skin off there. It's officially called a Peugeot 206cc, but you can see it's a space frame chassis fitted with a tuned 2-litre, normally a Vauxhall based race engine. These national hot rod style cars, similar to short circuit hot rod racing cars. And it's a short-lived debut for Joe Collier in Classic Thunder, as his car quite literally goes up in smoke. Marshall's trying to determine where the seat of the fire might be at the moment, I think. Joe Collier gets his crash helmet off, he's okay. The safety car will lead the field round while the incident is dealt with there. Jason West, your leader. It's Nick Vaughan in second place in the Audi. Third is Brian Branson. Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin is up to fourth. Then we've got Andy Robinson, who's dropped down to fifth from pole position. Sixth is Jasvir Sapra in one of his fleet of BMWs, the Coventry-based driver. Seventh, it is Simon Light's Ford Capri. As the leaders go through, that's just at the pit lane entrance there, coming out of Luffield into Woodcote, when the cars come to a halt. Eighth place, we've got Mike Manning, the leading Ford. There's one of the BMWs going rather slowly. That's the number 188 car, I think, of Tim Evers. Abby Eaton and the 85 car of Paul Wood rounding out the top 10 at the moment. There's Mike Seaborn in Derek Pearce's car leading the Jaguars. Guy Connew in the number 44, the Bob Tullius Group 44 lookalike XJS in second in the Jags. There's that awesome Mini Clubman, very much in the special saloon mould. It's being driven by Matthew Skidmore. Back of the field there is Damien Gray, number 88, with his XJ40. Based in the Cotswolds. Used to be a neighbour of one Jeremy Clarkson, we're told. Maybe some of his driving prowess will rub off on Damien in the Jaguar Formula 1 liveried XJ40. The yellow Jag there, Simon Lewis with his familiar Series 1 XJ6. As Joe Collier's car pushed back to the pits. So you believe he's the son of Simon Collier. Simon, an ex-Bangor racer. We saw out last season with his Vauxhall Tigra space frame. Any fire is out there. Well done to the marshals. We must thank all our volunteer marshals. And one car is already back in the pits, unfortunately, I can tell you. And Ian is down there with the driver.
Hello everybody, welcome to the pits. I am with Neil Philpotts. It didn't go to plan, you just said what happened out there?
Oh, well, actually, I don't actually know what happened there. It got really fast and frantic very quick. And I think 5 people were trying to get into one bend at one point, so I was in the middle of it all. So no doubtly a lot of blame to me. And
is it just superficial, really?
Yeah, it's superficial. But tomorrow's a wet race, so I think you'll find not the world's best car on the rain. So my best chance was today, and I felt really racy. I was really happy there.
Well, we spoke to you, didn't we, in assembly, and you were dead up for it.
Yeah, dead up for it, and really racy. But
you still got a smile on your face.
Nah, I'm still smiling, because I'm still alive.
Thanks for talking to me. I really appreciate it. There you go. Right, Neil Philpotts out of the race, unfortunately damaged. Not too sure exactly what happened, but let's go back to Dave.
Well, that's a great shame. Neil Philpott, the Merseysider, out of the race in his rare Mitsubishi Starion. Fast but fragile, sadly, that car. As are a number of these very high-powered, highly modified saloons, unfortunately. So we've lost Neil Philpott. We've lost Joe Collier. Another car that we didn't see out at the start was Kirk Armitage, the Yorkshireman in his BMW M3. Regular winner in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship over the years. Now, is the pack going to be unleashed this time? We can't quite see from Andy Robinson's camera whether the lights are still flashing atop the safety car up ahead of us there. Is it going to dive into the pit lane this time? No, we're going to do another lap. It is a long lap here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. There's 11 minutes of the race still to go. There is the Ford Focus safety car. Nick Vaughan up there in second, got his maiden win last year in the Audi A3. Then Brian Bransom, Sam Wilson, there's Robinson, and the rest of them come through. Some iconic cars, some iconic liveries down this field. A beautiful E30 M3, just ahead of Gavin Dunn in the E36 version, number 30. There's Craig Owen in his Sierra Cosworth. And the first of the Jags, Jack Robinson debuting his new XK8s. Thought Tim Morant was pulling over there. He moved out onto the curb down the straight there in the Daimler Sovereign Series 1. .41 cars running out of the 44 that started. One car that withdrew after qualifying was, as we mentioned, Tony Davies with his special saloon Vauxhall Firenze. That broke down in qualifying. Fiesta's at the back of the field. That's Harry Naga from Whitehill in his Ford Fiesta ST at the back. See a recovery truck on the move there on the right of the screen. Don't know whether that's dealing with another incident. They don't seem to have lost any more cars, unless it's Kirk Armitage that's come to a halt somewhere out of my sight. So we're just over halfway through this first race of the day, sadly interrupted by the necessary safety car here at Silverstone when Joe Collier's Peugeot space frame went up in smoke. On board again with Andy Robinson. Must be getting pretty warm inside that Ford Falcon. Now hopefully we are going to go back to green flag racing this time. There'll be about, I would say, 7.5 minutes of green flag racing to go. Sam Wilson ahead in the Aston Martin. Various subclasses, of course, according to engine size within all Classic Touring Car Racing Club Championships. Fine sight there of the cars coming down the Wellington Straight into the left-hander at Brooklands, past the BRDC Clubhouse, the British Racing Drivers Club. It looks like the lights are out on top of the safety car, so I think we're going back to green flag racing this time. Yes, the safety car is pulling in. Jason West will lead them up towards Copse Corner with Nick Vaughan ready to pounce. We'll have just over 7.5 minutes of racing still to go. We're back to green here at Silverstone, and Nick Vaughan is ready to attack into Copse Corner, has a look on the inside. They're side by side on the way in. Brian Bransom in third place. He's gone wide. It's gone current in the gravel. That's Vaughan. Vaughan has lost it, trying to take the lead away. Oh, disaster for the Audi. Into the gravel he goes. And that's going to give the lead to Jason West once again. West leads it. Wilson in the Aston second. Branson third. Robinson fourth. Then Jasvir Sapra and Simon Light in that awesome bewinged V8 Capri, looking for his second win of the season. Jasvir Sapra moving up alongside Andy Robinson, aka Craig Lowndes, in the Ford Falcon. See the windsock there in the background. It's very blustery here at Silverstone today. The car's heading onto the Hanger Straights down towards the ultra-fast right-hander at Stowe Corner. There's AJ Owen in the Honda Civic ahead of Gavin Dunn. Nick Vaughan out of his car. Now are the Marshals going to be able to move that? Here's a battle further back. There's James Dunkley, the reigning Blue Oval Saloon Series champion in the Fiesta XR2. Sam Daffin's Gulf liveried Fiesta ahead, trying to make a move on a pair of XJSs at the same time. That's brave. Fiesta the more nimble handling, the big Jaguar Brute's probably more powerful in a straight line. As the pack files its way through, then it's up towards the far side of the course, on board with Robinson once again, chasing after Brian Branson, who's putting Sam Wilson under pressure, goes up the inside, that's into Village Corner, and as he outbraked himself, they head towards the loop. The next corner is a left-hander, and yes, Brian Branson has held second place through there as they head towards the Wellington Straight once again. Will the brute force of the Aston carry it through into second place though? Well done to the marshals, they've got Nick Vaughan's Audi out of the way, so no need for another safety car. Robinson fourth, there's Light making a move on Jasvir Sapra, Mike Manning in behind them, and then next in the order is another of the BMWs, I think that's Paul Wood in the number 85 going through. It's Jason West controlling the pace. You saw him take a couple of wins last year, the man from Guildford in Surrey. Simon Light on the tail of Jasvir Sapra. There is Paul Wood, a new car for him this year. Simon Light thought about an attack on Jasvir Sapra in that mint green number 240 BMW. We normally see him in the grey E46 M3. Here comes Mike Manning, the Welsh veteran. He's raced everything over the years, rallycross, motocross, hill climbs, Eurocar, remember those? Space Rain Mondeos. He's got past Simon Light there into Beckett's. Shades of Steve Soper. But remember his legendary battles with Andy Rouse in British touring cars and beyond in the late 80s. Jason West still leads, Sapra fighting back. Scrapping it out there with a couple of the other BMWs. Number 26 has come through there, Paul Cook, in the battle of the BMW E46 M3s. Forward with Robinson once again. They head up towards the wing, onto the Hamilton Straight, out of the club complex. And thunder their way along the straight towards the right-hander at Abbey, then to the infield loop once again before the run down the Wellington Straight to Brooklands. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Jason West at 2:19.159. Further back in the order, the Blue Oval Saloon Series, of course, still being led by Mike Manning. He's well up overall in 7th place. Second of the Boss cars, as they're known for short, is Craig Owen in the blue and yellow Sierra Cosworth. As Mike Manning makes a move on Jasvir Sapra, goes through now. That's up into I think his 5th position, so the Sierra going great guns. Third of the Blue Oval cars, as we look further down the tiny screen, is Will Hunt in his Fiesta ST. As for the Jaguars, it's Mike Seaborn leading them, ahead of Guy Connew in the number 44 XJS. Third of the Jags, Jack Robinson in his new XK8, the car we saw in the assembly area. There's a battle coming down the straights. Number 4 E30 M3 under fire from a pair of BMW E36s going through there. Where are they fighting down the aisle? That's for around 13th place. Number 128, the blue car there, that's David Jefferson. 91 Oliver Owen in the red car. There's Gavin Dunn, number 30. He's raced that BMW for many years. He's what I call a freelance club racer. Repeats wherever that car is eligible to race. There's Jefferson in the blue 128. Number 4 of James Everard. It's classic Alfa Romeo racer. Oliver Owen making a move on him in the red M3. Jason West leading by just over 1.5 seconds now ahead of Brian Branson. Sam Wilson third. And Mike Manning is up to 5th behind Andy Robinson. There's Robinson, Sapra and Light side by side. Then we've got Cook, Wood and Abby Eaton in her father's Holden Commodore. Shades of Peter Brock, the Bathurst legend. Abby Eaton, formerly a leading contender in the W Series, of course, one of Britain's leading female racing drivers. Great to see her here at Silverstone today. Andy Robinson, meanwhile, dropping a little bit of ground to Sam Wilson now in the fight for third. We've got just under 2 minutes of the race to go, so it's looking good for Jason West. Going to become our first winner of the day here at Silverstone. The first winner this season on BARC TV. If you want to follow the live timing today, then you can do so at TSL Timing, tsl-timing.com. Andy Robinson out onto the Wellington Straights. There's our two Fiesta STs at the back. Newcomers Sad Kayoum from Glasgow, long journey to Silverstone today, and Harry Naga in his similar machine. And in fact, we've got a red flag. The red flag has come out. We're just over a minute left on the clock. What has happened? Right, we'll try and find out the reason there. There's only just over a minute left, so the result will be declared at that point, I'm sure. So Jason West will take the win in the M3. Cars pulling up on the grid. But I'm certain there won't be a restart there because there was only less than a lap of time left in the race. So we're not too sure of the reason for the red flag, but that will be a win for Jason West in his BMW. Second place will go to Brian Bransom, and third to Sam Wilson in the Aston Martin. Andy Robinson will take fourth. The rest of the cars appear to have pulled into the pit lane. Mike Manning in fifth overall, win the Blue Oval Saloon Series season opener. Jasvir Sapra sixth, Simon Light seventh. It's the number 26 of Paul Cook, 85 of Paul Wood, and Abby Eaton rounds out the top 10. Second in the Blue Oval Saloons goes to Craig Owens, Sierra Cosworth, and third to Sam Daffin in his Fiesta. Can't see on the timing screen anybody else we may have lost. So we'll have to wait and try and pick up around the circuit who or what has caused the red flag. We'll hand down to Ian Waterhouse in the pits, see if he can find out more.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Red flag coming out. I haven't actually seen what it's for, but let's keep going and have a quick chat with some of the drivers because and see if we can figure out what has happened. Mike Manning, though, looks like he did win the Blue Oval, so Jason West, it looked like he took the Thunder. I think it might have been Mike Seaborn, actually, who took the Jaguars as well. Mike, quick word out there. I don't actually know why the red flag came out, do you?
No, I don't know.
But
no, did someone go off in the top Cops corner, was it?
You know more than me.
I know what they did, I could be wrong, but I can remember seeing something.
But it looked like when you crossed the line, you were first in the Blue Oval Saloons, though, so congratulations.
Oh, thank you, yeah, I don't know on that one. I think it was 7th or 8th, so yeah, that was all right.
How was it out there? Stretch your legs, eh?
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun.
Yeah,
Good
good
fun.
smiles.
Good
I like to
racing
see
with the local, the boys, close racing. Love it.
Fantastic. Well done anyway. Congratulations. We'll get everything confirmed, of course, once everything goes down. Don't take what I've said as complete gospel just yet. I do want to go down and have a quick chat with Mike Seaborn as well in the Jag because, Mike, you were leading in the Jags, weren't you? Is that how it finished?
Yeah, I believe so.
He's a winner. Come on. How was it?
Yeah, great. I mean, I'm in mourning a little bit for the race we didn't get with Colin Philpott and James Ram not here.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to think we could have had a good burn up. They probably would have left me for dust, but you know.
No, Mike. Don't sell yourself short, mate.
But it would have been, it would have been better if they were here. I'm not going to be disappointed to have beaten the Swallow spaceship because they're reinventing the wheel again, and that car's not going to be beaten that many times this year, I'm sure. And I'm also just so grateful to Derek for giving me the chance to drive the car. Yeah. And hopefully bump the value up a bit now, Derek. Hopefully.
You're on commission, are you?
Oh yeah, that's it.
Well, Mike Seaborn, the winner of the Jaguars. Let's just keep going down because I did want to see if I can find where Jason West is, because he's the winner, wasn't he, of the Thunders. Congratulations to him. But I'm not too sure where he is. So let's go chat to some of the other drivers, shall we, and just see how things were out and about for them. Let's just have a quick word. We've got somebody hopping out of the Jag now. How are we doing? All right, Knees all right? How was it?
That was an interesting one, wasn't it?
I don't even know why the red flag came out, do you?
There's a car off at Vale stuck in the mud over there, so I guess they had to stop it because of that. It was going all right till then. We were in a good tussle with Tom here and with Andy Harper in the purple and white over there. But That was going well. I could have done a few more fast laps there.
There's only a minute left on the clock anyway, though, to be there.
Yeah.
So it's awesome. Look, it's great to see you anyway. And of course, you've got to do it all again tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, we have indeed. Yeah, so it'll be colder tomorrow, so it might be sticky.
And wet.
Oh, nice.
I said it. Thanks for talking to us. Right, let's keep going down because Jason West has just pulled in. I hope we've still got a bit of time because I do want to grab a word with Mr. West over here. Let's see if... I actually do think we've got the guys. I'm going to grab a quick word with Brian Branson. He finished in second place. He's here in the orange BMW. Let's grab him. We'll just let him get out of the car first. Brian, let me grab the door for you. Great to see you again. Do you want to get your helmet off first? I'll let you take your helmet off. Oh, it's nice and toasty in here.
Well, yeah, they just made us sit on the grid after being in full race mode.
Yeah, safety car came out, of course, here, and then we had the red flag at the end. But a BMW battle between you and Jason.
Yeah, it was good. That's good, yeah, to be out with Jason, obviously the first time this year.
Yeah.
Since doing Kumu with him last year, but yeah, it's good.
Good to be back, right?
Yeah, mega.
Going to be a good year for you?
Yeah, it should be, yeah. Yes. We'll be doing, obviously, a bit of everything as usual.
Yeah.
And Britcar and stuff, so yeah.
Right, you go spray the sparkling water now, can't you? Let's keep on going. We do have Jason West over here. We are going to see if we can jump in very quickly with him. He's just going through, as you can see, just going through the formalities with the on-track commentator here, or the pit lane commentator here. But I'm going to see if I can just see if we can listen in, shall we?
Looking forward to race 2.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to race 2.
Great stuff. Well done, Jason. Thank you.
Jason, sorry. That's what happens when you win. You've got to do all these media duties. It's a pain, isn't it?
It's all very new.
How was it out there? Because obviously you got past Andy pretty quick.
Yeah, I think Andy ran wide into turn 1, or something happened. I don't know. It was all a bit of a blur, really, because the V8s just scream off into the distance off the start. So you just sit there going, I hope no one collects me. But no, it's good.
We are quite used to seeing BMW at the front. Of course, the red flag brought out in the end, means we didn't quite get the battle with Brian, but it's going to be a good season, isn't it? We're going to see a lot of this, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic season. The racing's really close, and they're all different cars. They all make lap time in different ways, and it's just good fun racing.
Fantastic. Right. Best of luck for tomorrow. Of course, we will see you. Congratulations as well, Jason West, getting the win in the Thunder. Right. So we've got our 3-hour Britcar Endurance Championship race coming up very shortly. So I'm going to hand back to Dave to take you through the grids.
Okay, thank you very much, Ian. So a premature end to our first race of the day there. I believe the car that was stuck down at Vale is the Ford Fiesta of Jason Rudge, number 228, that had gone off down there because he hasn't come back to the pits. So that's the reason the red flag came out. The win went to Jason West, number 76, in his BMW M3. Second was the similar machine of Brian Branson. And third for Sam Wilson. The result declared at the end of lap 6. The winning margin 1.6 seconds. Andy Robinson was fourth in his Ford Falcon. First of the Blue Oval Saloons was Mike Manning in the Sierra Cosworth RS500, fifth overall. Sixth was Jasvis Sapra. Simon Light's Capri was seventh, ahead of the number 26 of Cook. Then Wood and Eaton completing the top 10. Gavin Dunn was 11th, ahead of AJ Owen in his Civic in 12th. Then there was the battle between Jefferson, Everard and the number 91 of Oliver Owen. They finished in that order. Ian Craig's BMW CSL was behind them. Then the Jaguar winner, a very pleased Mike Seaborn, we heard from in Derek Pearce's car. He was disappointed, as we heard, that a couple of his main rivals, no James Ram, no Tom Robinson, and also no Colin Philpott. He blew the differential in his car in testing, incidentally. Completing the top 20 were Craig Owen, Sam Daffin and Guy Connew. Then behind them were Will Hunt, McGinley, Jack Robinson, Skidmore, James Dunkley 25th, Tom Lenthal, Andrew Harper, Rick Walker, Nick Rudge and Tim Morant completed the first 30 home. Well, next up is our feature race of day one, the MS UK British Endurance Championship, a 3-hour race with pit stops, some stunning cars out in this one, and down on the grid is our correspondent Matt Suckling.
Yeah, down here on the grid then for the first round of the British Endurance Championship for 2023. Welcome along. It's going to be a great day's racing to look forward to. We've got 3 hours of action ahead of us, and once again we're going to have some cars very shortly down here on the grid to hopefully walk you around and talk to some of the drivers before the race gets underway. What I might do is see if we can bring Claire Headley into the mix, because she is the lady behind the British Endurance Championship. So Claire, if you've got time, sorry. First round of the year, looking forward to this one?
Yes, it's been a long winter. But yes, very much looking forward to this round.
Yeah, and cars looking good once again. We've got a nice plethora of GT3s, GT4s, TCRs and all the rest.
That's what Britcar's about, a huge mix of cars. So yeah, very pleased with the numbers. A little bit more would have been nicer, but it's very tough out there for everybody. So yes, really pleased today.
And of course the first round, there's always a few niggles with some cars, so we've lost a few as you said, but I think it's going to be a fantastic race.
Absolutely, yeah, numbers will grow throughout the season. We're very confident. 3 hour races put a few people off, but we're an endurance brand, that's why we chose 3 hours. But yeah, I think we'll be fine for the rest of the season. We're happy.
And very quickly, the 6 hours to look forward to in Donington, that's a big thing for you.
Absolutely, I'm trying to bring the 24 hour back, as you know, so the 6 hours just sort of getting your toes back in there. So yeah, 6 hours, 22nd of July, Donington GP.
We look forward to it. I know you're a busy lady, I'll let you get on.
All right, thanks Matt.
Right, that's Claire Headley then, who's as we said, the lady behind the British Endurance Championship, doing really well to bring everything back in terms of GT racing to the UK, and of course, as she said there, with a 24-hour race as well. So let's just spin round. We're still waiting on cars at the minute, but we are hoping to have a few down here on the grid. This year we're joined by the Audi, the GT3, with Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. They're back together after racing last year in the Porsche, so they'll be with us very shortly. We're also going to have the Ferrari of John Seal and Jamie Stanley. They'll be down here as well. The Mercedes of Claude Beauvais, he'll be here very shortly. And of course, as we said there, we've got some other marks of cars to look forward to with GT4 and TCR as well. So there's lots to look forward to in terms of the whole way through the field. So at the front, they might get away and start putting their legs down, but there's going to be lots of great fights towards the rear of the field as well. The other car to look out for, which didn't qualify that well, and there's a story there which we'll hopefully get to once the race gets underway, but the Aston Martin Vulcan is down outside the top 15. So there's a little bit of a story there which we'll try and grab a little bit later on with Glebs and Stephen as well. So they're the two drivers in that one. And again, we still wait. Just to let you know, it's a fine day here at Silverstone. It hasn't really rained since this morning. We had a little bit of drizzle overnight, which made the track quite damp, but everything's now dried up, and it does mean that with the blustery wind we have here at Silverstone, it has dried things pretty nicely. So the times continue to come down in qualifying. It was only a 10-minute session for qualifying this morning, which meant they had to get out there as quick as they could to get the job done. And it was the Audi of Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton which qualified on pole. Not by a huge margin actually, it was something like 0.05 of a second. So really close in terms of the top two on the grid. So that is going to hopefully, as we said, set us up for a fantastic 3-hour race a little bit later on. The cars have now just been released from the pit lane, so you can hear, I'm sure, the roars of cars working their way around the circuit, and they will be joining us in around about two or 3 minutes time, so they're going to be with us very soon indeed. I'm just wondering if we can grab a quick word. I think Marcus Clutton is down on the pit wall, so if you want to come and join us here, we see if we can have a quick chat with Marcus, who went well last year. Marcus, can we have a quick chat? Is that right? Welcome back to the British Endurance Championship once again. I know you're a busy man with British GT and everything, but you've upgraded the car this year in this championship with the Audi.
Yeah, Peter's invested in an Audi for this season, and we only got the car a couple of weeks ago. We got it back from Rappers this week, and first test yesterday in mixed conditions, and it's going well, and this morning's going to put it on pole, so it's all good.
Yeah, not bad at all, was it? I think it was a greasy kind of start to the day, but things were improving, and it was so important to be out there at the right time in qualifying, because as we just said, just 10 minutes, you needed to be right there at the end.
Yeah, it was always going to be a case of the last lap was going to be your fastest. The track was drying every lap, and you just had to keep pressing on and push the boundaries, and Peter did that, and it was super close. It was like half a tenth for pole, so looks like we're going to have a good race today.
And you've driven many different cars. What's the Audi like to drive with Peter?
We've I like the Audi. I've driven it before, not this particular car. I've driven one before, but it's a good car. I'm not going to say it's better than my McLaren that I'm used to, but it's proven a good car at the moment.
And in terms of this race, what's the plan? Are you going to let Peter get on with it for the majority and help him out as you can?
Yeah, so the plan is the car's full of fuel, so it's likely we'll do an hour. If there's a safety car in the first hour, we'll take one of our stops. But yeah, the plan is for him to do an hour before we pit him, and we'll split the race 50-50.
and you worried about the competition alongside, because I think Claude did a fairly good job to almost equal you in qualifying.
Yeah, I think did a great job, and like I said, it looks like we've got a good race in our hands, and he's got his Pro with him as well. So the Mercs proved to be a good car last year, and I'm sure it's still good today.
Always good to talk to you, Marcus. Good luck this weekend.
Cheers, thank you very much.
There we go, Marcus Glutton, who is with the man on pole position, Peter Ursig. So they'll be joining us very shortly. As we said, it's the Mercedes alongside on the front row, and then you get a mix further back with the Ferrari, which is again a car which John Seal has raced previously, but last year he raced the Lamborghini with the British Endurance Championship. So for John, it's back to his original roots really, but Jamie Stanley is the regular alongside with him, so that's going to be one to look out for. It's going to be in the all black colours for John and Jamie on the second row of the grid. The klaxon goes, which means time is starting to run out. We still haven't got any cars here, but they are very, very shortly going to join us, and we'll give you kind of an indication of what they're looking like this year and who to look out for the race as well. As we said, a little bit further back with the Vulcan, so we'll see how that gets on and see if it makes up any progress in the early stages. But of course you can't win the race at the first corner, but you can certainly lose it, so it's all about making sure you're not going to get tangled up in any dramas as you head your way down towards that first corner. But the full use of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in use here this weekend, which is fantastic to see, and as we speak the cars now making their way onto the grid. So let's just work our way a little bit further back, because I think I can see also down there the man of Charlie Holland, so it might be a good idea to have a quick chat with Charlie as the rows towards the back of the grid now come into place, and the team personnel down here on the grid just start to wave the cars to where they should be. Hopefully they'll all find the correct spot. This was a good qualifying as well, the Audi, the BTCC machine, which qualified really well. Nice to have that in the championship this year as well. That's with Team Hard, so that pulls up onto its grid spot, which I believe is row number 3. And here's the car we've been speaking about, the number 55 Ferrari, which is John Seal and Jamie Stanley. Of course, the AMs have to start the race, so it does mean that John Seal is going to be on board for the first part of this race. And as you were just hearing there with Marcus Glutton as well, it's going to be ideally the first hour with the AMs in the car, and of course if a safety car does come our way, then it's going to be a little bit of a change of pit strategy possibly as we unfold the race. But we're looking good, and we're going to go and have a look at the Aston Martin apparently, because that's a little bit further back. So let's go and see if we can see the Vulcan on the grid, because that, as we mentioned, was a little bit further down in qualifying, which we'd normally expect it to be, which is not really good, but maybe it has some dramas through the stages of practice and qualifying. Here comes the Audi into position as well. This is the pole sitter of Peter Ursig and Marcus Glutton. So magnificent GT3 machine working its way to the grid. Here's Ed McDermott's Mercedes. This is a fantastic looking car because the colours are just renowned in motorsport, with the gold and the green, which is fantastic. And just behind that we should then see the Aston Martin Vulcan, which works its way now into position. So good news is it is on the grid, so it's here. Sounds absolutely magnificent. Just listen to the sound of that Vulcan. Amazing car, and you'll be able to hear that as the race goes on as well. So it now switches its engine off, and just trying to work out who is in the car. It should be the AM, shouldn't it? So let's just check that is the correct driver. And yeah, Glebs is in the car there, so he will be starting that one. And as we said, it will be Stephen to take over. I'll just having a look at the back of the Vulcan here with the team. Hopefully everything is okay. Just having a quick look around. So this is of course will be the first time the car's got out since qualifying. Of course it didn't do too many laps in qualifying, so this is the first chance they've had to get the car onto the circuit. So the team seem okay. I think they're now just talking to the scrutineers, because they may not be happy with the car, maybe because it's dropping something onto the circuit, which is normally frowned upon. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to see that car on the grid. And as you can now see, the countdown continues in for this first round of the British Endurance Championship. Everyone is being asked to leave the grid, so we're going to have to leave you. We're going to leave you in capable hands, because the first round of the British Endurance Championship here at Silverstone is with Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much, Matt. Yes, the car's in position on the grid for a 3-hour spectacular. In this 3-hour race, each car has to make a minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops of 140 seconds. The pit stop times governed this year by the length of the pit lane at each individual circuit. 140 seconds for the Silverstone pit lane. The pit window opens 20 minutes into the race and closes 20 minutes before the end, but no driver may do more than 60% of the race. So the balance has to be fairly even between the two drivers. A lot of these cars, as Matt was just explaining, are shared by an amateur and a professional driver, and that's the case for our pole-sitting number 9, the beautiful Audi R8 GT3. Peter Erscheg starts that car, sharing with Marcus Clutton, who we just heard from. That car run by PB Racing in conjunction with Enduro Motorsports, leading GT racing team. As the pace car moves away, we're about to get the green flag lap underway. It is a rolling start. Let's take you through the rest of the grid then. Alongside the number 9 Audi is number 19, the Blackthorn team car of Claude Beauvais and David McDonnell. Beauvais starts. We saw them in their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car last season. Second row is number 55. Good to have John Seal and Jamie Stanley back in the championship. We've seen them take a couple of wins in years gone by in a Lamborghini. Now in the Ferrari 488 Challenge, John Seal starts. And alongside him is the number 68 of Team Brit. Now we saw this driver pairing take the Britcar Trophy title in a BMW last season. They're now in a GT4 spec McLaren 570S. James Whitley starts, Chris Overend sharing with him. On the third row, the first of the Team Hard cars, it is the BTCC Audi number 34. Daryl De Leon, the former Radical champion, starts. He shares with Maurice Henry. Alongside them, number 66, the Dragon by Amigo Motorsports car. That's as in Welsh Dragon. Welshman Rhys Lloyd sharing with Max Coates, up-and-coming saloon star in the Opel Astra TCR. That's the first of the TCR category cars, Class E, as they're designated on the timing. Rhys Lloyd will take the start in that one. Row 4, number 144. It's the Ferrari of RNR Performance Cars. There are 3 drivers sharing that car. Chris Goddard starts, no relation, sharing with Charlie Hollings, the pro driver, and also Charlie Hand, who we saw come close to the trophy title in his Renault Clio last year. Quite a step up for young Charlie, the former junior saloon car champion. On row 4, alongside them is number 11, the One Motorsport McLaren GT4. David Foster starts, pro driver Adam Wilcox will take over. That's the pink McLaren. Row 5, number 12, the other One Motorsport car. That's the British Racing Green Mercedes that we saw a moment ago. Ed McDermott starts, Will Tewia will take over. Alongside them, number 87 of Sheared Motorsports. See one of their TCR cars, the TCR Audi that they're in this weekend. That's Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. Jonathan taking the start. Row 6 is number 74, SVG Motorsports Ginetta G55. Scott Simons will start. Owen Hizzy, highly rated young gun, will take over. Alongside them, the BMW M3 GT4 of WE Cox Racing. George Haynes takes the start. Dave Cox will take over. Row 7, we have the gorgeous Aston Martin Vulcan. Gleb Stepanov will start. Stephen Tompkins takes over the Venture Innovations car. Alongside number 28, the Team Hard Porsche 991. Brad Thurston starts, sharing with Adam Hatfield. Row 8 is number 60, EDF Motorsports and their familiar Cupra TCR. Ashley Woodman and former BTCC man Martin Byford. Woodman starts alongside number 108, the Brakel Engineering Mercedes GT4. Pro driver in that pairing is Tom Jackson, the reigning champion. Was in a GT3 Mercedes last season, but it's Amir Naran, his co-driver, who starts. Number 16 is next to the JW Bird TCR Golf. Tony Prendergast starts, sharing with Kieran Griffin, alongside number 50 of MKH Racing. That's the Aston Martin GT4 of Peter Montague and Stuart Hall. The final row, number 63, the T4 Motorsports Cupra TCR, and number 21 from the Venture Innovations team, their Aston GT4. That is your grid then for 3 hours of British Endurance Championship racing here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. A fine sight they make as they head up towards the red lights for the rolling starts. There's the number 21 car at the back. Again, not the Aston Martin, apologies there, as the red lights go out now and we're racing at Silverstone. British Endurance Championship for 2023 is underway. Peter Erscheg, together with Claude Beauvais, into the first corner at Copse. They head up towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time. Great to see the TCR Opel Astra well up there in the overall classification at the moment. Good to see Team Brit in the full British Endurance Championship this year with their McLaren as well. Oh, the Astra has gone wide on the run into Beckett's there. Reece Lloyd, the Welshman, goes over the tarmac runoff area, loses a couple of spots. He's got Chris Goddard behind him, and now in the blue Ferrari. And the leader's heading down the Hanger straight for the first time. It is Peter Erscheg in that beautiful Audi R8 GT3 who leads. Claude Beauvais giving chase in the Mercedes. They're clear of John Seal in the black Ferrari up there in third position already. Gleb Stepanovs, the Latvian, is making his way up the order in the Aston Martin. You can see a little bit of fluid leaking there, though, unfortunately, from the Aston Martin Vulcan. That's what the scrutineers were a bit concerned about on the grid. They've agreed to let it run and see how it goes, but I hope that isn't going to turn into a major problem for the Aston Vulcan. A stunning looking car it is. Second season we've seen that car up for Venture Innovations. The lead battle heads into Abbey Curve, with Peter Erscheg defending the lead. Raced a Porsche 911 last season with regular driving partner Marcus Clutton as they head around on this opening lap. Right at the back of the field was the one of the GT4 cars there. Yes, that's the Venture Innovations Mercedes. Neville Jones at the wheel of that car, sharing with Chris Jones and Matt George in this race. They were down as having switched to an Aston Martin GT4 for this race, but it is, as we see, the Mercedes that they are at the wheel of as the leaders head down the Wellington Straight for the first time towards the left-hander at Brooklands, and Claude Beauvais having a look. He nearly clipped the back of Peter Erscheg there. This is a 3-hour endurance race, gentlemen, not a 10-minute sprint. Let's take it easy possibly in the early stages, but it is clearly first day back, and they're eager to get some good racing on. The Audi thunders through to complete lap number 1, half a second in it between the two GT3 spec cars at the front in Class A. It's the Class B Ferrari, the only Class B car we've got here today. That's the Challenge class car, the Ferrari 488 Challenge. We had hoped to see Blackthorn into their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car with Lee Davey Martin and Jamie Unwin driving today, but they're not out, unfortunately. Fight for third is between John Seal at the moment. So Stepanovs brings the Aston up into fourth place. The Vulcan gets ahead of James Whitley, the British Paralympic skier, at the wheel of the McLaren 570S GT4, the familiar purple of Team Brit, the team that helps those drivers with physical and mental handicaps to overcome them through motor racing. They've done a wonderful amount of work. Of course, Team Brit now have a pairing in the British GT Championship, Bobby Trundley and Aaron Morgan, aiming to become the first all-disabled team to race at the Le Mans 24 Hours one day. Two leaders in the GT3 cars have gone clear. John Seal holding off Gleb Stepanovs. Then we've got James Whitley. Chris Goddard's Ferrari is 6th. That's in Class C. Behind him is that Audi XBTCC A4, driven by Daryl De Leon, the ex-Radical sports car star. Battle for third heads into Abbey. The leaders some 7 seconds up the road already. We're only on the second lap. It's class battles we need to look out for in this one. Seal leads Class B. Whitley leads Class D. It's the Audi leading Class C. That may change because the Ferrari has now come through. Yes, that I think has taken the lead in Class C. We'll pick that up at the end of the lap, and a change for the lead because the Mercedes has gone through. Claude Beauvais down the Wellington Straight has taken up the running. Pit window, don't forget, opens 20 minutes into this race and closes 20 minutes before the end. You have to make 2 mandatory pit stops in that time. Over the line they go to complete the second lap. Still just half a second in it between these two GT3 machines. Beauvais from Erscheg. Long gap back to third place. Who's going to come through in third? It should be the Ferrari of John Seal. No, it's the Aston Vulcan. So Stepanovs is up to third. He's gained 3 places on that last lap. They're already 13 seconds down on the 2 leaders. There's still that little bit of fluid coming out the back of the car of Stepanovs. Racing them it is Seal. Then it's Whitley in the Team Brits McLaren leading Class D. The TCR class, Class E, is led by Reece Lloyd, although the team manager of that car has been called to race control. According to the timing screen, we know not why. The Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports Astra, currently running in 8th place. Class D Invitation is being led by the Foster and Wilcox McLaren. That's the number 11 car of One Motorsport. David Foster sharing with pro driver Adam Wilcox. That's the pink car coming down the Hanger Straight now. His teammate, the Mercedes, behind it, and then the number 87, the second of the TCR class cars. That's the second generation Audi RS3. It's a stunning looking car, that one. Driven by the regular pairing of Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. Jonathan Beeson currently at the wheel, attacking the number 12 Ed McDermott in the Mercedes. Through the club complex at the end of the Vale. Next in the order is the Porsche. It's the Thurston and Hatfield car by the look of it. Yes, they've got ahead of the number 74 of Scott Simons in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta, shared with Owen Hizzy, very quick driver, as he showed many times in the Britcar Trophy category over the years in his SVG Motorsport Ginetta, shared with Mark Lee last season. It's the pack strung out as they head down the Hamilton Straight into Abbey. See the amount of construction that has gone on in recent couple of years here at Silverstone, proving the home of British motorsport all the time. Here's this battle for the lower reaches of the top 10, the 2-1 Motorsports entries. There's Rhys Lloyd giving chase to the ex-BTCC Audi driven by Daryl De Leon. He's got Chris Goddard's Ferrari in their sides. Chris Goddard has raced a whole variety of Ferraris over the years. He's been in a Dino 308 GT4, Classic 355 as well in Pirelli Ferrari Formula Classic, run by the Ferrari Owners Club of Great Britain. Number 12 Mercedes, they're up into 9th place now with Ed McDermott. There's the number 60 Cupra TCR of Ash Woodman. 16 trying to make a move there. That's the Golf of Tony Prendergast, the JW Bird Motorsport Group machine. There's a car to watch later on. The Mercedes there on the left of the screen, driven at the moment by Amir Naran. But Tom Jackson, professional driver, won the British Endurance title last year, sharing with Wayne Mars in their Mercedes. In the GT3 category, we'll take over that car later on. The two leaders are over 16 seconds clear now. We see some of the runners further back come through. The very tidy looking Cupra there, number 63 Warren Sibaras, sharing with Max Hart, TCR UK star over the last couple of years. He'll be worth watching when he takes over the T4 Motorsports Cupra TCR. Just been told by Race Control, car 66, that's the Astra of Rhys Lloyd, has been given a drive-through penalty for a false start. That's the reason the team manager was called to Race Control. Car 66, drive-through penalty for a false start. So he's going to have to drive through the pit lane. He's presumably out of position at the start. As here comes your leader, Claude Beauvais. It's the gap this time, 1.8 second. He's pulled away from Peter Erscheg. Up towards Beckett's they come. They're well clear of the rest of the field already. It's 18 seconds up on Gleb Stepanov's now in third place in the Aston Vulcan. Then we've got John Seale's Ferrari in fourth. He's a further 6 3/4 seconds back. James Whitney is in fifth position, the Paralympic skier in the team Brit McLaren. He's running well. Leading Class D. Class B is led by Seale. Class C is being headed by Chris Goddard. He's got ahead of Daryl De Leon. There's only 1.5 seconds between those two. Class E is led by Rhys Lloyd, but he'll be coming into the pits. There's the Astra at the back of this group. So that will hand the TCR class lead. Class E to Jonathan Beeson in the Audi. Class D Invitation. The cars of Class D spec that don't fully comply to the class regulations. It normally, I think, means they're running on different tyres. We haven't had confirmation of that. Ed McDermott's leading that. The 2-1 Motorsport cars are in that category. And Class G for Ginetta G55s. One entry in that class, that's Scott Simons, and he's in 14th place. Unusual to see a Ferrari in blue. That's the 458 Challenge with Chris Goddard on board. It's always raced under those colours, the blue with the Italian tricolore. And I believe we can hand down to Matt Suckling in pit lane in just a moment. He's got some news for us.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane, Dave, with Stephen Tompkins, who is with the Aston Martin Vulcan once again this year. First off, Stephen, what happened in qualifying? Because you were down on the grid, weren't you?
Yeah, a couple of things. Primarily wrong tyres. It wasn't quite ready for slick tyres with those greasy conditions, but wet tyres would have gone off too quickly. So we went and chose the slick tyres and just didn't capitalise on it. And also for personal reasons, obviously Gleb hadn't had much running, so it was all discovery time in slippery conditions. So it was wrong tyres on the conditions. So there was more to come in Gleb, and there was more, it was just.
He's doing a fantastic job, though, isn't he? He's right up there again.
Well, exactly. He knows what he was capable of. It was, and I just driven the car before him on the slicks, and it was doable. But around the back of the circuit, it was just snapping. It didn't help. Obviously, our co-card fallen off, and that then, because obviously Gleb knew they were on slicks, so he was then in the back of his mind, is that going to be a bit of an issue for him? But no, he knows what he's capable of, and that's what we've spoken about. It's just get back and get up to the speeds that you're capable of, and that's exactly. So he's passed everybody he kind of needs to. Now he's just got to get on, get the times down to something that he can do.
And in terms of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, has this been a happy hunting ground for you over recent years?
Yeah, we had a good time last year. Very much so. So yeah, and obviously Gleb knows it. So really looking forward to the Brands Hatch in the Vulcan.
That's going to be different, isn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah, I mean we both love Brands. It's great, but it's going to be very different in the Vulcan. It's going to be quick. Very exciting. So thankfully it's only 2 hours.
Well, for today you can stretch your legs on the Grand Prix circuit. Yeah. I know you're going to be intently watching the screen because you want to see that gap come down to the top two, don't you?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, wouldn't that be perfect? Yeah, that's the aim. It's just we now need to just close the gap on the front. But the guys at 1 and 2 are very strong. So, but you just got to keep plodding away, doing the good times, and just keep going at it. And he's capable, and he's just getting more and more times. 6 months, and he hasn't. This is the first time he's been back in the car today. So that was in pretty much qualifying. So yeah, his time's going to come quicker.
Stephen, Stephen, thanks for your time. Good luck for your stint as well.
All right, yeah, thank you. Cheers.
There we go, Dave. Back to you.
Yes, thanks, Matt. Good to hear from Stephen Tompkins, who will take over from Gleb Stepanovs at the wheel of this stunning Aston Martin Vulcan, just heading out of Brooklands into the double right-hander at Luffield towards the end of its 6th lap. We'll see what the gap is to the two leaders. 3.7 seconds is now the gap between Claude Beauvais and Peter Erscheg. They've completed 6 laps. The pit window opens in around 7 minutes from now. So will we see any early stoppers? We will wait and see. Don't forget, no single driver can do more than 60% of the race distance in one car. There you can see that the lead gap has opened up somewhat. The Mercedes AMG GT3 pulling away in the hands of Claude Beauvais, who was the Class B champion in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo last year, along with pro driver David McDonald. Peter Erscheg has honed his skills in Porsches over the last couple of years, hanging on to second. Up the Vale and into the club complex. In the British Grand Prix, this would be the end of the lap. Well clear now to the tune of nearly 20 seconds of Stepanovs. They're all in the same class. There's one of the TCR cars that has been lapped. That's the 63 of Warren Siveras in his Cupra TCR, sharing with Max Hart, a very quick racer indeed. Max Hart, he's proved in the TCR UK Championship over the last few years. Erscheg's a little bit wide there, going through the left-hander at the loop. And then it's up to the Wellington straight. There goes the number 21 Mercedes. That's Neville Jones. Neville and Chris Jones sharing with Matt George. One of a couple of cars with 3 drivers sharing is this race, the other one being the blue Ferrari. That Mercedes currently running 19th, almost a lap behind the leaders. Now here is Reece Lloyd in the number 66. Has he been into the pits yet to serve that penalty? Yes, he has. So he's been in for his drive-through. Checking on the timing screen there, that's dropped him down to 13th place as Scott Simons makes a move on the VW Golf TCR. It's Tony Prendergast side by side along the Vale. There's a good battle between Lloyd and the Porsche going on ahead of them there. The Porsche 991 being driven by Brad Thurston back in green machine. Then behind is Prendergast Simons, and behind them the number 50 Aston Martin, Peter Montague, sharing with the experienced Stuart Hall, the MKH Racing Aston Martin GT4. Then behind them we've got Amir Naran in the Brakel Racing Mercedes AMG GT4. James Brakel, successful sports car racer, running that car. And then we've got the BMW GT4, the Haynes and Cox car, George Haynes at the wheel of that one at the moment. Scott Simons having a good scrap here with Peter Montague. Saw a couple of class victories for that Aston Martin GT4 in Class D last season. It was the Mercedes AMG GT3 of Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars, the regular Ferrari racer, who took the title on that occasion. Simon's still fighting it out here at the wheel of the Ginetta G55. Wonder if we'll see Wayne Mars back later in the year, the fruit and vegetable businessman. Will he concentrate on his Ferraris this year? Flashing the lights there, Peter Montague, he wants to come on by as they go into Copse Corner, but Scott Simons not letting him through in the G55. They are fighting for position, so the Ginetta is not lap traffic here. Position are they battling for? 15th place at the moment, these two. Yes, last year it was the number 50 car that took the Class D title by just a few points over the Team Hard Ginetta. These two are different classes this year, of course. It's a dedicated class for Ginetta G55s. The overall championship was just 2 points. Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson in the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes GT3 beats the blue Ferrari of Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings by just a couple of points. TCR class went to Alex Day and Will Foster's Cupra. They're not out in this race. Mentioned in Class B, Beauvais and McDonald took the title last year in that division. Still the fight goes on. Has Montague got the move done there into club? Yes, he has. Peter Montague in the Aston shared with Stuart Hall moves up into 15th position. There's Naran behind them in the Mercedes, and here is Chris Goddard, chased by James Whitley at the wheel of the McLaren. Ferrari against McLaren, a battle scene in motorsport for many decades in many different categories. This is for 5th position at the moment. Meantime, this battle further back down the order is for 14th, I think now. No, for 13th, sorry. Prendergast ahead of the Porsche of Thurston. Team Hard car looking to make a move. Team Hard also running the Audi BTCC car. Team Hard with their fingers in many motorsporting pies from British... Oh, and problems for the Team Brit McLaren. That's come to a stop. I think that's at Beckett's. James Whitley has stopped. Now, is that as a result of a spin, or has the car let him down? The yellow flags are out, so no overtaking. If he can't get that car started, that could be a safety car. And it could be a safety car just as the pit window opens, because there's only just over a minute until that point. What has happened for James Whitley? Marshall in attendance, trying to get the car going again. Is he doing a Control-Alt-Delete to try and restart the car? He was in 6th position, just behind Chris Goddard. What's going to happen here? Is the Marshal signalling for assistance, or is James Whitley going to get going again? Sharing with Chris Overend. No, the McLaren could be our first retirement, sadly. That's a great shame for Team Brit, the pairing that won the Britcar Trophy Championship in their BMW last year. See the two trophy races, 50-minute pit stop races out tomorrow. Be an interesting one, that will, because those races only have a 10-minute pit window this year. So Beauvais leads from Ersheg still by nearly 5 seconds. Stepanovs is third. He's having a rather lonely race in the Aston Martin at the moment. He's just over 20 seconds behind Peter Ersheg, and the same margin pretty much ahead of John Seale's Ferrari. There's the Audi in 2nd place, the R8 GT3. So through to 6th has come Daryl De Leon in the Audi BTCC A4. There's the Vulcan coming up to lap the GT4 BMW of George Haynes. The demise of the McLaren. Who's going to take the lead of Class D? I think that's going to be Peter Montague, further back in his Aston Martin, who's going to take the lead of that category, the GT4 class. There's John Seale's Ferrari coming through club. Veteran sports car racer now in his 70s. Seen him in Lamborghinis in recent years, as well as in the Ferrari Challenge UK. Here's a battle between Peter Montague, and he's now on the tail of the Porsche of Brad Thurston. Wait to see if James Whitley's able to get the McLaren for Team Brit going again as the leader completes his 10th lap. Pit window now should be open. We've only had one pit caller so far. That was that drive-through penalty for Reece Lloyd's Opel Astra TCR. He's still third in the TCR category. That's being led by Jonathan Beeson's Audi. Second in that class is Ash Woodman, number 60. Sharing with Martin Byford, the ex-British touring car racer a few years ago in the EDF Motorsports Cupra TCR. The leader flashes his lights to let the back markers know he's there. Peter Montague moves aside. Down towards the ultra-fast right-hander at Stowe Corner. Dives past the Porsche of Thurston as well. Good controlled drive in the Blackthorn Mercedes GT3 by Claude Beauvais so far. Still Class A cars, the GT3 spec machines that's run at 1, 2 and 3 overall. Blackthorn, I believe, have got a second Mercedes AMG GT3 for this year. Appeared on the entry list with Andy Stokoe's name listed, but just the one car on track. See numbers rise, I'm sure, as the season goes on. Here's the battle between Reece Lloyd and the number 11, that's David Foster in One Motorsports McLaren GT4. They're chasing after Ash Woodman. This could become a battle soon for second place in the TCR category. There is Chris Goddard. He leads Class C in 5th position overall. In through the right-hander at Stowe. Days when this circuit was an almost completely flat-out blast. That was the point on the circuit, of course, where Nigel Mansell famously took the lead with a couple of laps to go from his Williams teammate Nelson Piquet in 1987. There is the Audi BTCC car now in 6th position. I believe that's one of the Audis run by Rob Austin a few years ago. Best known campaigner an A4 in that era of the BTCC. We saw Will Bratt race them as well, among others. Peter Ersheg still in second place. He's 8 seconds down now on Claude Beauvais. Beauvais got the fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 4.49. It's about 4 tenths quicker than Peter Ersheg has managed. They're both over a second a lap quicker than Gleb Stepanov's in the Aston Vulcan. Here's the battle further down the order for 13th place. Thurston ahead of Montague. Behind them, Scott Simons in the Ginetta. The inside goes Montague into club. Has he got the move done? He has. Good move by the Aston Martin pilot on the Porsche. 11 laps completed by our leader now. There's that Audi A4 touring car. Showing the variety which makes the MS UK British Endurance Championship what it is. See numbers rise across the season, as we heard from Claire Headley before the start of the race. They have a 6-hour race this year in the summer at Donington Park. They're trying to resurrect the 24-hour race as well, which was so well known here at Silverstone for a number of years. attracted an international field of GT cars. Some of you may remember even Top Gear competed on one occasion in a BMW diesel saloon. That car can now be seen at the Top Gear display at the National Motor Museum in Hampshire. There's John Seal in his Ferrari, a menacing looking car that is, the 488 Challenge. You'll have that car over to pro driver Jamie Stanley. They're currently in 4th position, leading Class B. The only car in Class B, unfortunately, because we didn't see the Blackthorn Lamborghini out. Slightly overcast conditions, certainly very blustery here at Silverstone today. And they were saying earlier on it could be wet racing tomorrow. Well, it's such a long circuit, and Silverstone, we all know, does have its own microclimates. And with the length of the Grand Prix layout, we could have a different type of weather on every corner tomorrow, if I know Silverstone. No pit callers as of yet. They go towards Maggots and Beckett once again. There's the GT4 spec BMW. Century Motorsports, if I remember correctly, who was best known for running BMWs in British GT. That car currently in 17th place, being driven by George Haynes. That's the W.E. Cox run machine. Dave Cox will be his co-driver. They've got the number 21 Mercedes behind them. There could be a battle developing here for 17th. They're about to be lapped by Chris Goddard in his Ferrari. Oh, John Seal has stopped. John Seal has come to a halt in the Ferrari. 4th place gone. Now, where is that? He's moving off again. I think that's coming onto the Hanger straight. I don't know what the problem is. Seems to come to a halt against the barrier. He's got the hazard lights on. He was 4th, but he won't be now. Meantime, a couple of Aston Martins. There's Peter Montague in the GT4, about to be lapped by Gleb's Stepanovs in that such an awesome looking car, the Vulcan, almost shark-like as it heads through Copse Corner. More recently, Aston Martin have launched the incredible Valkyrie super hypercar. Could always call it a super hypercar. Very extreme track focus machine. Seal limping the Ferrari back towards the pits, and whoops, up on the curb there, Reece Lloyd as he battles it out with one of his TCR rivals. That's Ash Woodman there, fighting for 2nd place in class and 9th overall. Well, it'll be 8th overall because they've just got past John Seal. I think the 2 TCRs were squeezed a little bit there for room, trying to get into club, and Reece Lloyd was forced up over the curb. So Seal will head pitwards this time. There's Goddard, there's Peter Erscheg. He's got the gap down a little. He's just over 5 seconds behind Claude Beauvais last time through. There's the Mercedes. Still setting the pace. Took the lead on Wellington Straight a couple of laps in. It's just held his advantage ever since, but it has come down. Yes, Peter Erscheg's last lap was a couple of seconds quicker than Claude Beauvais. Sky darkening. Is the weather taking a turn for the worst here at Silverstone, I wonder? The gap closes again. Erscheg closing just over a second. And we can head down to Blackthorn Racing in the pits. He's with David McDonald.
Yeah, down here with David McDonald, who is the teammate to Claude, who is out there in the lead of the race at the minute. David, good start, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, really good start. I mean, it's Claude's first race in a GT3, and yeah, I mean, qualifying went really well to be P2, who's only half a tenth off pole position, so that was yeah, very impressive, and yeah, great start. Kept his cool at the start, and yeah, got past Peter quite quickly, and he's pulled away. So yeah, it's perfect so far.
It was a nice battle to start, wasn't it? The Audi and the Mercedes battle at the first few laps.
Yeah, they seem really closely matched on pace, but thankfully now Claude's pulled up a little bit of advantage and making a bigger gap, which makes it a bit easier for me when I jump in.
You want it as easy as possible, do you?
Yeah, a nice easy race, yeah. No drama, not too much excitement.
Just looking at the gap, I think it was about 7 seconds. I think it's slightly come down, but I think Claude is just managing to manage that, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of maintained at the moment, which is good. You know, it's got, I think, yeah, 7 seconds, as you say, and that's nice when I jump in. But I've just seen it starting to spit a little bit, so hopefully the rain doesn't come.
It's one of those March days here at Silverstone, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You never know what you're going to get, because coming into this week, I thought it was going to be a wet race, so for it to be dry is a bit of a surprise.
And you said it was Claude's first time in a GT3 car. How much testing practice has he had prior to this?
We went to Portugal, started here to Portimao. We did a few days there testing, which was very productive. And but after that, we did a couple of days testing here this week. But apart from that, that's it. So not a huge amount. So he's doing a really good job.
And in terms of your stint, what are you going to do? 1 or 2 stints? How long for?
Plan is to. I was judging by the weather and how happy with the race, but it'll be, yeah, 1 stint, I think.
And he's doing well at the minute. David, good luck for your stint as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Matt, and good to hear from David McDonald. I thought I could see a couple of spots of rain in the air there. Let's hope we're not going to have a cloudburst here at Silverstone. We've had a couple of pit callers further down the order. One of them is John Seal, problems with the Ferrari. Hopefully we can find out what the issue is there. Also, the TCR Cooper of Warren Siberus has come in, so Max Hart is going to take over that car. There's the leader, slapping the number 12, the GT4 spec Mercedes AMG. Ed McDermott goes a lap down. Lovely colour scheme on that car, the British Racing green and gold. There's Peter Ersheg in behind. The gap is definitely coming down because Ersheg has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 2:03.98. First man into the 2 minutes 3 seconds brackets, and he's got the gap down to less than 4 seconds now. He is going after Claude Beauvais. Meantime, we see the TCR car of Siberus and Hart being serviced in the pit lane, the Cupra. Got the T4 Motorsport. It'll be Max Hart getting in that machine. I assume so anyway. We'll try and get notification of which driver is in the car when it leaves the pits if we can. Door is closed. Peter Ersheg continuing to hunt down our race leader. So they have to conform to the minimum pit stop time of 140 seconds. It's all based on the length of the pit lane at each circuit, so what pit stop time you serve this season. Sun tries to burn through the clouds again, and now the leaders are almost together. Look at this as they come towards Woodcut. Beauvais, whether he was unsettled by those few drops of rain, we saw the wipers going on the Mercedes. There we see down the straights. But Peter Ersheg is getting ready to make a move for the lead of the race in the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3. A gap less than a second now between the two of them. It's carving into Claude Beauvais' lead that at one stage was up to 8 seconds. Through Beckett's they go. Whether he was unsettled by the rain or whether it's just a push for the lead by Peter Ersheg to gain an advantage before the pit stops begin. Speaking of pit stops, the number 21 car has come in. That's the Jones and George Mercedes AMG GT4 in Class D. Ferrari still in the pits of John Seal being worked on, and the Team Brit McLaren has not rejoined, so unfortunately it looks like that car is out of the race. That's a great shame for Team Brit on there. That crew's debut in the MS UK British Endurance Championship, the Trophy Champions. Ersheg another new fastest lap last time through, 2:03.356 compared to a 2:04.49 from Claude Beauvais. The gap continues to come down. Stepanov's in third, it's Goddard's Ferrari fourth. Daryl De Leon in the Audi BTCC car in 5th position. 6th is the TCR class leader, Jonathan Beeson, with his Audi RS3 TCR. Ed McDermott is 7th. He now leads the Invitation Class D. 8th is Ash Woodman. 9th, Reece Lloyd. We saw them battling earlier on. And 10th, it's Tony Prendergast in the TCR Volkswagen Golf. Leaders through Luffield, and Peter Erschek hasn't got close enough to make a move yet. Coming up to complete lap number 17, Peter Montague has come in the number 50 Aston Martin to hand over to Stuart Hall. There we see it in pit lane. The lead gap comes down just a little again. They're both in the 205s that time through. Brad Thurston's come in the Porsche. Adam Hatfield is going to take over that car. I remember Adam racing a few years ago in an ex-BTCC Toyota Avensis run by Team Hard. See what he can do in the Porsche today. Leaders rumble their way onto the Hangar Straight. The Mercedes AMG GT3 really is an impressive sounding car. They've lapped everybody now up to 6th place by the look of things. And we see the Audi TCR car in the background. When you consider the length of this circuit, that's a pretty impressive achievement already in this race to have lapped so far up the order. There's the number 108 car. That's still Amir Naran at the wheel of that car. That's machine will fly the GT4 Audi when Tom Jackson, the professional driver, the reigning British Endurance champion, is on board. The Jones and George Mercedes, it's the Venture Innovations car, has rejoined. Teammate to Stepanovs and Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan. That's now nearly 40 seconds down on Peter Erschek as the two GT3s continue to dominate proceedings in front. There's the number 34 of Daryl De Leon. Second in Class C, 5th overall. Bit of a bounce there as it comes through Brooklands. Great to see so many both new teams and returning cars from last season. So there goes Goddard through Copse Corner. Vastly experienced Ferrari racer, pro driver Charlie Hollings, his regular co-driver, and they're joined by Charlie Hammond today. I'll be interested to see how he goes in the Ferrari. Bit of news coming in from race control. The 66 car having a troubled race. Reece Lloyd has now got a black and white flag. The driving standards flag, that is. That's a warning for exceeding track limits. I can tell you, unfortunately, car 55, the Ferrari of John Seal and Jamie Stanley, is out. Power steering has failed on the 488 challenge, so they have decided to retire the car. That's a real shame on John Seal and Jamie Stanley's return to the British Endurance Championship today. Now, car 68, that's the Team Brit McLaren, that has been recovered back into the pits. If they can repair whatever the problem is. We don't know what the problem is, but hopefully Team Brit can get that car back out. There'll be a lot of laps down, of course, but it's worth them rejoining to get some laps in. Two hours, 20 minutes of this race still to go. None of the leaders have yet made a pit stop. Adam Hatfield and Stuart Hall have taken over their respective cars. They're rejoining. Here's a nice little battle, and that's the leaders together in the middle of it. They were lapping the two Team Hard cars there. That's Adam Hatfield, who's just rejoined in the Porsche ahead of Daryl De Leon's Audi. And the leaders had to negotiate them there at the infield loop. They head down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. Nose to tail, they're almost only a couple of car lengths in it as they head out towards Woodcote. Now, is Peter Erschek going to get a good exit here from Woodcote? Can he get into the slipstream as they come down the straight this time on Claude Beauvais in the sunshine here at Silverstone? Here they come towards Copse. Is he going to be close enough this time? I don't think he is. towards Beckett's for the 20th time in this 3-hour race. And the Mercedes has held its lead. Claude Beauvais up front. Peter Erscheg tucked in second place. Peter Erscheg is loving this wheel of his new acquisition for this year, the Audi R8 GT3. They were less than half a second apart at the end of the last lap. Down towards Stowe Corner they come. They won't be close enough this time. Swing their way into the long, fast right-hander. An intimidating corner, that one. And it's up the Vale. It's undulating straight towards the complex at Club. Left than this long right-hander. They're coming up to lap Chris Goddard, so they've lapped everybody up to 4th place now. There's the Audi in 5th. We know Porsche has been into the pits, so that's a couple of laps behind. So 5 drivers have made their first mandatory stop. The 50 Aston Martin, the 28 Porsche, the 21 Mercedes, the 63 Cupra TCR, the 55 Ferrari, of course, that was to retire, sadly. Well, Reece Lloyd, the other pit caller in the Astra, that was for a penalty. There go the leaders into the Wellington Straights. And let's hope Chris Goddard isn't going to get in the way here. He shouldn't do. He's got a lot of experience, the Ferrari man. He gets the blue flag from the marshals just to warn him that the leaders are there. Through the left rather at Brooklands, then into the right at Luffield. Peter Erscheg again getting ready to attack. He's right under the rear wing almost there of the Mercedes briefly as they came through the second part of Luffield onto the right flick of Woodcut, and Claude Beauvais flashing the headlamps saying get out of the way to Chris Goddard. I'm under attack for the lead. Over the line they go. They are nose to tail now. Goddard I thought was going to move aside at Copse. He doesn't. He's been shown the blue flag. He needs to move aside and let the leaders through here. Is Peter Erscheg ready to make a move? Is he going to go through on the run to Beckett's? He's done it! Excellent from Peter Erscheg. On the flick at Maggots there into the Beckett's complex, he's taken the lead. Chris Goddard just may have impeded Claude Beauvais slightly there. And now Peter Erscheg is into the lead. Claude Beauvais will not be too happy there, but he's got plenty of time to recover. Further back, Daryl De Leon has brought the Audi into the pits. He will hand over to Maurice Henry. David Foster's in as well in the number 11, the pink McLaren. Adam Wilcox is going to take over, the long-time GT racer. Watch his pace at the wheel of that McLaren. Here come your leaders. Erscheg now in front in the Audi. The PB racing car, run in association with Enduro Motorsports. Peter Erscheg's already done the fastest lap of the race. Gleb Stepanovs has come in with the Aston Vulcan. Stephen Tompkins will take over. The latest pit caller coming in. Stephen Tompkins will head out in just a moment. First of 3 mandatory pit stops, not 2, apologies there. So there will be 3 mandatory pit stops. Some of the teams have already outlined who will drive in which stint. The number 21 has done so. Car 68, we've just been told, has got going again. The Team Brits McLaren. It was an electrical problem that stopped James Whitley. They've got that back out there. Some, looking down the timing screen, some 13 laps in arrears. Beauvais dealing with one of the TCR cars there, the number 63 of Warren Siverus and Max Hart. Max Hart will certainly be a trump card in that machine, the Irishman. There's the Vulcan in pit lane. like everything is okay there for the Venture Innovations team. Car is pushed back and away it goes. Stephen Tompkins will try and close up on our 2 leaders once everybody has cycled through their first mandatory stop. BMW has come in, George Haynes and David Cox. There's Tony Prendergast, his Golf currently running in 10th position, sharing with Kieran Griffin. That now heads for the pit lane. They were running 4th in class. And there is the Team Brits McLaren. I believe it's James Whitley still on board that machine. 22 laps now completed by our 2 leaders. Here they come into Copse, in between the 2 of them, number 11 McLaren of David Foster. Gap last time through was just over 1.25 seconds between the 2. Up to 3rd now is Chris Goddard's Ferrari. He has yet to stop. Through to 4th will be Jonathan Beeson in the Audi TCR. He's yet to stop. The other cars that have not come in, Ed McDermott, Ash Woodman, and also the Mercedes of Amir Naran has yet to make its first of 3 stops. Scott Simons in the pit lane in the Ginetta G55, sharing with the very rapid Owen Hizzy. Goes the fuel. There's the number 12, that's the leader of Class D Invitation, that's Ed McDermott. Lovely looking Mercedes GT4. Reece Lloyd has brought the Astra TCR in for its second pit visit of the race, and its first mandatory stop. There is the Vulcan back out on track. Still that's a little bit of smoke from the back. That's we think is a little bit of a fluid leak, and if I'm honest, it may look a little bit worse there as he goes towards Beckett's. Tompkins has rejoined on the timing screen in 8th place. 2 leaders are together again. Bove only 0.65 of a second behind McDonald, behind Ersheg rather, last time through. Ginetta still in the pit lane. A couple of cars that have hit problems so far, James Whitley and John Seal. We know John Seal's Ferrari is sadly out of the race. We saw the SVG Motorsport Ginetta in pit lane a moment ago, and one of our intrepid pit reporters is down in the SVG pit at the moment.
The temperature is quite nice, so you can keep the tyres on. Bit of a challenge still. I mean, first time ever driving a real drive race car, and first time Ginetta driving it yesterday, so I had a fair bit to learn, but really strong race, and so far we're where we want to be, so let's fingers crossed, let's keep it that way.
It's a bit of a steep learning curve then for you guys, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, I only I only got enough funds to race last week, so I got the drive last week, so we haven't had any time to prepare anything, so yeah, I think so far it's gone as best as we can do it, really. I'm really happy at the moment.
Oh, Owen's just gone out now, has he? What's the strategy? Are you back out again?
Yeah, so yeah, Owen's going out for another 45 minutes and I'll go back in and then swap again with Owen again. But Owen's been in the car a lot more than me, so we should set some really good lap times now. So
what do you do now? Do you just chill out for 45 minutes, or do the team grab you and go, right, let's go through data?
I probably will go for some data, definitely cool off a bit, have some fluids and that, and get ready again, really, because it does get really hot in that Ginetta. So
Scott, best of luck for your second
Thank you very
stint.
much.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Dave.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so in Hizzy, now on board the SVG Motorsports Ginetta. We see him heading through Beckett's. Graduated from the Junior Saloon Car Championship into Ginetta Sports Cars. Been with them for several years now. Very talented young racer is Owen. Saw him a regular winner in the trophy category last year, sharing with Mark Lee. Mentioned that the heat generated in these cars, and I have to say, at Croft a couple of years ago, I was lucky enough to passenger in a GT3 car for just a couple of laps, and it was certainly very hot there. Never mind that, because look at this, a battle for the lead going into Stowe. Claude Beauvais had a brief lunge there up the inside of the right-hander, but Peter Erscheg able to hold him off. The battle is well and truly joined between these two for the lead. I wonder if they'll make their pit stops together as well, and we can head meanwhile back down into pit lane where Ian Waterhouse is talking to Reece Lloyd.
Welcome back to the garages. I'm now joined by Reece Lloyd. He's just done his stint out there. Now, Reece, we've got to touch on, you had to do a drive-through penalty, didn't you, for, was it a jump start?
I'm not really sure. I think it was out of position, possibly.
Right.
I think that's what the guy said. It was the car was too far to the right. Okay. Problem was, the car was quite big in front of me. I couldn't see the lights. Yeah. So I had to kind of keep the right, but obviously. They deemed it.
Listen, Fernando Alonso did it. Hey, you're sitting in good company there.
No, it was frustrating because we were up the road a bit as well. You know, we kind of out of the way a bit, and then obviously we had a penalty. Yeah, 3-hour race.
A lot can still happen.
Good rain. Good rain.
You've got Max out now as well. What's the strategy then? Are you back out?
Yeah, so Max will go out now. I'll jump back in, and then Max will finish, unless something untoward happens.
Nothing will.
Nothing ever does. It's not always straightforward, you know.
The Welsh Dragon here, Reece Lloyd. Dave, back to you.
Yeah, it's not the happiest of races so far for the Welsh Dragon, but now Max Coates, very talented racer in Renault Clios, among other things, is at the wheel of the Opel Astra TCR. It's currently running in 10th place, third in class, with ample opportunity to recover. The two leaders still together. We saw while we were down in the pits there, Claude Beauvais ran a little bit too deep into Luffield while he tried to have a stab at taking the lead. Was on the tail of the number 9 of Peter Erscheg. Nose to tail now. Can he get in the slipstream here down the Hanger Straight? He goes to the inside. This is Claude Beauvais' opportunity, but no, again you see the Audi is quicker down the straight, down in a straight line. Has Claude Beauvais slowed up there? I thought he was slowing for a moment, momentarily there as the briefly went out of shot. No, he seems to be okay. Seems like the Audi is stronger under braking almost. As the other Merc there, the GT4 of Amir Naran, moves aside, lets him through. Have we had any more pit callers further back? It doesn't look like it. Still those 7 cars to make their opening pit stop. I was mentioning before we picked up on that battle for the lead how hot it gets in these cars. We heard from the Ginetta crew there. I was saying I did a couple of laps as a passenger around Croft Circuit in a Ferrari 458 GT3 a couple of years ago, and after only 2 laps I was struck by how hot it gets inside one of these cars there. That was only 2 laps. And of course the drivers are in their full fireproofs, their overalls, crash helmets, gloves and so on, and they do stints of in 24-hour races they can drive for quite a few hours. So it's no wonder they call it endurance racing. We can head down to Matt Suckling in pit lane, and he's talking to the number 55 Ferrari crew. Sadly problems earlier on for John Seal.
Yeah, we're down here with John Seal. John, not really where we want to see you, especially with the car in the garage as well. What's happened out there?
Not really. The power steering went and locked the steering up solid, and it was a two-handed job just to turn it, so best we pack it in. So we're done. There's always next time.
We did see the car pull off on the circuit. You managed to get it back, which is handy, isn't it?
Yes, I came back very steady, and two-handed steering on one side, and we got back.
It's not the way you wanted to start the season, but there's a few more rounds to go this year.
Yes, there's plenty of points we can make up yet, though, so it'll be fine.
And what's the reason this year the change? I think you've been racing Lamborghinis more recently, but now back to the Ferrari.
I must say I do like the Ferraris. I fit in the car well, and it's a nice car. comfortable.
And your good old teammate Jamie Stanley didn't get a drive today, did he, unfortunately?
Well, I can't really go without him. He'd be too upset, so it's fine.
Are you going to be back for the next one, though?
Yes, be at Brands, definitely.
We look forward to seeing you, John.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bit of luck for John Seal then, and even more so for Jamie Stanley. The pro in that pairing didn't get to race. We'll hopefully see them back out soon, as we say, at Brands Hatch at the next round. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the race order. We're coming up to the 1 hour mark in this race, 2 hours and 4 minutes to go. It is Peter Erscheg who leads by less than half a second from Claude Beauvais in the battle of the GT3s at the front of the field in this opening round of the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Third place, it is Chris Goddard, a lap down in the Ferrari. The team manager of car 34, I noted there, has been called to race control. That's the Henry and De Leon Audi. So we've had some sort of a problem. We'll try and get info on what's happened there. We can head back down to the pits in the meantime. Ian is talking to Team Brit.
Yeah, back in the garages, as you can see. I popped down to Team Brit to catch up with James Whitley here. James, you were driving, of course, the McLaren when it stopped on track. What happened?
Yeah, so it was a great start, but yeah, about 20 minutes in, I was talking to the crew, saying how well it was going, and the car just died. Had a bit of an electrical issue, so lost power, lost a few places, but the car's been fixed. It's back out on the track, so hopefully we'll bring something back.
There's still a long way to go in this race, isn't there? I know I always ask this question. There's a limit on how much you could drive, isn't there? Because you've already done a pit stop, so that means you have to go back out. What's the limit a driver can do?
Yeah, so at the moment the current regulations is up to 60%, just so each driver has like a fair go at it. But yeah, we've still got a good 2 hours left of the race, so there's a lot that can happen in that time.
So Chris is out now, you'll be going back out again. Best of luck for later. Thanks for talking to James. Just stay with us for a second. I just want to show you the setup here when we talk about professional organisations and race outfits. Check out this as well, and if anybody wants to see what the weather's going to be doing, let's have a little look at that. That's what the weather's going to be doing. No rain, it looks like. We're not going to have any rain. Look who I found. Just turn around very quickly. I've just bumped into Bobby Trundley's here. Bobby, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you, Ian?
I didn't even notice you stood there behind me.
Oh, mate, I've changed. I've lost a bit of weight somehow.
You're looking pretty dapper, pretty trim. What are you doing this season?
This season, same old as last season. So competing in British GT with Team Brit in their other 570. It's weird saying that we've got two now. Yeah, just here today supporting Chris and the whole team. They had a fantastic qualifying. Shame about what happened, but it's racing, unfortunately. So
listen, you're an experienced racer, but a long way to go, right?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm not
2 hours.
2 hours.
Long way to go. Great to see you. Thanks for talking to us. Dave, back to you.
Good to hear from Bobby Trundley there, lining up with Aaron Morgan in British GT for Team Brits this year. Who knows, we may see him competing in the Le Mans 24 hours in years to come. So Chris Overend is now on board the Team Brits McLaren GT4 after those electrical problems. There are the two leaders. Chris Overend, a successful wheelchair tennis player in years gone by. Former professional photographer as well. He's aiming to make up the laps after those problems earlier on. There are the two leaders heading onto the Hanger Straight. The gap has gone out a bit. It was 1.6 seconds at the line last time through. Claude Beauvais trying to close back up. I reckon we might see these two make their pit stops absolutely together, you know. The McDermott's car has come in, the number 12 Mercedes. Will Tewia will take over that machine. And as its teammate, the number 11 McLaren, driven by David Foster and Adam Wilcox. I think it's Wilcox that's now at the wheel of that car. Taking a close look there. Is that a little bit of smoke I can see from the back of it? So, yes, look. There's a little bit of smoke from the back of the number 11 McLaren. That's in trouble. He came through Beckett's there. So we'll keep an eye on that number 11 machine. I thought it had dropped back quite away from the 28's Porsche there. Car 34, meanwhile, the Audi, has been given a 24-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That's the Daryl De Leon and Maurice Henry car. That's the ex-BTCC Audi. They've been given a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, as would the Team Hard Porsche going around the outside of the Mercedes of Amir Naran there. That car has yet to stop. So keep an eye on that number 11 McLaren. I think that might be in problems. Not a good race so far, sadly, for GT4 McLarens. And Chris Goddard has come in as well in the Ferrari. Now he's going to hand over, I think, to Charlie Hunt. So we're going to see how the young gun goes. Came so close to the Britcar Trophy title in his Renault Clio last season. Big step up from the Clio into the Ferrari 458 Challenge. Change for 8th place as well. Peter Montague and Stuart Hall's Aston Martin is up into 8th place. Here come the leaders. Through Club Corner. Beeson and Healer TCR Audi is up into 4th place. They've yet to make a pit stop. It's impressive from the Audi RS3 TCR. I think it's the only one of its kind racing in the UK at the moment. Woodman and Byford yet to stop as well. Ash Woodman in 6th position in his Cupra TCR. Yes, the Foster and Wilcox number 11 McLaren is back in the pit lane, I can tell you. So there was a problem there. I thought that car had slowed down. And the Audi number 34 has been in as well to serve that penalty for pit lane speeding. Find out what the problem is at One Motorsport. Hopefully we saw a bit of smoke from, I believe it's Adam Wilcox on board that car now. Pit stop for Chris Goddard has put Beeson and Healer into the overall top 3 now. Still, the 2 leaders have yet to make their stops. They're 2 laps clear for everybody else pretty much now. Into the 2nd, 3rd, the 2nd hour of this 3-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. There's the Audi back out, the 34. Oh, we've got a spinner at Club Corner. That, I think, is the number 12 of McDermott and Tawir. Will Tawir was on his outlap there. Yes, it is the number 12. Gets it going again. The lead gap is still fairly close, 0.78 of a second. Beeson and Healer 3rd, then Stephen Tompkins is the first of these stoppers. He's just under 8 seconds down on the Audi and will certainly move into the top 3 very shortly. 5th is Ash Woodman and Martin Byford's Cupra TCR. Ash Woodman at the wheel, they've yet to stop. The only other car that has not stopped yet is the car of Naran and Jackson, the GT4 Mercedes. Race in front of the field, but fairly close action further down the order. Yes, Tompkins has now caught the Audi. He'll move through into 3rd position. Cox and Haynes BMW is back in the pits, so there may be a problem there as well. And we see the Vulcan coming through club corner. Got ahead of the Audi. There go the leaders. See if the gap has come down anymore. Claude Beauvais still not able to make a move on Peter Erscheg. One car that's not shown as having made a pit stop on the timing screen is the Team Brit McLaren, because that was of course taken back to the pit lane. We're just hearing that the number 11 McLaren of Foster and Wilcox, the One Motorsport car, is out of the race. Ian can tell us more down in the pits.
Yeah, everybody, welcome. We'll be back down to the garage here. A bit of bad news here. Unfortunately, number 11 McLaren, as you can see, it looks like they're going to have to retire. I'm going to grab a quick word of David Foster. Is that it? Game over?
Unfortunately so.
Oh no, what's happened?
I think the oil tank's got a bit of a crack in it.
Oh, I know.
So yeah, terminal.
That's a real shame, isn't it? Because it had been going well today.
Yeah, it was going well. It was running fine. When I was kind of in there, I had quite a quietish stint and was just happily going round. Felt good, but yeah, unfortunately, these things happen.
It's motorsport, is it? You still got a smile on your face, all right?
At the moment.
I'll tell you what, when it was going round, I bet it's a beast to drive, huh?
Yeah, very good fun.
We're going to get it fixed.
Thankfully, it kept dry as well.
Best of luck next time. Thanks for talking to us. I appreciate it. Commiserations. Yeah, he's out, unfortunately. Dave, back to you.
And just as we come back, Claude Beauvais has another look into Stowe Corner, and again he's not close enough. That Audi is so much stronger on the brakes into Stowe Corner, and Peter Erscheg able to hold his lead there. But as we heard, sadly 2 cars now out of the race. We lost the Ferrari with power steering failure earlier on, and I thought it was oil smoke I could see out of the back of the number 11 McLaren GT4. That's had to retire with engine damage as well. So One Motorsports have only got 1 car left running now, unfortunately, the number 12 Mercedes, and we saw that have a spin at Club Corner a couple of laps ago. Will Towia, I believe, is now on board. He's aiming to fight back. They're currently in 14th place. The Cox and Haynes BMW GT4 has come back in, and yes, team manager of car number 12 has now been called to race control. So it's going from bad to worse for One Motorsport by the look of things, unfortunately, as again Claude Beauvais on the attack in the Mercedes GT3. The 2 leaders nose to tail as they come down towards Brooklands. Can Claude Beauvais get a move done this time on Peter Erscheg? They're still together. There's 1 second the gap at the end of the previous lap. Again, again Beauvais darts the car in a little wide there into Luffield. He always does there, but the leader's coming in. Peter Erscheg dives to the pit lane. Claude Beauvais will take the lead on track. So this is it then. The leader makes his pit stop. He'll hand over to Marcus Clutton. Claude Beauvais left free to lead, but how long before he comes in? 1 hour 50 minutes left on the clock here at Silverstone. Could all change over the course of this race. Still Stephen Tompkins third in the Aston Martin Vulcan. He's a couple of laps back. Then we've got the Jonathan Beeson Audi still leading the TCR class in 4th place. There he is. About to go another lap down to the leader. Is flashing his lights already at the number 108 Mercedes of Amir Naran. As we said, Ash Woodman, the other car that has still yet to stop. There is the number 9 car, the PB Racing Audi, in the pits. Fuel going in, the marshal, the official standing there with the fire extinguisher, just in case. Safety paramount in the pit lane here at Silverstone. Nothing else can be done while the refuelling operation is in progress. And the driver change will take place. Here we go. Out comes Peter Erscheg, in goes Marcus Clutton. The battle on track between the number 12 of Tawia and number 60 of Ash Woodman. Ash Woodman in 5th position in the Cupra. Waiting to see when Claude Beauvais is going to make his pit stop. Let's go on for Marcus Clutton. There is the Ferrari now in the hands of Charlie Hand. It's coming up on Max Coates in the Opel Astra. Now, is that full position? I don't think it is. Yeah, I think they're a lap apart, those two. The Ferrari goes through. Not too many series in British motorsport where you can see a Ferrari battling with an Opel Astra. It's part of the variety of British Endurance Championship. As the Audi R8 GT3 leaves the pits. See where he comes back out in relation to Claude Beauvais. I can tell you Beauvais has come in. He's just come into the pits. So David McDonald is going to take over the Mercedes GT3. And Jonathan Beeson's come in as well to hand over to George Healer. So all of those leading runners making their first stop together. So just 2 cars now that haven't made their pit stops. Is Ash Woodman going to come in as well? No, he presses on. With everybody else coming into the pits, Ash Woodman could lead a lap of this race now in the TCR machine. See how the timing screen cycles through next time around. Here's the number 12 Mercedes. The team manager says on the timing screen still being called to race control. I'm sure race control will let us know what the reason is once the team manager has paid heed to their request. Stuart Hall in the number 50 Aston Martin. '75 BMW is going again. They've lost a few laps in the pits. They've had some sort of an issue. They're 8 laps down now. Marcus Clutton back out on circuit. David McDonald will be clambering aboard the Mercedes GT3 in the pit lane. So they didn't make their stops together, rather a lap apart. Saw the glimpse of the Audi flashing through there at Club. There's another Audi in the pit lane. George Healer taking over from Jonathan Beeson in the Audi RS3. David McDonald now has headed out onto circuits. We'll see what the margin is between the two. Of course, they've still got 2 more stops minimum to make. There's Adam Hatfield at the wheel of the Porsche. Where's that running in the order at the moment? Down in 15th place, the Porsche. That's been in for a second pit stop. I missed that. The Thurston Hatfield card has been in for a second stop. I wanted to drop further down the order than I expected there. Meanwhile, Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan has just done the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 3.089. There's the Vulcan. Is he going to try and chase down our 2 lead runners here? We'll see what the gap is as he comes over the line. Just coming through Woodcut now behind the BMW there. Flashes the lights. Over the line goes the amazing Aston Martin Vulcan. A stunning sounding car that one is as well. He's about 40 seconds behind Marcus Clutton, according to TSL timings. Ash Woodman comes in the Cupra to hand over to Martin Byford. Well, Ian Waterhouse has found a familiar name, not racing today, but helping out behind the scenes down in the pits. Ian, over to you.
I've caught up with Oliver Cottam, who we know very well. Of course, you're Britcar Trophy racer last season, Oliver, but you're doing a bit of work behind the scenes today, huh?
Yeah, I'm just helping out Paul Sheard Racing, doing some mechanicking and pit stop work for them. Yeah, I raced in JSCC last year and Britcar Trophy, had quite a few podiums in it.
Now, I've just seen you actually, what a sterling job you've been doing. What was your job role in that pit stop?
I was the fuel valve man and the air jack.
Bit of pressure, feel the pressure?
Yeah, those are the two main bits. The car's up in the air to change the tyres and the fuel goes in right, so.
Oh, yeah, quite a dangerous job, I imagine. So I bet you're doing a bit of TCR this year?
Yeah, I'm racing the TCR UK series with Paul Sheard as well in the Audi, so it's a similar car, so it's good to work on it and understand a bit.
Well, it's great to have you back in the Britcar paddock as well, so we'll see you no doubt throughout the course of the season, and best of luck for the rest of the race, because you'll have another pit stop to manage, right?
Yeah, I've got 2 more, I think, so it's just minimum 3, so see what happens. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, Oliver. Dave, back to you.
Good to catch up with Oliver Cottam, looking after this car, the number 87 of Beeson and Healer. Oliver we saw racing his Ginetta last season in Britcar Trophy, but moving to TCR UK with the Paul Sheard team this year. Paul Sheard, that's a name that takes me back. I remember him racing National Hot Rods back in the 1990s at my local raceway at Hensford. It's gone a long way since then. He was one of the first to take the Mazda MX-5 racing on a grand scale in the UK. He's even done a bit of rallying in Mazda MX-5s as Paul Sheard. Great Oaks and Little Acorns grow. He began in rather humble beginnings in Bangor racing at Crewe Stadium. Long lost to the sport now, of course. There's the number 87 car. Is that still in the lead of the TCR class? No, it's dropped behind Martin Byford, although Byford is on his outlap. The blue Ferrari is heading back into the pits. Now, that's only been out for a few laps. Is there a problem there? Charlie Hand only took over for a few laps. So we'll have to find out in the pit lane if there's a problem there, or whether it was just a taster session for Charlie Hand, or whether they're compressing their mandatory pit stops into just a short time, because teams do sometimes do that. Car number 12, I can tell you, we said the team manager had been called to race control. Number 12, the One Motorsport Mercedes, that's got a 10-second stop-go penalty. Again, that's for speeding in the pit lane. So the number 12 Mercedes of Will Tuia has already had a spin, and now he's got a stop-go penalty, unfortunately. Pit lane speeding. Dave McDonald is straight into his stride in the Mercedes GT3. He's just done the fastest lap of the race by a long way, 2 minutes 1.839. Nobody else had gone into the 2 minutes 2. Now, there's the Ferrari. A tyre being changed. Slick tyres going on. Now, whether there's been a puncture there, we'll have to wait and find out. So whether Charlie Hand picked up a puncture, one of our pit reporters, I'm sure, will find out for us. 1 hour 40 minutes still to go. Sometimes we do see teams follow slightly unorthodox pit stop strategies. They take 2 of their pit stops fairly close together. That did look like possibly a tyre issue for the Ferrari there, changing the fronts. So we'll try and find out, if we can, the reasoning behind that, whether it was a puncture or whether they're following a slightly different strategy. The 3 leaders have all completed 36 laps. Dave McDonald leads Marcus Clutton by 37.2 seconds. Third place is Stephen Tompkins. He's a further 36 seconds back, so the leaders fairly well spaced out around the lead lap. Now, the Ferrari was in 4th place of Goddard, Hand and Hollings. Wait to see if the next car in the order, George Healer, moves ahead of him. So Stuart Hall's Aston Martin, the Class D leader, in 6th position. 7th place, we've got Woodman and Byford in their Cupra TCR. They're on their outlap at the moment. The Ferrari, I can tell you, has rejoined. The Welsh Dragon Sports Opel Astra TCR is 8th with Max Coates aboard. 9th is the number 21 car. That's got Chris Jones on board, the Venture Mercedes. Rounding up the top 10 is the Team Hard Audi with Maurice Henry at the wheel. 11th is the number 16 VW Golf TCR Kieran Griffin. 12th is Owen Hizzy in the Ginetta. The Thurston and Hatfield Porsche is in 13th place. That car's made 2 stops. There is David McDonald, our race leader, just coming through Club Corner. 14th place is the Naran and Jackson car. That has now stopped, so Tom Jackson, I believe, has now climbed aboard that car. So we'll watch that coming up the order. The yellow warning triangle symbol had appeared there next to McDermott and Tewia. The number 12 car. Oh, and that's a slow car on the pit lane entrance. Who's that? It's not the Mercedes that I just mentioned, although that did take nearly 6 minutes to complete its previous lap, and it's only showing it's had 1 pit stop, so that wasn't taking the penalty. Now, who's that? Is that the BMW, the number 75? Marshall's running to its aid. I think it's the BMW. See a bit of steam there. We can head down into the pits. Matt Suckling is with Chris Goddard. We can find out what was happening with the 144 Ferrari.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane with Chris Goddard. Chris, you've just jumped out your Ferrari. Everything okay, or are there a few problems?
Yeah, the tyres were definitely tired at the end of the stint. There was no rear tyres and the fronts were down to probably 60%, so it was moving around a lot, so it was a question of just feathering the throttle through the fast corners, otherwise it was trying to step out on me. So good fun driving it though. Worked my way up through the pack, so I think I came in 3rd on the track, 4th on pit overall, so I think we started 7th, so it's a decent stint. It's now for the boys to do their job.
Did it feel like a long hour for you?
I realised I should have fitted the drinks bottle about 40 minutes in. I think, yeah, once you're losing the tyres, so you're having to mediate where you would be flat, and you would be flat on the exit, then it causes, you start to have to question every single corner to try and keep it on the track, and the last thing you want is a spin or a half spin, and even worse, put the car in front of somebody else. So.
And you've got a longer 3-hour race for the opening round this weekend. You've got a couple of Charlies on hand, Charlie Hollins and Charlie Hand with you this weekend.
Yeah, Charlie Hollins has been my pro driver for 21 in Britcar and 22 in Bet. So Charlie Hand's a rising star, so we'll see what he can do in the car today, and high hopes of him.
And of course, just briefly looking back at the end of 2022, it was so close to that final round. You're hoping to go one better for this year?
Well, that's what we're back for. We're here to win the championship, and we're capable of it if we don't have too much bad luck.
Chris, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. There we go, Chris Goddard down here with the Ferrari team. A few scuffs on the tyres, which Chris was just talking about, but hopefully with Charlie Hand and Charlie Hollins still to come in the car, it should be okay. For now though, back to you, Dave.
Stop-go penalty for car number 60. That's Ash Woodman and Martin Byford, one of the leading cars in the TCR category. 14 seconds stop-go penalty, and once again it's for speeding in the pit lane. Talking of pit lanes, the car that we saw stopped in the pit lane entrance, I think, is the number 34 Audi, not the BMW. It's the Maurice Henry Darrell de Leon Audi, I think, that has come to a halt there. So we'll wait and see what transpires from that, whether they can get that car back into the... it has appeared now as in pits, so that car has come in. Meanwhile, here is our leader, and David McDonald is just getting quicker. His best lap of the race at 2 minutes, 0.870. Nobody else has lapped under 2 minutes 3 so far, I don't think. Dave McDonald's last lap was a 2:01.7. So Dave McDonald pulling away at the rate of several seconds a lap from the Ersheg and Clutton Audi, whose lap times, if anything, have dropped off here. Its last lap was a 2 minutes 8.6. That's over 5. That's nearly 5.5 seconds off its best lap in this race. The Ersheg and Clutton Audi R8 GT3. I hope that's not developing a problem after the close lead battle we saw earlier on. There's the blue Ferrari. We just heard from Chris Goddard. Tyre wear issues stymieing that machine slightly. There's third place Stephen Tompkins, the Aston Vulcan, 26 seconds down on the Audi R8. He's just done his personal best, 2:02.947. that time through for Stephen Tompkins. Beeson and Healer are still up there. The Paul Sheard run Audi TCR car, fined 4th overall. Hopefully we can head down to Team Hard shortly, find out what's happened to their Audi. Montague and Hall are 5th in the Aston Martin. They lead Class D. Let's have a quick look at the class leaders. Class A is led by the overall leaders Beauvais and McDonald. Class B, there's no cars left running, unfortunately, with John Seal and Jamie Stanley out of the race. Class C is being led by the blue Ferrari, the RNR Performance Cars run machine. Class D by Montague and Hall, and Class E by this pairing, the Paul Sheard Automotive Audi RS3. Class D invitation. Oh, we know there's just one car left running there, the number 12 of McDermott on Tuia. Class G, 1 entry, Hizzy and Simons. Owen Hizzy in 11th place at the moment in the Ginetta, currently leading that division. Coming up towards the halfway mark in this MSUK British Endurance Championship season. We have got 2 races to go here on BRC TV after this, both from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got the Laser Tools Super Touring cars, a couple of tasty machines there. Also the Prix 93 touring cars. BMW should be the favourites for that one. Andy Cripps defending the title this year in his BMW, and also the Bertie Haulage Prix 03 touring cars. Starting as favourite for them is Gary Preble's Honda Civic. While Cavan Granger's BMW defends the title. And then we've got the classic machines at the end of the day, the Prix 83 and Prix 66 touring cars. Prix 66, Luke Wilson's Austin A40 defends the title there, while in Prix 83, last season Stephen Primet in his Ford Escort Mark 1 made it double figures of championship wins. Not race wins, championship wins over the years. He'll be going for a record-extending 11th title this year. I can tell you he has set pole position for that race, subject to official ratification. We'll move on to that later on though, because in this race, the MSUK British Endurance Championship, the lead gap is not to almost a minute. Dave McDonald's last lap was 6 seconds quicker than his nearest pursuer, the Ersheg and Clutton car. The Montague Hall Aston Martin has come in for its 2nd stop. The Jones and George Mercedes is in as well. That will be taken, I think will be taken over by Chris Jones. It was Matt George who ran 2nd in that car, Chris Jones going 3rd. He got their driver roster through earlier on. Car 87 has been given a drive-through penalty. Breach of pit regulations, I am informed by race control. That's the TCR class leader, the Beeson and Healer Audi. They've got a drive-through penalty. That's likely to lose them the lead of the TCR class, I would think. We'll wait and see what happens there, because there's a battle between the number 12, the McDermott and Tuia car, and the 74 of Owen Hizzy. It's the Ginetta into the slipstream of the Mercedes. The Ginetta is a lap ahead of the Mercedes, but they're together on tracks. They may as well have a bit of a battle. All good fun, and Hizzy goes round the outside at Stowe Corner. That's a move you don't see very often. The Overend and Whitley car is back in for Team Brit. McLaren 570S GT4. Still 18 cars out there from the 20 that started. We're not sure what's going to happen with the Audi BTCC car as yet, though, after it came to a halt in the pit lane entrance. The Ersheg and Clutton car is back in. Now, we'll keep an eye on that. Is that a second scheduled stop? Because that car's lap times had dropped off considerably. There it is in the background on our inset cameras. We watch Montague and Hall. The Aston leaves. There's tyres being changed on the Audi. The MKH crew move out of the way. There is the Audi R8 GT3. Whether it is just worn tyres, might be the same fate as the Ferrari earlier on. Beeson and Healer in to serve their drive-through. Reece Lloyd and Max Coates have come in as well. That's that car's third stop because they had that penalty earlier on. And Dave McDonnell continues to dominate in the Blackthorn Mercedes. Team Brit in the background there in our pit lane camp. So we'll try and find out if everything is routine there with the number 9 car. The lap times were dropping off, so whether it was just in need of fresh tyres, we shall see when that car goes back out. I believe it's Marcus Clutton on board. There's the number 12, the G-Force Capital car of One Motorsports, William Tuia and Ed McDermott. Not been too happy a day for them, sadly. That car currently running in 14th place. Otherwise, it's an invitation class car. It won't be eligible for points, of course. That stop for Ersheg and Clutton has allowed Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan through into second, but 1 minute 22 seconds down on Dave McDonnell. That's over half a lap of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuits. Here's a battle, Montague and Hall. It is Marcus Clutton on board the Audi R8 GT3, because I can tell you Peter Ersheg is down in the pit lane talking to Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, down here in the pit lane with Peter Erskine, who's just jumped out the Audi. Peter, that was a fantastic battle. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was great fun. I mean, we only picked up the first time I drove the car was yesterday, so a big learning curve. But yeah, Charles, he had me in the early bit, and then later on I called him back up again. But we were struggling with tyres towards the end. I think we both were. So it was more of a sort of battle for survival in the end. But great stint.
It was quite a long stint for you. I know you came in for a pit stop. You stayed in the car, didn't you?
Yeah, I like doing the true 50%. You know, so we try and aim at an hour and a half each driver. So yeah, we did about an hour 10 for the first stint, then just a bit of splash dash for the rest of it, and then now Marcus can bring it home.
I'm sure he's been on the radio telling you what to do and how to do things.
He's been pretty quiet actually, which normally means it's going pretty well. when he's noisy, it means I'm not doing my job properly. But no, he's been pretty supportive this time.
What do you reckon is going to happen now with Marcus in the car, and of course we've got David getting in the Mercedes? Going to be another close battle.
Yeah, two pros. They'll go and earn their money now. Actually, funny enough, it's down by Stowe. There was some big clouds, so let's see if the weather's got hard to play yet. But otherwise, yeah, those two have some fun, and let's see who wins.
And very quickly on the car difference. Of course, you used to drive the Porsche, now the Audi. Any difference in terms of what they're like?
Funny enough, it's easier to drive than the Porsche. The downforce is mega, and it just goes around corners so much faster. So that's probably the main thing. The speed's pretty much similar. It's just the downforce. So especially when you're passing, say, TCR cars, you can just go round the outside, which you never could on the Porsche. So it's great fun to drive.
Peter, great job. We'll let you get back and watch Marcus in action.
Thanks very much.
There we go. Peter Erskine down here in the pit lane. Now we can sit back and relax while Marcus Clarkin gets behind the wheel and does his thing in that Audi.
Okay, so game on between the two leaders with the pro drivers on board now. Marcus Clutton, of course, down to third place behind Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Vulcan. He took over earlier on at the wheel of the Vulcan. They've made just one stop so far. So have the Mercedes crew, the Blackthorn team. And PB Racing with Enduro Motorsports have now made their second stop. Let's see what the lap time is through when Marcus Clutton completes his first flying lap. Team manager of car 87 to race control is still showing on the timing screen. Whether that's for the earlier penalty, it's just still there, I don't know. We'll have that confirmed shortly, I'm sure. McDonald leads the way, and his last lap was a 2 minutes 01.0. There goes the 87 Audi. Now, despite that drive-through, they are still there in fourth place overall and leading the category. Just behind them, you can see there is Charlie Hand at the wheel of the number 144 Ferrari as the Ginetta leaves the pits, number 74. I believe Scott Simons has just got back aboard that machine. Second stop for the number 74, the G-Class car. Rejoins just in front of this, what is a fight on track for fourth place. It may maybe in different classes, but they are certainly going to race for position here. Charlie Hand trying to hunt down the car of George Heeler ahead of him. Marcus Clutton is on it, quickest third sector of all on his last lap. He did a personal best for that car, 2 minutes 0.982. Only a tenth of a second or so off the best of all recorded by Dave McDonald. McDonald responding with the fastest second sector of all, 1 minute 1.688. Marcus Clutton, let's see as he comes through to complete his 44th lap, how far behind the Aston Vulcan he will be. New fastest lap of the race by Dave McDonald, 2 minutes 0.294. The lap time's absolutely tumbling here. Have to establish what the gaps are there. There's plenty of distance on the track between the three of them here. Woodman and Byford, after their pit lane speeding penalty, they're in 6th position, second in the TCR class in the number 60. There is the Vulcan, and there is the Audi. So Marcus Clutton is catching Stephen Tompkins. We'll see what the gap is as they go over the line this time. We could have a battle on our hands, ladies and gents, for second place very shortly. I think Marcus Clutton's about to catch Stephen Tompkins. They are quite a distance behind David McDonald in the Mercedes. Further back in the order, the Prendergast and Griffin Golf has been in for its second stop. Yes, the Audi is now right with the Vulcan. Surely going to take him down the straight here. See what the gap is to McDonald as well as they come over the line. They're coming out of Woodcote now. There's TCR Golf ahead of them, pitted a lap ago. Up and over the line, yep. Clutton behind Tompkins. He's in fact he is a lap behind him. They are together on the track, that's confirmed. So Clutton has got to unlap himself, but the Aston will have to stop again, because McDonald, Beauvais and Stepanovs and Tompkins have only stopped once. Ersheg and Clutton have stopped twice. Is their strategy going to work out? Because here comes Marcus Clutton. The lead gap is 1 minute 27 seconds between McDonald and Tompkins. And Tompkins, well, he won't know that the Audi is a lap back. He's defending what he thinks is the position there. See the headlights gleaming off the tarmac there, so it might still be a little bit slippery out there going into Stowe. Inside there goes the Audi. Both did personal best last time through, Tompkins and Clutton. There is our leader. Dave McDonald presses on, the former Lamborghini man. Coming up to lap one of the TCR Cupras. Through the Vale into Club. There's almost 1.5 minutes in the lead. That's about 3/4 of a lap of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit he leads by. Clutton has just unlapped himself from Stephen Tompkins in second place. A little bit of debris there on the outside, but not in harm's way. There's Martin Byford. He's in 6th position, the second TCR car. The Beeson and Heeler Audi is back in the pit lane. So there's been, I think, another transgression possibly there, because we saw it come up again. Team manager of car 87 to race control. Yes, they've had a drive-through penalty. They've now got an 8-second stop-go penalty. So possibly another pit misdemeanor. The team manager of car number 9 is now called to race drop. That's Ersheg and Clutton. Now, has that Audi committed a pit lane offence there? We'll wait and get confirmation from the officials on that. But the Audi could be in trouble here. We'll have to wait and see if that car gets a penalty. Matty's down the pit lane meanwhile. He's with the Class D leaders, number 50 MKH Racing.
Yeah, down in the pit garage with Stuart Hall from the Aston Martin number 50 team. Things going well at the minute, Stuart, leading Class D.
Yeah, famous last words, really. No. So far, it's good. Long way to go. We're only just over halfway, really, aren't we? So, we're just trying to take every lap as it comes, not make any mistakes, try and put our pit stops on point, etc. But yeah, long way to go. I think there's probably some weather on the way as well. So I'm sure there's a lot still to play for in this race.
Talking about the weather, would the wet stuff suit you or not?
Car seems competitive in the wet, so I wouldn't. If it rains, it rains. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We just take it as it comes. We're prepared for either. So yeah, we'll take it as it comes and try and do our best in every condition.
We've had 2 stops from you so far. You only did a short one. Are you going to get back in the car?
Yeah, so I aim to finish, probably do the last hour, I think. So Peter starts, then me, then Peter again for a slightly shorter stint, and then I'll finish. Fingers crossed, still at the front, but yeah, like I said, it's a long way to go.
And how's Peter getting on so far? Is he enjoying stuff?
Yeah, Peter's been remarkable, really. He's not really been racing for that long. Really put a lot of trust in all of us to build MKH, and he's doing a fantastic job. He's worked really hard all winter. He's improved a lot as a driver, and he's still improving. So, he's doing a great job. Now just has to finish it off for the next 20-25 minutes.
You're always a busy man, Stuart. I'm sure you're going to do lots again this year. Is it a chance for you to do the full British Endurance Championship this season as well?
Unfortunately, I won't be doing the whole thing, but I've got my good friend Dan Brown, who sort of we share this project between us and Peter and Mikey. So Dan's in for a few rounds. I'm in with my other commitments with FIF3 and GT World Challenge and plus the Rothko collection. It's quite a busy time, but absolutely loving my time in the British Endurance Championship. I love racing back in the UK. It's a fantastic series. Aston, got a lot of love and history with Aston Martin, so it's great to be back in an Aston on home soil as well.
Doing a great job so far, Stuart. Good luck for the rest of the race and good luck with your stint.
Lovely, thanks mate, cheers.
There we go, Stuart Hall down here in the pit lane with the number 50 Aston Martin. He mentioned Dan Brown. He's not in the car this weekend, but he is here, which is good. So a man who's going to be sharing the car with Peter Montague later on in the season, watching by here this weekend. Back to you, Dave.
It's Dan Brown, a very, very quick racer indeed. Good to see him out. Meanwhile, talking of quick, Marcus Clutton has just done the first lap under 2 minutes, 1:59.967, fastest lap of the race for Marcus in the Audi. But so he's still got the notification, team manager car 9 to race control. We know not why just yet. We're waiting to hear from race control on that. We've seen the 87 car take both a drive-through and a stop-go penalty in the last few laps. Stephen Tompkins has come in the Aston Vulcan, meanwhile, from second place. So the Aston is in for its second pit stop. They're on a slightly different strategy to this man, David McDonald, who's lapping the number 50 of Montague, the 74 of, I believe it's Scott Simons, who's got back in the Ginetta. They're currently battling, although on different laps. A couple of laps apart, those two. The Aston in 7th place, the Ginetta is down in 13th. Dave McDonald continues to lead. Aston of Stepanovs and Tompkins has got going again. We'll wait and see what its lap time is. That should give away who is in the car, because with all due respect to Gleb Stepanovs, the AM of the Pro-Am pairing, not quite as quick as Stephen Tompkins. He's out there to enjoy his racing, as everyone should be, as I always say. Motorsport should be fun. Everybody is enjoying themselves here at Silverstone this afternoon. Car number 34 has not re-emerged. That's the car that stopped in the pit lane entrance, the ex-BTCC Audi of Maurice Henry and Daryl De Leon. So we'll try and find out what has happened to that. I suspect it's possibly at the marshal's post at the entry to the pit lane. It's got both the yellow triangle on the timing screen, which means the car has stopped somewhere out on circuit, but it also says in pit next to its name. That was stopped at the pit lane entrance still. So the race order, with 1 hour 14 minutes to go. Beauvais and McDonald in the Blackthorn Mercedes lead the way. Stepanovs and Tompkins have just stopped, so we'll wait to see where they slot back in. I suspect they'll be third behind Ersheg and Clutton in the Audi R8 GT3. There is the Aston Vulcan. Fourth, it's the blue Ferrari of Goddard, Hand and Hollings. They've made 2 stops in fairly quick succession as well. Woodman and Byford leading the TCR category despite a penalty. They are in 5th place, and yes, it's confirmed now. Ersheg and Clutton are up into 2nd place. They're a lap behind Dave McDonald, but that Mercedes has only stopped once. So they've got to stop again in this round of stops. Everybody, of course, has to make a minimum of 3 pit stops. They've got to make them all before the pit window closes, and that's with 20 minutes of the race to go. No mandatory pit stops can be taken in the last 20 minutes of the race. 6 is the Beeson and Healer TCR Audi. They've stopped 3 times. They've had a couple of penalties, though, unfortunately. There is the very menacing-looking grey Audi. 7th are Montague and Hall. They lead Class D, the MKH Aston Martin, reigning Class D champions for GT4 cars. 8th place, it's the Mercedes AMG GT4 Adventure Innovations, Jones and George in 8th position. They started at the back. 9th, it's the next TCR car, Lloyd and Coates. Talking of TCR cars, there's a bit of trim hanging loose there. The 63 car of Warren Siveras and Max Hart. Just see it there on the right-hand side of the car. It's the front wheel arch that's been knocked loose. Maybe there's been a bit of contact there somewhere. If that gets any worse, bodywork starts flapping around, they could run the risk of getting the black and orange flag. Car 74 has been given a drive-through penalty. That's the Ginetta. Owen Hizzy and Scott Simons. I presume that's for a pit stop infringement. We haven't been told as yet. So I must thank the race control officials who've been providing us with a stream of information here in the commentary box. That's the battle for the lead in TCR. These 2 cars only separated by just over 4 seconds. That's the 60 of Woodman and Byford, the 87 of Healer and Beeson. There is the Opel Astra, that's battling with, that's for position with the GT4 Mercedes there. Who's on board that Mercedes? I believe it's Chris Jones driving at the moment, chasing Max Coates. Very quick saloon car racer indeed. There is the number 9 car, another team manager being called to race control. And this time it's the race leader, number 19, the Blackthorn Mercedes. I'm not quite sure what that's for, because it's some time since we saw that car in the pit, so I don't know if it's a pit infringement or something else. We'll have to wait and see. New fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, for Marcus Clutton. Of course, the Mercedes has to stop again. Game of strategy at the moment between the 3 race leaders. The Audi and the Aston Martin Vulcan have stopped twice. The Mercedes has only stopped once, so it must be due for a stop very soon, I would think. Maybe they're trying to maximise David McDonald's time in the car. He's certainly the quickest man out there, along with Marcus Clutton. His last lap, McDonald, was a 2:01.16. Clutton's was a 1:59.853, a new fastest lap of the race. Battling TCR cars. That's opened up a bit now, actually. Byford was 2 seconds quicker on the last lap, 6.5 seconds now the gap between the two. There's the Cupra. 5th and 6th overall, those two. Great to see the TCRs running up there among the GT cars. Tom Jackson down in 10th place. I think he's now at the wheel of the car started by Amir Naran. Yes, that car's only made 1 stop. Prendergast and Griffin have come in. That's the TCR Golf. We saw that car have a big lock-up and run wide at Village while we were chatting down in the pits earlier on. That's the JW Bird Motorsports VW Golf TCR. So we've got 17 of the 20 starters running. We lost John Seals' Ferrari fairly early on. That's only completed 13 laps before the power steering failed. We then lost Foster and Wilcox. That's a great shame because Adam Wilcox would have gone so well in that number 11 McLaren. Engine damage and oil leak putting them out of the race. And we seem to have lost the Team Hard Audi as well. We're not sure what's happened to that, but we saw it stopped in the pit lane entrance and it hasn't rejoined. Another new fastest lap for Marcus Clutton, 159.561. He's really pushing on. But the team managers of cars 9 and 19, the top two, both been summoned to race control. We know not why at the moment. Let's keep an eye on the timing screen for that. There's the Mercedes. That's coming through. Oh, a spin for Team Brits. That's the Overend and Whitley car. That's at Copse Corner. I think it's still Chris Overend on board that car, the former professional photographer and wheelchair tennis star. Was world ranked at wheelchair tennis. Expect to see Team Brit and all their success. We heard from Bobby Trundley earlier on, the autistic racer, now in British GT, along with Aaron Morgan, a man who was sadly left paralysed after a motocross accident several years ago. The work Team Brit does to help people from all walks of life overcome their handicaps through motor racing. It helps them physically and mentally to get back on track, quite literally. The work they do, absolutely wonderful. Full credit to everyone from Team Brits, and may they continue their good work in the world of motor racing for many years to come. Here's a battle between a pair of Mercs. The Venture Innovations car and the One Motorsport machine. A couple of laps apart, these two. The number 21 is in 9th place. The number 12 in 13th. Number 12 goes through at Copse Corner. Coming up to the conclusion of the second hour of this season opener for the British Endurance Championship. There's the blue Ferrari. You haven't seen much of that recently. That's there in 4th place still. A couple of laps off the Aston Vulcan. Now, where has that re-emerged from its second stop? It's just over a minute down on Marcus Clutton, but Clutton is lapping quite a few seconds a lap quicker. Yeah, his last lap was some 11 seconds quicker because Gleb Stepanovs is now back on board the Aston Martin. There's the leader, chasing Max Coates in Reece Lloyd's Opel Astra TCR. 12 months ago we saw Reece Lloyd take a win here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit in that car when the Snetterton Saloons had an away day here at Silverstone. Leader comes through Woodcuts once again to complete 54 laps. Over the line he goes. A lap clear of his opposition at the moment, but of course that Mercedes has only made one pit stop. 4 cars behind have made 2. Now Beeson and Healer, they've made 3 stops, but I think 2 of them were penalties. So they've got a couple more stops still to make. The Ferrari and the Audi both made 2 stops in quick succession. The Audi R8, that is. Towards Stowe Corner. Maybe now the opposition are just waiting to see when Blackthorn make their next move here. When is the Mercedes going to stop again? Well, it's going to be fairly soon because I can tell you that car's just been given a drive-through penalty. Await the reason to come through from race control. Car number 19 The race leader has got a drive-through penalty. We signalled to Dave McDonald. Drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits. So you get the black and white warning flag for your first couple of offences, but it can escalate, and it's the number 19 car, a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits on too many occasions. So he's going to have to come in for that penalty. He is a lap ahead of Marcus Clutton. Is he going to come in this time, Dave McDonald? Yes, he is. Into the pit lane, slow the big Mercedes down. Now suddenly the car slows up there as it goes down the pit lane. Should head straight back out, just get the penalty out of the way. I would imagine they can't serve their pit stop at the same time, of course. There it goes, down the pit lane. I wonder if they'll bring him in next time around for their pit stop. Well, we don't know what Blackthorn are planning. There is the penalty served by the race leader. New fastest first sector for Marcus Clutton that time through, 36.255. So he'll have probably been notified of that by the team. Now, we did see team manager of car 9 to race control, but nothing seems to have come of that. So I don't think there's any penalty for the number 9, at least not yet anyway. Whatever the transgression was, we don't know. So we'll see what the gap is next time through between Clutton and McDonald. Don't imagine it'll have come down by too much. And there's our third place man, Glebs Stepanovs. His last lap at 2:08.8, which is about 6 seconds off the personal best for that car, set by Stephen Tompkins. There's the Audi. Past his third sector of all as well. A little bit slower in sector 2. It looks as though the sky, I don't want to tempt fate here, but I think the sky is darkening here at Silverstone. We said this circuit has its own microclimate. The weather can change at the drop of a hat here at Silverstone, as I've seen many times over the years. Let's see whether we are going to get any drops of rain. Marcus Clutton continues to charge after our leader, Dave McDonald, in the Mercedes. Oh, I mentioned Woodman and Byford for EDF Motorsports leading the TCR class, Class E, and Matt Suckling is down with them in the pit lane.
Ashley Woodman, doing a grand job at the minute. You've had your stint out there in the car, leading Class E. Now Martin Byford's in the car.
Yeah.
How's it been for you?
Wow, that was fun. We testing yesterday was really difficult. The conditions were dry, wet. Just couldn't get a time in the car. Just actually couldn't get any rhythm. Qualifying this morning was terrible. Even though we qualified third, I knew that I was so far off the pace. Got in the car, and within a couple of laps, it's like wow. And I just dialed in. Got stuck behind a couple of cars. Ginetta and the Porsche. Let them fight it out for a bit. Once I got past those two, it was fantastic. Brilliant stint. I admit I was getting tired towards the end, and I radioed in and said, how long have I got left, which I was saying to myself, don't say it, don't ask. But I was absolutely shattered. And then came back with 20 minutes, went, oh, I better do a reset. And brought it in. So fantastic.
I can see you've got one eye on the screen, one eye on the weather. There's lots going on. The gap between you and the Audi, I think it is not too far, over 10 seconds, is it?
I think it's about 10 seconds. We're about to come in now. We've got 2 more stops after this, haven't we? So I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do. Obviously, we're looking at the weather, and kind of fingers crossed for a safety car as well.
These boys and girls, though, doing a sterling job, slick work as ever.
Fantastic job, as usual. Yeah, I think the only one that let them down was me speeding in the pit.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, I came in a bit too hot. I'm still a bit like that with it. It's like I could see the line, came in, knew exactly what I thought I knew what speed I was doing, but apparently I was 7k over. When we get the video out, we'll replay that back and see.
You can blame someone then.
No, couldn't blame myself. But yeah, fantastic. Team are doing a brilliant job. Car's absolutely spot on. And as usual, Mark's doing his stint, a brilliant stint as usual.
Great stuff, thanks Ash. Right, let's go and have a look at this pit stop because it's all about to take place. So the guys, you can see, are sorting themselves out. They've got the tyres ready. They are going to be hopefully brand new slicks. We'll have a look and see once they take the tyre warmers up. There you go, thumbs up from the team down here. And you've got the air jacks being ready. You've got the fuel standing by down here on the right hand side. And hopefully very shortly we should have a number 60 Seat down here in the pit lane ready to serve its second pit stop of the race. So we'll look forward to that. But for now, back upstairs to Dave.
A refreshingly honest interview there with Ash Woodman. Admitted to speeding in the pit lane slightly earlier on. They lead the class at last count as they came over the line by 13 seconds. Martin Byford ahead of the Beeson and Gila Audi. We saw Martin Byford was still pushing there. We saw him lifting a wheel through Stowe Corner last time through. Team manager of car number 12 has been called to race control. That's the One Motorsport Mercedes. Dermot and Tawia car. Fastest lap of the race still with Marcus Clutton. There's the Aston Vulcan. Stepanov's coming up on said number 12 car to put a lap on it. So McDonald Mercedes still leads the way by around a lap ahead of the Audi. Yep, Martin Byford has now come in, I can tell you, and I can tell you that Ian Waterhouse is waiting to talk to us down in the pits.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the pits. As you can see, I'm down here with Team Hard and Hatfield. Very quickly, you're about to go out, aren't you? Ready for this?
Yeah, we are. Final stint of the race. Let's see if we can make up some more time on the other cars in the class.
Clouds looking a bit daunting. Not worried about rain, are we?
We'll be fine.
Here we go. Okay, here we are right now.
Patiently with his crash helmet on as the car is serviced. It's pulling it a safe distance away from the garage there so that the refuelling can take place. In goes the rig. Nobody else can touch the car or be near it for safety reasons while the fuel goes in. And the mechanic standing by with the fire extinguisher as we saw earlier. Meanwhile, another new fastest lap of the race, I can tell you, for Marcus Clutton, 1:59.235, and the lead car is in. Dave McDonald has come in with the Mercedes. You might well see it go past in the background here. We watch Team Hard in progress. They've been involved in everything from BTCC to truck racing over the years.
Crewman.
On go the fresh tyres. Bradley Thurston helped strap his co-driver Adam Hatfield in. Woodman Byford car still in the pit lane as well. And the blue Ferrari has come in too. So it looks like Charlie Hollings is taking over the pro driver in that trio of drivers in the RNR Performance Cars machine. There the car out of the race, sadly that's the John Seal Jamie Stanley machine. Out goes the Porsche. Hopefully we can see Dave. There's Dave McDonald's car in the background, the McDonald and Claude Beauvais Mercedes. Good stop by Team Hard there. This is the second stop for Blackthorn, the race leaders. This is allowing Marcus Clutton to make up some time. Here he comes into Luffield while the race leader is in the pit lane. Let's see what the gap is as he crosses the line this time. It's over the line, a lap between the two of them, so this is the perfect chance for Marcus Clutton to make up some time here. There goes the Aston Vulcan. Gleb Stepanov still in third place. Blue Ferrari has rejoined. I think it's there it is in the background. I think it's Charlie Hollings at the wheel of that car now. As a result of the stop for EDF Motorsports, of course, the 87 Paul Sheard run car has taken the lead of the TCR class, Class E. Class D is still being led in 7th place by Montague and Hall in the MKH Aston Martin. Lloyd and Coates in the Opel Astra, the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports team from South Wales in 8th place. 9th is the number 108 Mercedes, the Breakel racing car of Naran and Jackson. Rounding out the top 10 is the number 21 of Venture Innovations, Jones, Jones and George. So 2 cars for that team in the top 10, the other of course being the Aston Vulcan. 11th behind them, Thurston and Hatfield, who just rejoined after their pit stop, with Adam Hatfield back on board the Porsche for Team Hard. 12th is the Ginetta of SVG Motorsport, Hizzy and Simons. 13th it's One Motorsport, McDermott and Tawia. 14th it's Prendergast and Griffin in the JW Bird Motorsports VW Golf TCR. 15th Cox and Haynes. They've had a quiet race in the BMW GT4 run by W.E. Cox. 16th is Siveras and Hart in their TCR Cupra. 17th Team Brit, Overend and Whitley, several laps down of course after electrical problems earlier on with the McLaren when James Whitley was at the wheel. We've lost 3 cars, the BTCC Audi of Henry and De Leon, Foster and Wilcox McLaren. That's a great shame, and perhaps an even bigger shame, the Ferrari 488 of Seal Stanley. 52 minutes 20 seconds to be precise left on the clock. There is the Mercedes out in front now. What's the gap? 4.8 seconds. Okay. Battle is joined, and we'll see how things play out around this lap. Meantime, we can hand down to the pits with Matt.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane, Dave, with the number 50 Aston Martin just about to do its pit stop. We thought it'd be a good idea just to talk you through what happens down here. So drivers have just jumped out. So there's Peter Montague and Stuart Hall. It'll be Stuart who's going to get back in the car very shortly. The fuel now goes in, so they've got 2 churns to go in. The first one will be guzzled away very quickly indeed, and as soon as that has been completed, there'll be the next one to go straight back in. So big shouts from the team down there just to make sure they know what they're doing. So second churn now of fuel to be let in. One side of course the fuel, the second side of the air coming out, and in fact they're going to put a third one in, so that one not quite as full, but half will do, and that should then fill the car up for maybe the end of the race now. So around about 50 minutes to go. New slicks as well about to be put on, so the team, after they've done the stop of the fuel, are now going to sort the tyres out. So 4 brand new slicks on the car. You can see down there the Goodyear slicks ready to go. They're using the 5 spokes. They haven't got the Formula 1 style 1 in and 1 out. They've got 5 spokes to take off. So one will take them off, and then while they do that, the other team manager or team member will go round and make sure the wheel goes on, and the studs then go back in. You can hear all this going on whilst the driver change is taking place. So Peter has helped out with Stuart. He gives a thumbs up from the car, so he's happy with everything. He's got the straps on. He's ready to go. So as soon as the team on the radio give him the thumbs up and the word on the radio that everything has been done around the car, they'll all step back behind the line, and then that should be ready to go once again. So a full fuel tank, 4 brand new slicks on the Aston Martin. The air jack has been pulled out from the back. The car is dropped, fired back into life. Stuart Hall is pushed back. He's got that in gear ready to go. And as soon as he is happy and everything is completed, the team say you're good, and off he goes down the pit lane, ready to rejoin the race.
Great stuff, Matt. Thanks very much. How lovely does that Aston Martin sound, and how close is this battle becoming for the lead, because Marcus Clutton has got the Merc in his sights here. There's the McDonald and Beauvais car. We'll try and confirm who is on board that car after that pit stop, whether Dave McDonald is still in there. Well, the last lap time for that car was a 2:01.6, so I would imagine Dave McDonald is still aboard the Mercedes. We'll have to try and confirm that. Marcus Clutton is still on board the Audi, 1:58.996, fastest lap of the race last time through. He's got the gap down to 2.2 seconds now, and surely the Audi is going to appear big in the mirrors of that Mercedes very shortly. We've got a race on our hands now for the lead. While that starts to transpire, Ian's down in the pits.
You can see I'm with Charlie Hand. Now this kid is 18 years old. You've already raced a Saxo, a Clio, and now a Ferrari. What's it like?
A little bit faster than the Clio, you know, only a little bit. No, it's absolutely amazing to drive, and definitely the fastest thing I've ever driven.
Are you finished for today? Are you done? Your stint's over now?
Yeah, stint's over. That was the first time I've done that sort of time in the car. So yeah, a bit of a learning curve.
What does the rest of the year hold for you, Charlie?
Well, we're going to hopefully continue for the rest of the season in this, and try and get that overall win.
There you go. Not only is he taller than me, a lot younger than me, better looking at me, and he can drive better than me as well. Charlie, I mean it, I hate you. Dave, back to you.
Well, we said that, Pete, that Marcus Clutton would appear in the mirrors of the race leader very shortly, and their nose to tail there. Oh, and the Audi a little bit sideways there, coming through Beckett's. The number 21 Mercedes trying frantically to get out of the way of the lead battle there. That's just on an out lap as well, so they've just been into the pits for their third stop. I think that's Matt George on board that car now, but never mind that, because the two leaders go barrelling through Stowe Corner. Beauvais and McDonald, Ersheg and Clutton. Marcus Clutton is really pushing here to try and get that Audi back into the lead of the race. Team manager of car 87 has been once again been called to race control. Not a happy day for Paul Sheard. Out of club go the two leaders. Here they come onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, past the Formula One pits. Up to Abbey, the right-hander. Passing moves can be made there, but it takes a brave driver to do so. Now heading towards Farm and Village. Mercedes holding on in front. That's not long made. It's second mandatory pit stop, and Marcus Clutton has a look to the inside. He goes through. Superb move by Marcus Clutton. Just found the room there on the inside. Mercedes saw that, let him through, and Marcus Clutton takes the lead of this MS UK British Endurance Championship season opener. Down towards Brooklands. He's pulling away already. Mercedes trying to fight back. Up towards Luffield, it is Marcus Clutton who has taken the lead at the wheel of the Audi R8 GT3. Stunning looking new car for this season for PB Racing. And now we'll try and put as much daylight as he can between himself and the Blackthorn Mercedes in second place. Over the line they go. Further back, it's still the Aston Vulcan in third. They're a couple of laps back on these two. Reece Lloyd and Max Coates into the pits to serve what will be, I think, their third stop. Showing us 4 on the board, but they had a penalty earlier on, of course, for an out of position start. So the Mercedes definitely dropping away a little here. There is the Aston Vulcan in third place with Glebs Stepanovs aboard, the Latvian, carrying the flag of Ukraine on its rear wing. Really is an extraordinary looking car, that is. I remember seeing one of those out for the first time at an Aston Martin Owners Club event at Donington Park a few years ago in their own GT series, the club's GT series. It won, of course. That Ferrari with Charlie Hollings on board, I wonder if that's suffering from a bit of tyre wear again, because it was squirreling around there as it came through Beckett's. They're in fourth place and leading Class C. Almost a full lap behind, as you can see there, the Aston Vulcan. They're actually a couple of laps down on it. Beeson and Healer still lead the TCR category, ahead of Woodman and Byford. Lloyd and Coates third. Here's the TCR category leader, passing the Golf number 16 of Prendergast and Griffin. Saw that car slide off at Village earlier on there. Down in 14th place. They've made 3 stops. Team Brit still need to make a couple of stops as well. According to the timing screen, they've only stopped once. Well, they've been into the pits again because the car was recovered back in after the electrical failure. There goes the number 60. Second in TCR. We'll see what the gap is to the Audi ahead of it. After that earlier stop, it's 10.5 seconds between the two of them now. See how that battle's going to play out. We've still got 44 minutes of this race still to run. Marcus Clutton is now pulling away at the front of the field from the Audi. There he is, in the Audi from the Mercedes. Yes, you can see the Mercedes has dropped back quite a long way there on the Hanger straights. Keep an eye on that, because that's dropped quite a considerable amount of time. I imagine it's Claude Beauvais still back on board that car. That's why the gap has opened up again, because Clutton, the pro racer, is still out there. Beauvais, the AM of the Pro-Am pairing in the Blackthorn car. We don't know for certain because we didn't see the number 19 car make its stop. There's the Class D leader, reigning category champion, Montague and Hall. They've moved up to 7th overall after the Opel Astra pitted. Still their gap is back to Naran and Jackson, their nearest class rivals, because Jones and George have dropped back again after they've made a stop. Matt George on board that Mercedes now. Stuart Hall at the wheel of the number 50. Aston Martin, very experienced GT racer. Still that wheel arch a little bit loose on this car, the number 63 of Chiberas and Hart. They're running down in 16th place, 5th in Class E. Overall, it's been a successful season opener so far for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. There's the 108 car. Newcomer 108 Amir Naran sharing with pro racer Tom Jackson. They've not really featured at the forefront, running in 8th position at the moment. Tom Jackson, of course, the reigning champion, as we mentioned earlier, in a GT3 Merc run by Rob Boston Racing, sharing with Wayne Mars. New challenge for him with the GT4 car this season. Just slapping it there as he continues to set the pace. The only driver to lap under 1:59 so far. Indeed, the only driver to lap under 2 minutes in the Audi. It's looking good for Ersheg and Clutton. They lead by nearly 6 seconds now over Beauvais and McDonald's Mercedes. There is the Mercedes coming into club. A lap ahead of the Aston Martin, which has come into the pits, the Aston Martin Vulcan. So Gleb Stepanov, so I would imagine, handing back to Stephen Tompkins for the final stint. That's the Aston's 3rd stop. Ersheg and Clutton have got to make another stop. They've only stopped twice so far. Car number 12 received a drive-through penalty a few minutes ago as well. McDermott and Tewia Mercedes. Oh, problems for the Ginetta. Damage to the left front. Is that suspension damage? Yes, you can see the angle the wheel is at. The left front suspension's collapsed. Oh, what a shame for SVG Motorsports. I thought it was just the tyre rubbing against the bodywork, but no, the suspension has collapsed, unfortunately, on Scott Simons and Owen Hizzy's Ginetta. That car was on an out lap as well. So if they've just had a pit stop, that might be a wheel that's come loose, and it might be a relatively simple repair, but it looked like suspension to me. But we'll wait and see when it comes in. There it is. And it's straight into the garage. So that looks like it could be a retirement, sadly, for SVG Motorsports. Getting Looks like the left front suspension has failed. What a disappointment. There's another of the team's Ginettas. We'll see that out in Britcar Trophy tomorrow. Team will take a look there. It looks like that could be game over with 40 minutes of the race to go. Marcus Clutton continues to lead in Peter Erscheg's Audi. It's the Mercedes. I was about to say a drop back, but it's come in to make its third stop. The Mercedes has come in. While we are watching the Ginetta and the Aston Martin there, the Mercedes has sneaked into the pits as well. So 2 of our top 3 in pit lane at the moment. Third and final stop for each car. A battle of the TCR cars there. That's Ash Woodman, Martin Byford's Cupra lapping the Golf. I imagine it will be Stephen Tompkins back in the Vulcan for the final stint of just under 40 minutes. I suspect we'll see David McDonnell ready to go all out after the Audi R8 as well. The Audi R8, remember, has got to make another pit stop. They've only made 2 stops so far. I think everyone has now made their stops, and one car we saw in trouble a moment ago was the Ginetta, and down in the pits we can catch up with one of its drivers, Owen Hissing.
Down here with Owen Hizzy. Owen, not good news with the Ginetta there on the left front. What seems to have happened when you were in the car?
Don't know really. As soon as I picked the car up coming out the pits, as soon as I started to hit the brakes, it was pulling hard to the left, and then coming into Brooklands, just hit the brakes, and then I felt something go, and it just pulled hard to the left, and then something failed on the left front. So,
and it's a shame for you because you just served a pit stop, so it wasn't like there was a left front which was loose. It seems like something's broke.
Yeah, something that's definitely broke. It was. I didn't feel right at all, so I was on the radio to the team and everything like that, just trying to tell them that it is something, and then it just failed.
And up until that point, it was going really well because I think you were leading the class, weren't you?
Yeah. So unfortunately, there was only one in our class. So then, what we tried to do is try and, get up as high in the GT4 battle. So I had some pace in hands that I wanted to try and get. But Scott did a great job today, considering he only drove this car for the first time yesterday. But it was a shame. But things happen in racing. What we've got to do, regroup as a team, and then head to Brands with a better chance.
I know the team are working hard to try and get it fixed. It probably won't happen, but they're going to give it a good go, aren't they?
They're going to give it a good go, see if we can finish, but I doubt it. So we're just going to have to wait and see, and fingers crossed.
Owen, bad luck. Good luck for Brands Hatch, though.
Thank you very much. Take care.
There we go. Owen Hizzy, who was kind enough to speak to us after the dramatic execution of that Ginetta, which came into the pit lane, and luckily it was towards the end of the lap, so not the full Grand Prix circuit to go round. But Owen Hizzy and the number 74 Ginetta team out of this race for now, but we'll hand back upstairs to Dave.
That's a great shame for SVG Motorsports. They'll regroup to run their cars in the Britcar Trophy races tomorrow. Meanwhile, the 2 cars pursuing our race-leading Audi have rejoined after their stops. Team managers of car number 50 and 63 were called to race control a moment ago. I can tell you, car number 50 has been given a drive-through penalty. Drive-through penalty for car number 50. That's the Montague Hall Aston Martin that's leading Class D. Now, how far ahead of... It was just over a minute ahead of the number 21 Mercedes. As we see here, this is the lead battle in TCR. They're together, and up the inside goes the EDF Motorsports Cupra, side by side with the Paul Sheard Audi. This is a class lead battle. This is for position. They're fighting for 5th overall and the lead of Class E, and the Cupra goes through at Cops. Good stuff there between these two. TCR cars have been a highlight of this race for me. They're putting on some great racing. But as we say, the number 50 car has got a drive-through penalty. It was 1 minute 11 clear of the number 21 Venture Innovations Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4. Now, depending on how long that drive-through penalty takes to serve, we could see a battle developing for the lead of Class D as well. So it's three lead battles we've got to concentrate on. Class D, Class E for the TCR cars, and overall in Class A, because remember, Marcus Clutton has still got to make his final pit stop. I think the Aston Vulcan will finish in third place, barring any major disaster, because that's a lap or so down on the other two lead runners. We'll wait and see. Oh, and the Audi running wide there. Marcus Clutton kicked up some dust coming out of Woodcut there. He's still trying his hardest. The Aston Martin hasn't come in as yet. Seventh place is lapped by the number 9. Cars in the pit lane. The Opel Astra is back in. That's its 5th pit visit. Now, how many penalties did that get earlier? Was it 1 or 2? I'm going to have to go back and take a look. Yes, I think it got just the 1 penalty, so that's a 4th stop for that car. That could be a problem for the Dragon Sport Astra. McDermott and Tewia are back in as well. That's a 5th pit visit for the number 12 car. They came in for a drive-through earlier. Has that car hit problems, or is that a scheduled stop? I think that's a scheduled stop for that car. New personal best in Sector 2 for the Mercedes of Dave McDonald. New personal best lap for that car for Dave McDonald, 1:59.283. So he's trying to push on and close the gap before that Audi makes its final stop. We can, meanwhile, while we wait to see how things are going to play out, we can hand down to Ian at trackside.
Right, hello everybody. As you can see, I've moved position. We've come trackside here. I am going to see if I can have a quick chat. If you look at the grandstands up here, as you can see, quite a lot of people enjoying themselves, having a good time here. The sun is shining as well. I'm just going to say hello to these people here. Guys, how are we doing? Are you enjoying the day?
It's been awesome. Good.
Are you here supporting somebody, or are you just enjoying the motorsport?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
Who's your friend?
Martin Byford.
Fantastic. How's he doing?
Yeah, doing really well. Yeah, just gone up to first in class.
That's what we like to, and the sun is shining, right? That's what we like to see. Now, if you stay with me a second, I've got to go under the barrier here as well. We just came down to this particular area because we want to show you some of the cars coming around the corner here as well. If we put the camera on the track, as you can see, cars just coming down now. Look at the way they take this. They stick to the circuit like glue, don't they? What a time that was as well. Get that wrong, and you do go spinning. We've seen it a lot down this end of the track. And I've just heard, actually, the leaders come into the pit, so I'm going to hand back to Dave.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Marcus Clutton has come in to make his final scheduled pit stop, so we're going to wait and see where he comes out in relation to McDonald and Tompkins. Wait a second, the Aston Martin's come back in again. The Aston Vulcan, yes, is back in again. Is that the Vulcan we see there? There's possibly a problem there. We'll hopefully get Matt Suckling down there to talk to them in a moment. It looks like we could have a spot of bother here for the Aston Vulcan. We saw the leader come in, and then I noticed the Vulcan had come back in for a 4th stop as well. There is one of our leaders suffering from late gremlins here. Beeson and Healer have come back in as well. So that could have just decided the TCR category. We can hand down to Matt to find out what's happened with the Venture Innovations Aston Vulcan.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane, Dave, with the Vulcan which has come in. It's not a normal pit stop because the bonnet's been up now for quite a while. Stephen Tompkins is sitting in the car. I don't really want to interrupt with the crew, but let's have a look and see if we can have a chat with some of the team members down here who are just working hard. Sorry guys, just a quick, do you know what's happening with the car?
Yeah, we just had an oil pressure problem on the track, so we're just tracking that down.
Okay, they've got an oil pressure problem there, so hopefully they can get that sorted. But team now just looking under the car. A lot of frantic movement as ever when they want to try and get this car back out, which was running in a really strong position. So oil was being done over there. That's going to be brought to the car. Team still with the bonnet up at the minute, but of course every second it sits here, it's losing valuable time on the circuit with the rest of the teams going round. I think the only saving grace for them is that the Audi was in at the same time, so that is a little bit of a relief. But apart from from that. Stephen Tompkins is just sitting there. He's going to be told, I think, to he's going to just sit there for a little bit longer. But the team, as I said, working hard to try and get this problem resolved, Dave.
Thanks, Matt. What a shame. Oil pressure problems for the Aston Vulcan then. Now it was a lap clear of the RNR Ferrari, so it looks like that could move into an overall podium position, the Class C leader. So notification car 63 down towards the tail of the field has been given a drive-through penalty. It's served that, I think. But we're going to concentrate up at the front because Marcus Clutton and Peter Erscheg's Audi has just rejoined. I think it's Marcus Clutton still in the car. Normally the strategy is to have the pro driver serve the final stint. There's half an hour of the race, or 29 minutes to be precise, still to go. And we will wait to see where he has come out in relation to David McDonald in the Mercedes. He's on his out lap at the moment. Marcus Clutton will try and pick up the two race leaders. We saw Beeson and Healer come back in there on their out lap as well, so that's given Woodman and Byford in 5th position overall in the Cupra the class advantage in TCR. There's the Cupra, there's the Audi. Now where is David McDonald? Let's wait and see. There is McDonald. There is the Audi down into Brooklands. Have they done enough? Have they got the Audi R8 GT3 out into the lead? I can't see the Mercedes around it as they come over the line. Of course, the drive-through penalty that Mercedes had to take will have made a difference here. And yes, 70 laps completed. The Audi comes across the line completing its out lap. Where is the Mercedes? The gap is 10.1 seconds. So I think the drive-through penalty that Beauvais and McDonald had to serve for track limits is going to make the difference here. The gap is 10.178 seconds to be precise. And it's down to Dave McDonald to try and close the gap. 27.5 minutes to do so. He's just done the Mercedes best first sector of the race, 36.226. Okay. Challenge is laid down. The Vulcan has gone back out. So we'll hope that those oil pressure problems have been cured. But one car we saw pull into the pits a few laps ago and has sadly not rejoined is the, there's the Vulcan, is the Opel Astra TCR car, Reece Lloyd's Dragon Sport team. We can find out what's happened with them.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Down here in the pit lane with the Opel Astra, unfortunately, which seems to be out of the race. Max Coates just about to climb out of the car. I'm not going to have a chat with him just yet. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with Reece Lloyd. Reece, can we have a quick chat? Sorry, not the circumstances I want to be talking to you in, but the car's been in for quite a while now. What seems to have happened?
We don't know. I think it's overheated, which seems to have caused probably a head gasket to go on it. I think the water tank holders failed, I think. A bit frustrating, but just one of those things.
Such a shame because you and Max as a combination have been very strong so far today.
Yeah, it's been a mega weekend to be fair. So, but I think going forward we've got a better package this year than last year. So I think we're due a few results this year to be fair.
Off to Brands Hatch next, a bit more nimbler circuit, so should suit you very well.
Yeah, I think the high speed stuff suits us better. So I think Brands and Alton could be a bit tricky for us, but I think back here Silverstone and then Donington and Snetterton will definitely suit us here.
Unlucky today, but good luck for the next one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
There we go, Reece Lloyd down here in the pit lane. Max Coates now out in the car, just having a quick chat with the team, but yeah, not the way they wanted to end the race here at Silverstone for the opening round of the British Endurance Championship, and consolidation between the two of them just to kind of give one hard luck story there. Let's see if we can just grab a quick word with Max while he takes his race helmet off. Again, I'm going to intrude. Sorry, Max. I'll let you take your race helmet off first before we have a quick chat with you. It was going so well, but we just spoke to Reece there. Not the circumstances you wanted to end this race, really.
No, I really thought that one was coming to us. Yeah, I thought we had maybe I don't know whether we had a win in the bag, but it definitely wasn't in the bag. But it was, yeah. I think that was going to come to us really.
Come back stronger next time.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? We're already so much stronger this year than we were last year. Last year, this race for us was an absolute nightmare. We put it on pole. Well, I say we. Reese put it on pole this morning. I felt quick in the car from as soon as we got out in it. We've clearly fixed a few issues that we had last year, so we're already in a much better position. So this is just so frustrating because I really thought that was coming to us. But yeah, for sure we'll be back at Brands. I'm not in at Brands, unfortunately. So yeah, it'll be Yannick Mettler filling in for me at Brands. So hopefully him and Reese can get the monkey off our back and have the first win.
Good stuff. Thanks, Max. Always a pleasure to see you, and hopefully we'll see you back at Oulton Park.
You said what's happened there is, by the seams of it, something on the header tank has split. I mean,
so simple as well.
You can't get much more unlucky than that. So yeah, nothing the team could have done. They've done a great job this weekend, not only on the TCR but also on the pair of Clios. So you know we've got another shot at it tomorrow and we'll come back stronger.
Thanks, Max. Always appreciated. So there you go. Back tomorrow with the Britcar Trophy, but day done here in the British Endurance Championship. Back to you, Dave.
Yes, bitter luck to the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport team. They'll now switch their attentions to their Clios for the Britcar Trophy category tomorrow. The lead gap, I can tell you, has gone up a little to 11 seconds now. Clutton ahead of McDonald in the battle for overall and Class A honours. The Aston Vulcan is going again, but it's down to 4th behind the Ferrari of Goddard, Hand and Hollings. And from 5th place, the EDF Motorsport Cupra has just made its final pit stop. It's his 4th pit visit of the race. Of course, one of them was a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, so we'll see if they stay ahead of Beeson and Healer for Paul Sheard Automotive in the Audi for Class E and TCR honours. Looking down towards the Class D battle as well as we watch the Ferrari heading out of the loop onto the Wellington Straight. Montague and Hall, despite their drive-through, are still ahead of the Venture Innovations Mercedes in the battle for honours in Class D. Naran and Jackson are 3rd in that category. There could be a change for 8th place overall though, because Jones and George in the Venture Mercedes are being caught by the Porsche of Thurston and Hatfield. Now, Woodman and Byford have just been in. Have they lost the lead of the TCR class? Yes, it looks like they have. It looks like despite a couple of penalties earlier on, Paul Sheard Automotive's Audi has retaken the lead of Class E. Meanwhile, we can hand back down to Ian in the pit lane.
Right, everybody, I'm going to play Weatherman now because I don't know if you can just see behind me. I'll just stand out a shot. Can you see the rain is coming down over there? Now, where you're looking right now, that is actually over the start-finish line where the Formula 1 goes. Now, we are on the GP circuit. That does mean we are racing over there as well. I don't know if it's raining there right now, but it looks like it's about to. In the last 15-20 minutes or so of this race, are we about to have a massive curveball thrown in right at the end? Well, let's find out. I think it's about to start raining quite heavy here at Silverstone. Dave, back to you.
We'll keep an eye on that. I said Silverstone has its own microclimate. It can throw brief rain showers in like that. I've seen it many times over the years. Team managers of cars 68 and number 9 to race control has just got number 68 is the team Brit McLaren. That's only shown as having made 2 pit stops, and the pit window is about to close. Number 9 is the race leader. We'll just keep an eye on that, see what race control have to say, whether any penalties are going to be handed out. We don't know as yet. Just keep our eye on things. The lead gap is 11.235 seconds between the Audi and the Mercedes from Blackthorn. Marcus Clutton continues to lead. The Ferrari of Charlie Hollings on board is in 3rd, but they're some 4 laps further back ahead of the Stepanovs and Tompkins Aston Vulcan after those oil pressure problems. Stephen Tompkins is almost 29 seconds down on the Ferrari. 5th is the TCR leader, that's the Audi of Beeson and Healer, with Woodman and Byford having just made their final pit stop. There's the Audi over the line. Montague and Hall still 7th. They still lead. They're 37 seconds ahead of the Venture Mercedes, so things looking fairly clear-cut at the moment in Class D. Thurston and Hatfield in 9th place in their Porsche. They've dropped back, in fact, from the 8th place car. I thought there was a battle developing there. And Naran and Jackson in the Mercedes GT4, the white car, round out the top 10. Here's our TCR leader, just ahead of the Ferrari. Pair of GT4 Mercedes alongside them. 4 cars together through Stoke Corner. You can see the sky is starting to darken. Once again, it keeps threatening to rain. But I can't see any raindrops falling as yet. We had just 1 or 2 earlier on in the race, but not enough to affect or threaten anything. I think we're down to 15 cars left running now, because we saw the retirements earlier on of Seal and Stanley, Foster and Wilcox, Henry and De Leon, Hizzy and Simons, and most likely Lloyd and Coates as well. Not too sure about the Cox and Haynes BMW. That's dropped a long way back. The BMW is still going though. There's the Aston Vulcan. It's over 18 minutes of this race still to go. The lead gap has come down just a little bit, 10.883 seconds now. McDonald taking a few tenths out of Marcus Clutton's lead on that last lap. But really, that drive-through penalty has made the difference. The pit window has now closed. Closes with 20 minutes of the race still to go. Oh, car 87 has been given a 30-second stop-go penalty. And the leader has come in as well. Ersheg and Clutton back in the pits for a 4th time now. We don't have notification of why. Is that a penalty or is that a problem with the Audi? So the leader has come into the pits. Hopefully Matt will be able to find out what's gone on. Now, that's going to hand the lead certainly to Beauvais and McDonald. There's the Mercedes. They are now leading this race. Okay, late drama here at Silverstone as David McDonald takes the lead for Blackthorn in the Mercedes AMG GT3. It's gone straight back out. I think that was a drive-through penalty for the Audi. Now, we'll wait and see how far back that's dropped Marcus Clutton. Through club, there's the Mercedes. Where is the Audi? There it is, coming into Stowe. Okay, we've got 16.5 minutes to go. I believe that was a drive-through for the Audi. We haven't had notification. I was about to say there, car 87 has been given a 30-second stop-go penalty for a transgression of some sort. Try and get advice through from race control on what's happened there. They've certainly been kept busy today on opening day for the MSUK British Endurance Championship, but Beeson and Healer, just when they thought they got the TCR class battle sewn up, they have a stop-go penalty, so that's going to hand the initiative back to Woodman and Byford in the Cupra for EDF Motorsports. Thurston and Hatfield are back in the Porsche from 9th place. There's the leader, flashing his lights at Charlie Hollings, Dave McDonald, and Hollings, I don't think has seen him there. Now he moves aside down the straight. Over the line goes McDonald. He leads. Now, where is the Audi R8? We'll try and pick it up as it comes through this time. See what the gap is, and whether Marcus Clutton can close in again after what I'm fairly certain was a drive-through penalty. There he is. No, he's back in again. He's back in again. There's something amiss with the Audi. We saw him dive for the pit lane there. He's only been back out for 1 lap, so I'm not quite sure what's happening here. We'll need Matt Suckling down in the pit lane. It's just come through. 14-second stop-go penalty for car number 9. That's just come through to us now. But he came in once, went back out, and has now come in again. So whether the first pit visit was the penalty and it's subsequently something else has happened, we don't know. But it's coming to the pits on successive laps, Marcus Clutton's Audi. Well, it's Peter Erscheg's Audi, he's the car owner. Marcus Clutton at the wheel. But this is surely going to, I don't want to say it's for definite. Still 14 and a half minutes to go. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on the Blackthorn Mercedes, but this is surely going to hand them an almost clear-cut shot at victory in this opening race of the season. I think the Audi will be in a safe second. Yes, they're 4 laps clear of the RNR Ferrari. Well, late drama here at Silverstone. The 21 car also got a stop-go penalty. The Jones and George car, only 1 second, presumably for pit lane transgressions. They haven't had any definite notification through as to what the penalties were for. Well, that's sadly robbed us of what could have been a good battle for the lead there. With Dave McDonald closing in on Marcus Clutton. That sky is definitely going darker. See what the gap is as Clutton comes through this time. But the leader is already down the hanger straights. Oh, there's a spinner. That's at Luffield. It's the number 12 car. McDermott and Will Tawir. Ed McDermott and Will Tawir. They've spun it onto the grass at the entrance to Luffield. Is he going to get going again from there? The green and gold car. Yes, he is. That had been beached on there. That could have been a safety car. There's the R8. Yeah, it's a long gap now. We'll see what the time is as he comes out of Woodcut over the line. Yeah. Yes, the gap is 1 minute 10.9. Now, have we just had a move there for third place while I was watching? Yes, while I was watching the timing screen there. Stephen Tompkins has caught Charlie Hollings and retaken third place. We were concentrating on events for the lead of the race, but Stephen Tompkins has been able to make up the time lost with that extra pit stop, has caught the Class C Ferrari and moves through into third place. Good stuff there from Venture Innovations. Been a pretty successful race for them today. Looks like they're going to finish in the top 3 overall and the top 3 of the Class C category, Class D I should say, with their Mercedes. There's the leading Mercedes, 78 laps completed now. Dave McDonald up towards Beckett's. Little left-hand flick of Maggots, then the Beckett's complex, the right, the left, and the right again. A fabulous sequence of corners, that is. Then the left flick of Chapel onto the hanger straights. One car into the pit lane there. That is one of the Mercedes. It's the number 21 car. Looks like they've got a stop-go penalty. The number 21. Yes, 1 second stop-go penalty. We mentioned that earlier. It's coming to serve it. The 21 of Jones and George. There's the R8. Over a minute back now on the Mercedes. Sadly, it looks like this race could be lost. Just moving past one of the TCR cars there. 63 of Siveras and Hart. It's been a quiet race for that group, down in 13th place. The Thurston and Hatfield Porsche has been in the pits for some time as well. Whether there's a problem for the team hard car. They lost their other car early on, of course, the Audi retiring. Further, that Stephen Tompkins got the Aston Vulcan back up into third position. The lead gap is 1 minute 10 seconds. It's such a shame for the PV racing team. That beautiful new Audi. Having a good scrap with the Mercedes. We don't know the reason for the penalty there 14-second stop go, presumably a pit stop infringement, but we'll await if we can get confirmation of that from race control. It looks like PB Racing and Enduro Motorsport are going to have to settle for second position. 9.5 minutes to go now. Here's our third place car, surviving a late scare with the oil pressure. Stephen Tompkins and Gleb Stepanovs in that extraordinary Aston Vulcan. You really have to be at the circuit at trackside to realise just what an amazing noise one of those cars makes. As I said, I was trackside at Donington Park a few years ago when the Vulcan scored a win in the Aston Martin Owners Club GT Series, and nearly clipping the back of the 75 BMW there. A little bit slow through Beckett's. They're running down in 14th place. The Cox and Haynes BMW. Team Brit, I noticed, are still down as having only made 2 pit stops, but with those electrical problems earlier on, they are 19 laps down, so it won't matter too much. They're just eager to get some racing laps in. Here are Woodman and Byford. After Beeson and Healer got yet another penalty. That's 3 penalties, unfortunately, I think they've got in this race. The TCR pendulum swings back in the favour of EDF Motorsports. Class D is being led by this car, in a fine 6th overall, the Aston Martin of Montague and Hall. The fastest lap of the race currently belongs to Marcus Cluck, 1:58.996. In the closing stages now of this season opener for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. It certainly has been a test of endurance for several of these cars. One of the hard luck stories of this race has to be the 87 of George Healer and Jonathan Beeson. They've made the most pit visits of any car in this race, a total of 7 stops, including penalties taken. They're running in 7th place, 2nd in class. Try and see what the gap is to their class rivals Woodman and Byford as a result of that now. Out of Woodcott's up over the line. The difference is over 1 minute and 40 seconds now. The Class D battle has opened up as well, with Montague and Hall now well clear of the Joneses and George car. Naran and Jackson 3rd in class. Tom Jackson, the reigning champion. Yes, Thurston and Hatfield, I think, are out of the race. That Porsche not rejoining after its 4th pit visit. Another car coming down pit lane. Is that the Ginetta? It is. SVG Motorsport have repaired the left front suspension, and he's going to get a few more racing laps in. We don't know if it's Scott Simons or Owen Hizzy on board that car. I imagine it's Owen Hizzy, because he was aboard that car when the failure occurred. He's feeling his way back out onto the circuit, making sure it's not pulling to the side or anything like that. So the Ginetta, despite being some 23 laps in arrears, looks like he's at least going to get to the end of the race. Seems feeling his way around, just making sure everything is okay. He'll let the Mercedes through there. Well, Dave McDonald continues to lead. Got just over 5 minutes to go. It's been an excellent opener for the MS UK British Endurance Championship here on BARC TV. A great duel in the early part of the race and towards the end between the Mercedes and the PB Racing Audi. A penalty for the PB Racing Audi, dropping it back. Here's our Class D leader. and the Class D invitation lead of the number 12 Mercedes. Had a couple of spins, still going strong. Here's the Vulcan. They're on their way to a podium place. 3 Class A cars all set to lock out the podium. No surprise really, the GT3 cars are cut above the rest overall. As for the other classes, we've mentioned Class D. Class C is going to be won by the Ferrari, the R&R Performance Car. No finishers in Class B, unfortunately, with John Seal and Jamie Stanley out of the race. Class E, the TCR category, looks like it's going the way of EDF Motorsports in their Cupra. In 5th overall, a fine performance by Woodman and Byford. And Class G, well, that's going to be won by the Ginetta that's just rejoined as long as it gets to the end of the race. Plenty of marbles you can see offline. Bits of rubber everywhere. Be a quick sweep up before the next race takes place here at Silverstone this afternoon. Full credit once again to our excellent volunteer marshalling team. Could not go racing without. Take a look on the BARC website if you want to find out how to volunteer as a marshal and get up close to the action. It's not all about waving flags, plenty of duties you can carry out. Join the British Motorsport Marshals Club for more info. Dave McDonald, meanwhile, is heading for victory. 3 minutes to go. Flashes his lights at the number 63 Cupra. It's running in 13th place. It's been a largely trouble-free run for that car. 4th in class. Through Club Corner for the 83rd time. Along the Sir Lewis Hamilton straights as our leader, as our second place car comes over the line. Yeah, 1 minute 6 is the gap. That's just over half a lap of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. A great debut for the new car for Claude Beauvais and David McDonald. Last year they won a class championship in Class B. This year looking for the overall title. Flying down into Brooklands. Look at the speed differential there between a GT3 and a GT4 Mercedes. Going up to start what will be their final lap this time, I'm fairly sure. 90 seconds, 94 seconds to be precise on the clock as they went over the line there. Dave McDonald's just got to ease it home around this final lap. Out of Copse, up towards the Beckett's complex. He's got over a minute in hand over his nearest pursuer. And there's some 4 laps clear of the rest of the field. It's going to be the Aston Vulcan in 3rd place. Through Stowe Corner for the last time. Making its way around what is the international circuits, this segment of Silverstone. You often see the national and international circuits running on the same day at times. That sky is going greyer, but the rain is going to hold off by the look of it to allow this race to conclude. Leader goes through Abbey, Farm and Village, then up towards the loop for the last time. It really has been a 2-car battle for the overall victory here in this MSUK British Endurance Championship season opener. So we wait to pick up the leading car heading up the Wellington Straights. Claude Beauvais started. Dave McDonald has put in some fantastic laps. The team that won Class B last season in their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, is going to take their first overall win. The Blackthorn Mercedes around La Field towards Woodcote for the final time. The clock has counted down to 0, and our first MSUK British Endurance Championship victory of 2023 goes to the Blackthorn Mercedes. Claude Beauvais and David McDonald are winners here at Silverstone, completing 84 laps in 3 hours 25.7 seconds. Great drive by David McDonald in the closing stages there. Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton are going to come in to finish as the runners-up. Here they come, just coming through the infield loop, about half a lap behind. A late penalty denying them their chance to catch the Mercedes. But some great work by Marcus Clutton. Looks like he'll get the consolation of the fastest lap of the race. There's the blue Ferrari. That's going to come in 4th place. And there's the Aston Martin as well of Montague and Hall. They're going to win Class D in a fine 6th overall. The Aston Vulcan has crossed the line to take 3rd place, some 4 laps in arrears. It's going to be the Ferrari in 4th overall. They will win Class C, so a pair of class winners head towards the line. There's our runner-up in the overall classification. Peter Erscheg's Audi, driven by Marcus Clutton, takes 2nd place. Well done to Montague and Hall. They win Class D. The Ferrari wins Class C. Ferrari was some 28.8 seconds off the Aston Vulcan for an overall podium place. Just awaiting our Class E winners to come home. Class D Invitation, of course, we were won by Ed McDermott and William Toia in the Mercedes GT4. So we await the TCR runners to come over the line. Dave McDonald, thumbs up to the marshals. There's the Ginetta, it did make the finish. There's the Beeson and Healer Audi, 2nd in Class E. Looks like the last car to take the flag is going to be our TCR winner, the EDF Motorsport car of Ash Woodman and Martin Byford, the XBTCC man. Here it comes. An excellent 5th place and wins Class E for the TCR cars. There is one more car to take the flag. There it is, the BMW. Yes, they're all in now. And we can give you the provisional results. Claude Beauvais and David McDonald in the Blackthorn Mercedes GT3 take the win, completing 84 laps in a time of 3 hours 25.739 seconds. 2nd place for Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton, 1 minute 3.796 seconds back in the Audi GT3. And 3rd place for Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins in the Aston Martin Vulcan, 4 laps behind. 4th place went to Chris Goddard, Charlie Hand and Charlie Hollings. They win Class C in the Ferrari 458 Challenge run by R&R Performance Cars. In 5th place, great effort, Ash Woodman and Martin Byford. In the Cupra TCR, they win Class E for EDF Motorsport. 6th place and winners of Class D, the MKH Aston Martin of Montague and Hall, Peter Montague and Stuart Hall. 7th place for Jonathan Beeson and George Healer, what might have been for them but for penalties in their Audi TCR for Paul Sheard Automotive. They finished 7th. 8th place and 2nd in Class D for number 21, Neville and Chris Jones and Matt George in the Venture Innovations Mercedes GT4. 9th place, another Mercedes, Amir Naran and Tom Jackson for Breakel Racing in their Mercedes GT4. And completing the top 10, number 16, Prendergast and Griffin in the VW Golf TCR. The other finishers were McDermott and Toia, they win Class D Invitation, Sieberus and Hart in their Cupra TCR, and the other cars running at the finish were Cox and Haynes in the BMW, Overend and Whitley for Team Brit in the McLaren, and Hizzy and Simons, who rejoined after repairs in the Ginetta. They win Class G. Well, let's hand down to Matt Suckling in Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers.
Down here then in the podium ceremony area where the top 3 have been welcomed in, and we're going to have a quick chat with David McDonald, who's just jumped out the race winning number 19 Mercedes. David, cracking job today. Was it easy? Was it hard?
It was easy at parts, a bit tricky at other times. Yeah, when Marcus caught up with us, unfortunately we didn't put new tyres on the pit stop, so we were struggling for grip a little bit then. But then after that, came back in, put new tyres on, the pace came back then. I don't know actually what happened then, because I know they were in front of us at that point, so I don't know if they had a mechanical issue or something, but I'm happy with that in the end.
I think it was a bit confusing towards the end because there's Stephen just congratulating you as well. A bit confusing towards the end. There was a few penalties to be served. There was a few extra pit stops as well, so lots going on.
Yeah. I mean, we got caught out with a penalty early on in the race for track limits, which is a little bit surprised because we didn't have any warnings up until then. Also, we got drive-through. But these things happen.
What a great way to start the year, though. First win of the first round of the British Endurance Championship. A few more to come this year?
Yeah, I hope so. Andy Stokos might be racing us this weekend, but unfortunately he was ill. But he'll be joining us for the rest of the season, so looking forward to that.
Perfect. Well done, David. Many congratulations. You and Claude. I don't know where Claude's gone to, but he's around here somewhere. Let's now head over and have a quick chat with our second place team. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to take the drivers upstairs. So if we're very quickly, we're going to get guys. Sorry, Peter, if you just come this way, you're going to head with Claire upstairs. Marcus is going to head as well. So we'll have a quick pause. We're going to head up to the podium and do that and have a quick chat with some other drivers for our next race here today at Silverstone.
A little bit of a clear up needed at the moment, then a bit of rubber and a few marbles to be cleared off the circuit. So I think all the cars are back in pit lane, and we've got quite a special grid coming up next then. 3 of the classes run by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We will have the Bertie Haulage Prix 2003 touring cars, mainly BMWs and Honda Civics. The Laser Tools Prix 93 touring cars, again mostly BMWs, and also the Super Touring cars are here. Oh yes. Those who know me know my love of the 1990s Super Touring cars, the cars I grew up watching in the British Touring Car Championship. We have 3 of them here today. They will start from the front of the grid, and the rest of the grid, the Prix 93 and 03 touring cars, will start combined behind them. We'll take you through that grid while we just have a moment here. Pole position, it is number 5, Jason Hughes in his 888 Racing prepared Vauxhall Vectra. Jason Hughes in the early 2000s did race in the British Touring Car Championship after the conclusion of the Super Touring era in an MGZR, among other things. MGZS, I should say. He starts on pole. And the 2 Nissan Primeras from Brisky Racing start behind them. But I can now hand down to the podium. Matt Suckling is ready with our British Endurance Championship podium ceremony.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yep, so down here on the podium for the British Endurance Championship, round 1 here at Silverstone. So we're going to get the drivers on in reverse order, starting with 3rd place, Gleb Stepanovs and Stephen Tompkins. Well done, guys. Make your way down to the end of the podium. Many congratulations in the Aston Martin Vulcan, and a lovely cheer from everyone down in the pit lane as well. Claire Headley on hand to hand out trophies and the Goodyear podium hats as well. 2nd place in that race went the way of Peter Ursig and Marcus Clutton. Well done, guys. Many congratulations in that new car this weekend, the Audi GT3. Faultless pretty much, just a few penalties to serve along the way, but great drive and great to see both Peter and Marcus back in this year's championship. But to the top step of the podium for the first time, for the first round, please welcome Claude Beauvais and David McDonald. Well done, guys. Many congratulations, a fantastic race and a big cheer from everyone down there in the pit lane. So they get the biggest of all the trophies in the British Endurance Championship. They will take the top step of the podium, and then what we do is we let people take some photos, and then we'll try and grab a quick word with our 2nd and 3rd place teams before we move on with our next race here at Silverstone. So many congratulations, lots of photos to be taken by the teams downstairs, and then we might get the top 3 together. Guys, if you can get yourself onto the top step of the podium all together, and we'll get Danny, our cameraman, over to us, and then, as I said, we'll very quickly dive in with a word with our 2nd and 3rd place teams as the trophies are held aloft here. I wonder if champagne is going to be sprayed. If we're going to have a quick word with 2nd and 3rd, guys, if that's all right. We'll just want to jump down, Peter and Marcus. Guys, not a bad first race. It's 2nd place, but how was the race for you?
Yeah, it's bittersweet in a way. I think we were really on for the win today. It didn't quite work out for us, but if you look at the positives, first time in a GT3 car, hopped in it yesterday, and to be on the podium is great. So I think we both drove well, and looking at the brands to rectify maybe today's result.
Yeah, it's a long season, Marcus, isn't it? Second place here. I know there's a few frustrations along the way, but a good result.
Yeah, it's a great result considering how long we've had the car and first time driving it yesterday, and Peter did a sterling job, brought the car in the lead. You can't ask for any more than that, and just didn't go our way today. A few mistakes from myself, and we'll come back stronger.
We look forward to it. Guys, thank you very much. Good job this weekend. Let's have a quick chat as well with Glebes and Stephen. Stephen, guys, do you want to just jump down for us if you wouldn't mind? Well done, third place.
Thank you very much.
The Vulcan wasn't without its problems as well there, but you made it to the end.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Fuel, oil and water pressure and hot drivers, warm drivers.
At least all four wheels stayed on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, car's beautiful. It went really well. Glebs did a really good start. Got us got back up into where we should have been, third place, and then off we went. And he had the worst tyres because he always had the tired tyres. So did well. Well done.
Glebs, for you, a great first stint there. Some really good battles involved in throughout that race.
Yeah, well, I've lost the positions in quali, so I thought I better get on with it quickly. That's what the plan was.
But what a start though, from way down on the grid. You made your way straight up there, didn't you?
I didn't have to think too much. I just went on with it.
You looking forward to Brands Hatch?
Yeah, of course I am. Not driven the Vulcan around there, so we'll see how it goes.
Fantastic stuff, guys. Well done this weekend, and good luck at Brands Hatch. We look forward to seeing you there. So there you go. And a very quick word with Claude. We haven't spoke to you yet, Claude. We spoke to David very briefly. Claude, well done.
Yes, so
first
much.
place there for you. How was that?
That was just terrific. That's the first time that I've been on podium P1. It was just a crazy start. Peter was really quite a challenge to follow him. Then I kind of got a little bit carried away and slowed down a little bit to preserve the tires, and then I saw him in the back and I was like, okay, time to push. And then we had a little bit of traffic, and it was just an incredible race. Really enjoyed that.
Enjoyed driving the Mercedes as well?
Oh, that's a phenomenal car. Big difference from the Lamborghini. It just drives so well. Feel so confident in that car. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Fantastic. Well done to Claude, well done to David on the win here in the British Endurance Championship, the first round of 2023. 3 different marks as well on the top step. We've got, of course, the winner of the Mercedes, the second place for the Audi, and third place for the Aston Martin. Much more to come this year in the British Endurance Championship. Do not miss it. More racing though, still to come here at Silverstone. So let's hand back upstairs to Dave Goddard.
Well, congratulations to everyone there in the British Endurance Championship season opener. And look at that for the front of our next grid. A 888 Vauxhall Vectra, very much in the mould of John Cleland and company, alongside an ex-David Leslie Nissan Primera. It's Jason Hughes and Richard Wheeler on the front row. And on the second row, another Primera in the classic late 90s colours, and Super Touring legend Anthony Reid is at the wheel. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Bertie Haulage Prix 03 and the Laser Tools Prix 93 touring cars running from a combined grid. And at the front of that group, hoping to catch up with the Super Tourers, is Gary Preble, number 191 in his Honda Civic. So starting alongside him is the number 77 car of Stuart Waite with his BMW. You can just see that car, the number 77, on the right of your screen. The next row, row 6 effectively, with the gap being used, is number 4 James Everard with his BMW E30 M3. 91 Oliver Owen, who we also saw out in the Classic Thunder saloon race earlier on with his BMW. The next row, 51, another BMW of Mike Dugdale, and 45 Clint Chalmers with his M3. Another couple of Prix 03 touring cars next, Ross Craig in his Honda Civic, and 137 Cavan Granger with his BMW. On row 9, the reigning Prix 93 champion, which is Andy Cripps, number 1, another at BMW M3, alongside the similar car of number 148, Mike Nash, his BMW running in Prix 03. Then we've got number 199, which is Matthew Hollier. He's in a Renault Clio, alongside 12 Jamie Thwaites, and he's in a Ford Sierra. Row 11, number 70 Will Hunt with his Ford Fiesta, and 30 Byron Aldous. He's at the wheel of a VW Corrado, running in Prix 93. Little bit more variety in the Pre-93 grid. 87 Jamie Sturgis, he's in his classic BMW E28 M535, alongside number 29 Jonathan Olive Cooper in his BMW M3. Row 13 is 361 of Lee Spencer, he's in a BMW 328i, alongside 151 Vic Hope with his Honda Civic. The next row, 153 Simon Mann in the Cadbury's livery BMW, alongside 211 Chris Southcutt, and he's in a Peugeot 205. 116 James Alford's Civic alongside the 58 of Mark Finney. He's in a Vauxhall Astra GTE. Penultimate row is 911 Eddie O'Kane. He's in a Hyundai Coupe. And 109 Oliver Jones Chapman. He's in a BMW. The final row, 86 David Clark with his now rare Renault 5 Turbo, the yellow car there, starting alongside 121 of Joe Dorrington, and he's in a Honda Civic. 3 Super Tourers keeping the gap there. Shades of John Cleland out in front. It was here at Silverstone that John Cleland ran in his last ever BTCC race at the end of the 1990s. That car of Jason Hughes was not actually raced in period. It was built as a spare shell for the 888 racing team. Competed across Europe, including in hill climbs in Central Europe, before being purchased by Jason Hughes, ex-BTCC racer himself. This will be a 20-minute race. Gary Preble will start as the favourite further back. He will try and catch up with the Super Tourers. Number 4 in there as well, that's James Everard, the beautiful E30 M3, one of the greatest touring cars of all time in the eyes of many. There's Byron Aldous, the red VW Corrado. Eddie O'Kane, the O'Kane Irish Foods car, the Hyundai Coupe. The Renault 5 Turbo from the back. Expect to have David Clark here. This will be a rolling start. 20-minute race. The green car there, Andy Cripps, number 1, the reigning Prix 93 touring car champion. It's Cavan Granger who currently holds the Prix 03 touring car championship. We're on board with the great Anthony Reid. He's raced touring cars all over the world. Been close to making a Formula 1 drive in the early 90s as well. He is a legend. It'd be great to see him take a win here. The ex-David Leslie Primera ahead of him. Car's owner Richard Wheeler at the wheel. Number 148's there, one of the many BMWs on this grid. That's Mike Nash. Sierra there as well. That's driven by Tom Murphy? No, there's a couple of Sierras on the entry list. That's Jamie Thwaites, I apologise, number 12. Tom Murphy's example not out, I don't think. But they're coming round towards the rolling start. They will start to form up. Can they catch the Super Tourers, the cars behind? We shall see. Safety car pulls into pit lane. Snarling pack behind, headed by Gary Preble in that very quick Honda Civic. Stuart Waite alongside him, veteran BMW racer. This is going to be something special. Notice the wipers going on a couple of these cars. There's 1 or 2 raindrops in the air. Here they come then, the power comes on and away they go. Super Tourers away. Jason Hughes, the former Classic Thunder champion, side by side with the number 8 of Richard Wheeler into the first corner. Anthony Reid tucks in behind. The rest of the pack will jostle for position behind as they come up towards Copse Corner, but it is Jason Hughes who's got the lead. What a great sight the 3 Super Touring cars make out in front. The Super Touring revival movement has been magnificent over the last few years. Further back in the order, we see the cavalry charge led by Stuart Waite. The BMW's got ahead of the Honda using its rear-wheel drive to launch away there. Mike Dugdale a bit out of shape in his BMW, the black and white car, as they start to sort themselves out. Behind there's Ross Craig in the Honda, number 169. There you go, the top 3. These 3 Super Tourers. Stuart Waite leading the chase in 4th. Then it's Preble. Preble having a look as they come down towards Stowe Corner on the inside, try and take the lead of the Prix 03 category away. Stuart Waite is leading the Prix 93, so Preble is in front of the Prix 03s. 2 grids mixed together behind the Super Tourers. Definitely a few drops of rain falling here. You can see the wipers going on David Clark's Renault 5 there. Here's the battle for the lead of the chasing pack. The Prix 93s have it at the moment with Stuart Waite. Then the Prix 03 leader Gary Preble. It's the Super Tourers out front. Hughes from Wheeler. Reid. Then the gap back to the pursuing pack. Oliver Owen's red BMW up into 4th place of that group. Tyres squeal as they fling it through Abbey, the left-hander. And you can see it's wet, you can see the rain on the camera lens, so the rain has arrived here at Silverstone. Cavan Granger and the number 12 Jamie Thwaite side by side. There's Mike Dugdale, but it is Jason Hughes who leads the way. Going round to complete their second lap of the Silverstone, their first lap of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit over the line. 1.3 seconds is the lead, and it is certainly wet, as you can see. Into Copse Corner they go. Oh, and Richard Wheeler's lost it there. I saw the number 8 car swap ends. He's into the gravel. The ex-David Leslie Primera goes gravel bashing. I don't think he's going to get up from there. That's a shame. Richard Wheeler looks to be out of the race. You can see how slippery it has got here. I think we're going to see a few more spinners, especially with several rear-wheel drive BMWs in a bit of strife here. There's one of them, the number 4 running out wide. That's James Everard in the DTM replica number 4. Through Beckett's they come. You can see Anthony Reid taking it gingerly there down the straight as the rain arrives here at Silverstone. Stuart Waite is next, then Gary Preble, James Everard, Mike Dugdale a bit further back ahead of the number 1 of Andy Cripps, the reigning Prix 93 touring car champion. It is pouring here at Silverstone. Nice to see Gary Preble with some livery on his car. That car's been plain white for the last few years. The King of Castle Combe, as he's known. And Richard Wheeler in the gravel. And is that Anthony Reid slowing? Yes, he is. And I think he's pulling off. So we've lost 2 of our Super Tourers, the 2 Nissans, unfortunately. So Jason Hughes now flying the flag alone for our Super Touring series. There he is, way out in front. You can see the rain coming down. So Stuart Waite is now up to 2nd overall, and he leads the Prix 93 cars. Battle at the back of the field there. That's the Astra GTE of number 58, Mark Finney. Another car out of the race there, Simon Mann. He's gone off in the 153 BMW. It's really wet out there. You can hardly see as they come into Village. Ross Craig going through there on the inside in his Honda Civic. The leader comes down the Wellington straights. He's going to need his Wellingtons if it gets any wetter. Jason Hughes out on his own. Stuart Waite coping well with the conditions here in 2nd in his BMW. The Bartley BMW Specialist run car. Hear the wind in the background as well. It's getting rough here at Silverstone. Through Luffy. Preble 3rd. 4th is Everard. There is Jason Hughes. The colours of Jason Plato. And rolling to a halt is Anthony Reid in the international pit lane. There's Simon Mann's car off on the entry to Maggots. Just trying to work out where that was. Another spinner, Jamie Thwaite in the Texaco Sierra. 2 of those here today. We saw Mike Manning's example out earlier. That's coming through Luffield. He's gone off. And the safety car, I'm told, is being deployed. Yes, the safety car will be coming out. It is just too dangerous out there. Stuck on the grass there, Jamie Thwaite. So we've got Simon Mann off as well, of course, and also Anthony Reid has come to a halt. And also, just to slow the field down while we have this rain shower, there's the Renault Clio. That's Matthew Hollier. Will Hunt in the Fiesta. Jamie Thwaite's car stuck in the mud there. just before the pit lane entrance. Marshall's pushed Jamie Thwaites away. Of course, it was a four-wheel drive Sierra, he'll be able to get out of the grass there. Jason Hughes, your leader. This will close everyone up behind him, though. This will give Stuart Waits and Gary Preble perhaps a chance to attack for the overall lead. The lead gap after lap 2 was nearly 7 seconds for Jason Hughes. There's the Vectra, in the colours of Jason Plato, who raced for Vauxhall at the end of the Super Touring era. Stuart Waits, who began his BMW racing career in the old production BMW series about 10 years ago in an E30 3 Series, the older square shaped. Of course, the E30 M3 was the most famous. We've got one of those out in this race. Now, how many cars have we lost? One car we didn't see at the start was the Southcott Peugeot 211, Chris Southcott in his Peugeot 205. Who else have we lost? We saw Simon Mann off, Jamie Thwaites, and the two Primeras have dropped out as well, so we're down to 24 cars. There's number 29 BMW, that's John Olive Cooper with his M3, the man from Bournemouth. Needs a clutch of cars towards the back of the field. 121 there, one of our newcomers, I think that's Joe Dorrington with his Civic. There's the 30 M3, James Everard. There's Ross Craig with his Honda Civic, one of the leading Prix 03 runners. Let's have a look at the different championship runners here. Prix 93 is Waite ahead of Everard, then Dugdale, Clint LeChalmers and Andy Cripps. Prix 03 is Preble leads ahead of Ross Craig and the BMW of Cavan Granger. It's the maroon and white car. Tricky to see it. There it is. You can just glimpse it there through the rain on our camera at Village with the green wheels. So once the officials are satisfied that the circuit was clear, we should get back underway. We've got just over 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Prix 93, Prix 03 and Super Touring cars. Sadly, just one Super Tourer now. Jason Hughes. Head of this group looks like Jamie Sturgis in his beautiful E28 BMW, the man who lives literally next door to Thruxton Circuit. But I think the lights are out on top of the safety car, and we are ready to resume. Stuart Waite now right on the tail of Jason Hughes. This is going to shake things up a bit. Away we go, up towards the line. And we're racing once again here at Silverstone. The rain shower seems to have abated slightly, and Gary Preble goes on the attack in his Prix 03 leading Honda Civic, but Stuart Waite's moving up on the outside of Jason Hughes. Look at this through Copse, they're going to go either side. The Vectra has slowed, I think, there. They're all over him, and it's going to be Stuart Waite who takes the lead, or is it because Preble is there on the inside in the Civic? Jason Hughes very slow away there through Copse. Has he got a problem? He's down to fourth. Preble with a bit of a wiggle there through Maggots into Beckett's. James Everard's up to third in the E30 M3, but it's Stuart Waite who leads in the number 77 BMW, and Hughes is down to fourth. Not too sure why he was so slow through Copse there, but Dugdale's going to try and go through now. I think that Vectra's in trouble. That's a great shame. Yeah, he's lost 2 more places now. Dugdale and Clint LeChalmers move through. Andy Cripps in the green BMW next in the order. Towards the left-hander into club. Waits. Preble sideways there. It is still very slippery out there. The rain you can see has abated, the rainbow in the background, but it's still very treacherous out there. Clint LeChalmers attacking Mike Dugdale as Jason Hughes continues to slip back. And it's Stuart Waite, long-time BMW racer, who leads the way, looking for victory in the Prix 93 Touring Cars season opener. Here's a battle towards the back. There's Jamie Sturgis, the red and white BMW. Very beautiful car, that one. Mark Finney in the Astra GTE. Another shades of John Cleland car. Not the actual car that John won the 89 British Touring Car Championship with. Mike Dugdale sliding his BMW around. Still rain coming down. Clint LeChalmers in the Schnitzer lookalike BMW goes round the outside of it. He's coping well with the conditions here, Clint, in the number 45 through the loop, and he's up into what I think is now 5th position. Stuart Waite's down into the left-hander at Brooklands. The sun is out again there. You can see the track's almost dry there. Weather never makes up its mind at Silverstone. Rain's still coming down, you can clearly see it there. The track is not wet enough to gleam, just enough to catch you out should you put the power down too heavily. Preble is second, Everard third. Those 3 well ahead of the rest. Preble, clear leader of the Prix 03 Touring Cars as expected. Former champion in the Bertie Haulage Prix 03 Touring Car Championship. Had a few engine issues with the Civic last year. Mike Dugdale is back up into 4th. He's got back ahead of Clint LeChalmers. And then it's Jason Hughes. His last lap time was well off the pace. He's trying to hold off Andy Cripps there, the green BMW, the reigning Prix 93 champion. Of course, it was David Griffin who did much of the winning last year, the Australian, in the Diet Coke liveried car in Prix 93, but he wasn't eligible for points, unfortunately. There's the Corrado, Byron Aldous, round the outside of James Alford's Civic at Copse. Not many VW Corrados about nowadays. The famous silver example of Ken Lark is still racing in the Classic VW Cup. That's Joe Dorrington, number 121, just ahead of them, all the way from Southampton. Just about hanging on in that battle. To the Hanger Straight they go. Behind them, I think that's Vic Hope, the Brands Hatch regular for many years in his Civic. And behind them, the number 29, John Olive Cooper. This is quite a way down the order, this battle. This is for 15th place. Here's our leaders. Gary Preble. Chasing hard after Stuart Waite. It's the man from Salisbury who continues to set the pace. 3.5 minutes to go. A pot of gold in the grandstand by the look of things. It's going to be a pot of gold on the podium for Stuart Waite here if he keeps up this pace. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 2:35.349. Up and over the line he comes. Two minutes 52 left, so I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this, just about. Our second classic touring car racing club event of the weekend. These cars will have a second race tomorrow. We're joined tomorrow by Britcar Trophy, also by the new Prototype Cup as well. See the Pragas out in that one, along with 1 or 2 other cars. New fastest lap of the race for Gary Preble, 2:32.470. It's drying out again. He's got the gap down to 2.35 seconds. There's Oliver Owen with his BMW. He's currently running in 9th place. Newcomer to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this season. Now, can Gary Preble catch our leader? Jason Hughes still going in 6th. The lone Super Tourer still running. Great shame he lost those lovely Nissans early on of Richard Wheeler and Anthony Reid. Still 24 cars left running. One car that didn't start, as we said, Chris Southcott in his Peugeot 205. Andy Cripps is 7th, Ross Craig 8th, Oliver Owen 9th, Cavan Granger is 10th. One car that didn't come through on that last lap was Matthew Hollier. The Renault Clio seems to have disappeared. Yes, I think he's out of the race, unfortunately. And Joe Dorrington's dropped back as well. We see him behind the number 29 there. He was at the head of this group a lap ago, so he's had a moment somewhere. Some of these cars just tiptoeing their way around in these damp conditions. 1 minute left on the clock in this combined race for the Laser Tools Prix 93 touring cars, the Super Touring Series and the Bertie Haulage Prix 03 touring cars. There's Jason Hughes. Good to see the Vectra back out. A car from towards the very end of the Super Touring era. Of course, we often see in Super Touring events Jim Pocklington with his early Cavalier, one of the very first Super Tourers ever to be built. Other cars that we've got in the pipeline, a couple of Ford Mondeos. Of course, Mark Jones has still got his ex-Plato Renault Laguna, the Nescafe liveried car. I'm hoping to see an ex-Patrick Watts Peugeot 406 in action this year as well. It's all to come in subsequent rounds, we hope. Wouldn't it be great to get Patrick behind the wheel of that car? Very busy with his daughter Amy's racing now. She competes in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, I believe it is, this season. She's done Citroen C1 racing as well, as has Patrick. It'd be nice to see him back at the wheel of his old Peugeot. So here come the leaders into the Hanger Straight, just between these two now, Stuart Waite and Gary Preble. Further back in 3rd, James Everard. Here's the battle for 4th place. So Jason Hughes has got ahead of Clint Chalmers in the Schnitzer lookalike BMW, the Joachim Winkelhock colour scheme. 1993 British Touring Car Champion. Steve Soper was his teammate that year, possibly one of the best drivers never to win the BTCC. Hughes getting a second win here in the closing laps up the inside of Mike Dugdale. As Dugdale closes the door, tries to. Good fight here for 4th place. Andy Cripps behind them. Still Craig, Owen and Granger rounding out the first 10. Matthew Hollier has reappeared. His transponder must be playing up. Apologies there to Matt. So rumours of his demise greatly exaggerated. Here's the car of Jamie Sturgis being lapped. We've seen him competing in a TCR spec Seat Cupra in the past. Lives literally in the next village to Thruxton, Hampshire circuit. He's a lap down. His classic BMW today. Clock has counted down to 0, so it looks like it is going to be checkered flag this time. Through the left at Brooklands. And just the double right at Luffield and the flick through Woodcote to the finish line. Here comes the number 77, the man from Salisbury in Wiltshire, Stuart Waite. Long-time BMW racer is coming in to win overall and win the Prix 93 touring car sponsored by Laser Tools in the Bartley BMW. Stuart Waite takes the victory. The Prix 03 touring car win goes to Gary Preble in second overall. And well done, James Everard, a fine third place in his classic E30 M3. Jason Hughes will win the Super Tourers. First 3 well clear of the field there. 8 laps completed. We wait for our 4th place fight to come home. Who's it going to be in 4th? It is Hughes. Super Tourer recovering as the conditions dried again. 5th goes to Dugdale. Clint Lashama's 6th, just by a 1/10 of a second ahead of Andy Cripps. And it was Oliver Owen, Ross Craig. I think Cavan Granger will complete the top 10. Side-by-side celebrations. Look at this. They both won their respective championship races, Preble and Waite, and they both deserve to celebrate. Surviving the rain shower. I don't think I've ever been to Silverstone on a weekend when it hasn't rained at some point. And Jason Hughes wins the Super Touring season in 4th place overall. Touring cars at their best here at Silverstone as always. Cavan Granger actually 11th, not 10th, I apologise. It was the Hollier Clio who came in 10th position. Behind them it was Will Hunt's Fiesta. David Clark from towards the back of the grid in the Renault 5 Turbo, good run through to 13th. Mike Nash's BMW 14th. James Alford was 15th. 16th for Vic Hope, 17th went to Byron Aldous' Corrado, 18th should be Joe Dorrington's Civic. There's the Renault 5. Great to see a Renault 5 Turbo in action. That's one of the only ones racing in the UK these days, I think. Used to have whole grids of them. They had a one-make series for them back in the late 80s, early 90s, before the Clio came along. Behind them, Joe Dorrington, John Olive Cooper's BMW. Next home, Mark Finney in the Astra, I think should be next. Yes, then it's the 361, which is Lee Spencer's BMW. Eddie O'Kane's Hyundai Coupe. The last finisher on the lead lap should be the BMW of Oliver Jones Chapman. He comes in 23rd. The final finisher a lap down, Jamie Sturgis. We lost Anthony Reid and Richard Wheeler early on, unfortunately. Reid pulling off at Club and Richard Wheeler, unfortunately, into the gravel. Jamie Thwaite spun out at Luffield, Simon Manoff at Maggots, and Chris Southcote's Peugeot didn't take the start. Well, we wait for the drivers to head into Parc Fermé then. Our intrepid pit reporters will be down there to talk to them.
One more this afternoon for the P66s and 83s.
Now, I can promise you the cars have come into Parc Fermé. Congratulations, Stu Waite, getting the job done in the Prix 93s. Of course, Gary Preble in the O3s. Here they are, as you can see. Jason Hughes as well in the Super Tourers. Let's go grab a quick word with some of the runners and riders from that one. Show a few hairy moments with that rain coming down. Will you believe it? The sun is actually shining once again now. You could go, Stu. I'm going to grab a quick word with Mr. Preble here before I get run over. That is, Gary. Congratulations, taking the win in the O3. So that pesky BMW though, huh?
It was, yeah. You could just see it had slightly more traction than me in other areas. Yeah, a little bit too graceful in times. I mean, I should have been a little bit tougher.
I've always said you're a nice guy, Gary.
That's it. It was just surviving, really. Yeah, very greasy, very tricky conditions out there.
So what was it like? Because it started to rain just as you went out on track. I mean, you wouldn't believe it now. Sun's out.
It was. The conditions changed from literally like 1 minute you had pure grip, and then the next minute it was just fine in where the grip was on the track. Like you come flying into a corner and there was nothing, and you just go understeering. And then the next lap, you think, oh, that was way too slow than the lap before, because it was obviously the conditions were changing constantly. So yeah, very difficult race, and fair play to Mr. Waite. He pedalled it well, and
well, you did win though, Gary. Talk like you haven't won. You have won the Prix 03, mate. So there we go. Well done, mate. Right, let's grab Stu Waite because he's got his trophies and his garland as well.